Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome VIP guest that is joining us right now. We kindly request all attendees stand up. A very good morning for all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the VIP guests. Enter the ballroom area. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please remain to stand up, ladies and gentlemen, because we move on the next agenda. Before we start this agenda, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin today's agenda, ladies and gentlemen, with the singing of the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Once again, please stand up to singing together of Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Well, a very good morning, everyone. How are you today? Is it great? Good and amazing today, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, it's nice to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move on to the next agenda, because we can gather here together in Bali, I want to teach you about the Balinese language. When I say, Keng ken kabare semeton, it's mean, how are you today? You can answer, becik, becik. It's mean, good, great, or amazing. Right? You want to try? Okay. Keng ken kabare semeton? Raise your hand. Keng ken kabare semeton? Becik, becik. Let's give big round of applause for today. Thank you so much for your participation today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last day of IGDX of Indonesia Game Developer Exchange 2024. First of all, allow me to Balinese way, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya, salam kebajikan untuk kita semua. May peace be upon us, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to say very good morning and welcome to the Stone Bali for the event IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your participation today. Once again, thank you so much for joining us in this event, ladies and gentlemen. And allow me to introduce myself. My name is Risma Devi. It is a pleasure for me as a master of ceremony for this memorable event, ladies and gentlemen. And for first of all, I would like to warmly welcome to our distinguished guest, Director General of Informatic Application, Ministry of Communication and Informatik Republik of Indonesia, Mr. Hoki Situngkir. Rahajeng Rauh Ring Pulau Dewata Bali, welcome to Bali, Mr. Hoki Situngkir. And we would like to also welcome France Ambassador to Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and ASEAN, His Excellency Fabian Pinon. Welcome to Bali. Thank you so much, His Excellency Fabian Pinon. Deputy Chairman for Digital Economy and Creative Product, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economic Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Nil El Himam. Selamat datang di Bali. Selamat datang di dalam acara hari ini. Director of Digital Economic, Ministry of Communication and Informatik Republik of Indonesia, Mr. Boni Pujianto. Selamat datang Bapak, terima kasih Rahajeng Rauh Pulau Dewata Bali. Country Head of Garena Indonesia, Mr. Hans Saleh. Director of Apex Scale and Ecosystem Partnership at Google Play, Mr. Kunal Soni. Director of Digital Business Telkom Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Fajrun Rashid. CEO of Nuon Digital Indonesia, Mr. Aris Sudewo. Welcome to Bali, Mr. Aris Sudewo. President of Asosiasi Game Indonesia, Mr. Safik Hussein. Partner of IGDX Business and Conference 2024 that made this possible, ladies and gentlemen. And I will also to welcome our inspiring speaker, moderator, government representative, game studio, publisher, investor, distributor, and all public participants. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your spirit and 100 level energy drive for today's event. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, IGDX of Indonesia Game Developer Exchange 2024 is a program initiated by the Ministry of Communication and Informatik of Republik Indonesia to drive grow in the national game industry. IGDX 2024 has 5 major programs, such as for the first, we have IGDX Academy, focused on learning and business development for game studio. For the second, we have IGDX Career, connecting the job seeker with industry opportunities. For the third, we have IGDX Bootcamp, where new talents sharpen their skill. And we have also today, IGDX Business, bringing people together for partnership. And also, we have IGDX Conference, a place to share ideas and make good connection, ladies and gentlemen. Well, everyone, as going is good? Everything is good, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, because I see your face with the good energy today. Very excited for this agenda, ladies and gentlemen, right? Are you excited for today? Yeah, let's give you a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for your support today. Wow. Yes, did you find any great partner? Maybe sim a deal, ladies and gentlemen? I hope if everything will running smoothly, ladies and gentlemen, yeah? And of course, it's a symbol connection and collaboration for today's event. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move on for the next agenda. For the first, let's proceed to the first agenda, the welcoming remark for the Director of Digital Economic, Ministry of Communication and Informatics of Republik Indonesia. Without further ado, we kindly invite Bapak Boni Pujianto to deliver welcoming remarks. Time is yours. Let's give big round of applause for Bapak Boni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very good morning. I hope you enjoy the whole event during the 3 days, and you can also have some enjoyable during the, it should be on the beach actually, with short pants and everything, but today, we have a conference on this room, but hopefully you can also get some more benefit. First of all, I would like to give a warm remark to the Director General Aplikasi Informatika, Bapak Hoki Sitongkir. Terima kasih kehadiran Bapak, selamat pagi. French Ambassador for Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Fabian Penon. Good morning. Thank you so much for your support. Deputy Economy, Digital and Creative Product Kemenparekraf Pak Muhammad Neil El Himam. He is the one who also support the game industry in Indonesia. Unfortunately, this morning, it's supposed to be here Pak Odo, the Deputy from Ministry of Maritime and Investment, but he is a man behind all this event happen. Because there is a government regulation also prepared by this ministry. Second, and then we would love to have some greet to our society, Pak Shafiq Hussein. Thank you so much. From AGI, the Indonesian Digital Game. And also the director from Nuon, Bapak Aris Sudewo. Thank you, Pak Aris. This is also our honored guest, the director for Google Play, Kunal Sony. Thank you so much, Pak, for your coming. And all the distinguished guests, government representative, game developer, publisher, investor, and all esteemed member of game industries. So again, welcome to IGDX Business and Conference 2024. And it is our great pleasure to extend our warm welcome to you all. This is what we call like a remarkable milestone from our journey. And it is an honor to have you all here because this is like not only a journey, but we increase our elevate the gaming industry in Indonesia and beyond. IGDX began in 2019 and it is our fourth event actually since 2021. And this is collaboration among stakeholders. There is AGI, this is the Association Game of Indonesia, and this is also the effort of all the stakeholders in game ecosystem. Today, we can see the impact of the initiative, and Ministry of Communication Informatics as the main organizer IGDX would like to show how the growth of game industry. For your information, it is already 25 million US dollar partnership that has been made during a couple of years. It is statement that the power of collaboration and the strength of our ecosystem. If you notice, 50% of game developer studio were established after 2021. This is demonstrate the opportunities and create our combination effort between government support, industry, collaboration of other stakeholders, and a sign of community while growing their business. And additionally, 15% increase in game developer studio is because they established the company, the status of their company. It is shown since 2022, the number of company in game industry is increased significantly. This year, IGDX launched incubation talent program, collaboration with the university, and offer 600 registered company. We curated 220 talents and successfully developed around 46 demo from 46 teams. So there is some result from the game product. And we have a privilege to showcasing 3 of the best game in the booth in our next event here. And this is to showcase their product. We also thrilled to have more than 400 businesses today during this event, and more than 1,000 public visitors until today. So this is we are witnessing how the business in the game industry will grow. And I want to express my sincere gratitude to our main sponsor from Garena. It's one of our global developer and publisher established in Indonesia since 2012. It's a long journey, 12 years, right? And then with unwavering support from growing in the Indonesia game ecosystem, this make this event happen. Thank you also for our official partner, Google, and also Nuon. Thank you so much. This is very important from the creative agency. This is Yandex, and then from French, Institute France Indonesia, MongoDB, Itemku, and all participants whose contribute make the IGDX business and conference successful. So let us continue to grow together, create more business opportunity within the Indonesian games ecosystem, because we believe together we can build a thriving industry, not only benefit our local developer, but also position Indonesia as a key player in the global market. So thank you so much for your coming. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Well, thank you so much. Terima kasih dan matur suksema untuk Bapak Boni yang sudah tentunya memberikan welcoming remarks. Thank you so much, Mr. Boni Pujianto, as a welcoming remark, and thank you so much for the super IGDX 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, we move on for the next agenda. Now, for the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we learn the opening remarks by the Director General of Informatic Application, Ministry of Communication and Informatic of Indonesia. We kindly invite to the stage Bapak Hoki Situngkir.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Fabian Penon, Fresh Ambassador to Indonesia, Pak Muhammad El Himam, Deputy for Digital Economy and Creative Products, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mr. Shafiq Hussein, President of the Indonesian Game Association, Pak Han Saleh, Country Head of Garena Indonesia, I don't know if already here, Pak Fajrin Rashid, not yet, yeah. Director of Digital Biz at Telkom Indonesia, Pak Aris Sudewo, President Director of Nuon Digital Indonesia, Mr. Kunal Soni, Director to Apex Scaled and Ecosystem Partnership Google at Play, and also my colleague, Mr. Boni Pujanto, the Director of Digital Economy, Ministry of Communication and Informatics. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, good morning. I would like to express the very energetic good morning and welcome to the IGDX conference in 2024. First, I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this incredible event become possible. Today we have over than 200 game companies and representatives from 19 countries, along with developers, publishers, and industry leaders, all coming together to explore and celebrate the exciting world of gaming. 20 years ago, an event like this would have been hard to imagine, but here we are, thanks to the rapid digital transformation that has completely transformed the gaming ecosystem, not only in Indonesia, but also across the globe. Indonesia's gaming industry has experienced a truly remarkable journey. What used to be seen as just a hobby has now grown into a dynamic industry that plays a major role in our economy. Gaming is no longer just a way to unwind, it's a driving force for creativity, innovation, job creation, and community building. With more than 150 million gamers, Indonesia has become one of the Southeast Asia's largest gaming markets, and we are only just beginning to tap into the full potential. In 2023, the gaming industry in Indonesia generated over $1.6 billion revenue, a clear signal that this sector is a powerhouse. Out of 55.6% of Indonesians who play games, over 35 million are active online gamers, showing just how integrated gaming has become in our daily lives. And with an esports markets estimated at $1 billion, Indonesia is ready to lead and compete on the global stage. The transformation wouldn't have been possible without the visionary leadership of our President, Pak Jokowi, who has been a true driving force behind Indonesia's digital revolutions. Thanks to his efforts, 221.56 million Indonesians, or 79.5% of our population, are now connected into the internet, far surpassing the global average. The data says that it's about 67%. This connectivity has opened a new opportunity for our game developers to reach global markets, proving that Indonesia isn't just a consumer of digital products, but a source of talent and innovation. Distinguished guests, the last 2 days have been nothing short of exhilarating, with game developers, publishers, and investors all coming together to explore new opportunities and form partnerships. We've had business matchmaking, mentoring session, and workshop, and have sparked collaboration and fueled fresh ideas. And we are today at the IGDX conference, continuing this discussion, sharing our insights, and working together to shape the future of our gaming industry. This event is much more than just networking. It's a place for meaningful exchange and real growth. We are here to ensure that the momentum we've built as an industry keeps moving forward. We are here to learn from one another, to inspire each other, and to explore how we can showcase the best of Indonesia on the global stage. Whether you are a developer with the next big idea, a publisher searching for fresh talent, or an investor ready to support the next wave of innovation. This is your space to connect, create, and collaborate. And the potential is huge. Indonesian game developers have already made their mark globally with over 250 locally developed games available on platforms like Steam in 2023 alone. So this success speaks volumes and the creativity and technical expertise of our developers, proving that they can compete internationally. Through events like IGDX, we hope to continue providing the support and resources to bring these ideas to life. Honored guests and our fellow game enthusiasts. As we celebrate the incredible growth of our industry, it's crucial that we continue to focus on the well-being and safety of our youngest gamers. Digital gaming opens up a world of creativity and learning for millions of children in Indonesia, and it's up to all of us to make sure that this space remains safe and secure. By working together, we can create digital environment that are welcoming for everyone, especially kids, so they can enjoy their gaming experience without any worries. And I must also add that right now, there's also a challenge in our game industry and game society. Because right now, Indonesia is in the war against the illegal online gambling, which suck up the poor of Indonesian. And they sometimes using the technique to mimic the way game show and demonstrate it as online. So it's a challenge for us in this event. And to all the partners and stakeholders here today, I encourage you to take part in the mission by registering your platform to the PSE, Penyelenggara Sistem Elektronik. This step isn't just a formality, it's a way for us to build a safer and more transparent digital ecosystem, where parents can feel reassured that their children are protected as they explore the digital world. This is a positive move that allows creativity and safety to go hand in hand, and it helps us maintain the trust of the millions of users who count on our platforms every day. Looking ahead, our vision is clear. We want to position Indonesia as a gaming hub in Southeast Asia, a place where talent is nurtured, creativity is celebrated, and opportunities are abundant. IGDX plays a key role in realizing this vision, a space where we can come together and chart the course for the future. So, let's make the most of this moment. Let's have meaningful discussion, build connection that will last well beyond this conference, and work together to create a brighter future of Indonesia gaming industry. I believe that knowledge, partnership, and ideas shared today will shape the next chapter of our industry. Thank you for being part of this journey. I'm confident that the passion, creativity, and innovation we are seeing here right now among us will elevate Indonesia's gaming industry to the new heights. Let's make today a day full of inspiration, connection, and progress. One where we push the gaming sector forward while also ensuring a safe digital environment for the next generation. I wish you all a successful and inspiring day at the IGDX Conference 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Rahayu.
Well, thank you so much for your opening remark, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give big round of applause again for the special opening remark from Bapak Hoki Situngkir. Congratulations and thank you so much for your collaboration and connection with AGDX Business and Conference 2024. It's a great spirit for us, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll also learn about the opening remarks from Bapak Hoki Situngkir. Thank you, matur suksebo Bapak untuk sambutannya pada malam hari, tentu pada pagi hari yang berbahagia ini ya. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for your spirit today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let's continue for the next agenda to learn about opening remark will be delivered by French Ambassador to Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and ASEAN. We would like to invite His Excellency Fabian Pinon, please to the stage.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Dear representatives of the Indonesian government, dear representative of the Indonesian Games Association, dear professionals of the video games industries, chers délégués français, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As you know, the reinforcement of the relationships between France and Indonesia is a key priority for the French government in every field, but especially also on business and on all things related to the new economy. This is why it is my pleasure and also a great honor to be given the opportunity to take the floor today for the opening of the IGDX conference. This is for me an occasion to celebrate the strong collaboration between the Indonesian government, the different ministries, the Indonesian Game Association, and the French Embassy in Indonesia, Institut Français d'Indonésie. Thanks to this unique partnership, 37 French video games organizations were able to participate in the last two editions of IGDX, 15 in 2023, and for this year, 24. So it is increasing, and we will get up increasing. Last year's edition allowed French studios to meet the highly creative Indonesian video game ecosystem, and I have to say that we are all amazed by the creativity in this country, in the gaming industry, but generally speaking, leading to ongoing partnership on a win-win approach, and I really insist on that, and on the basis of fair revenue sharing. In the same spirit, IGDX 2024 French delegation brings professionals interested about collaboration with Indonesia. This delegation has been carefully selected to create a group representing the whole French industry, following a national call for applications and dozens of responses in France, which shows the increasing success of IGDX and the interest for Indonesia. We have selected the best that France can offer in this field. Studios among the most important in the world, including Gameloft and Voodoo, which are constantly looking for new talents, tech companies with innovative services, including cloud gaming in video games with NetGem Group, leading publishers in France, such as Microids, Playdigious, Plugin Digital, and TA Publishing, looking for new contents for their catalogs in Europe, with, and I repeat because it is important, that this is on the basis of a respectful revenue sharing with Indonesian developers. We also brought companies offering innovative services that help developers to expand internationally, from self-publishing to tools to improve their business models, and I will just quote these companies: Forever's Games, Boiler, Akin, Level Link Partners, Not a Shark Company, Richie Cedric Design, Store Riders, and Reverse. We also brought a world-renowned French school, Isart Digital, to promote education in video games, as well as an investment fund seeking innovative projects globally, Pix Capital. And lastly, independent studios eager to explore new approaches to game development, including all-in-one games funded by the European Union, as well as Springfox Games. Finally, and I was here also in Bali for this reason, we had the third edition of the French Tech Summit, so the French Tech Indonesia ecosystem gathering more than 300 startups, entrepreneurs here in Indonesia is also present with its representatives in the field of video games and new technologies. As you know, France stands to gain immensely from collaborating with Indonesia, especially given the high quality of local production and the successes of Indonesian studios, as it was explained before. France can also bring valuable contributions to Indonesia. Video game is already a significant cultural practice in France, with approximately an average of 7 out of 10 French people playing games. The market is among the most dynamics in Europe, generating an annual revenue of 6.1 billion in 2023, and the ecosystem is very rich with approximately over 1,000 companies, including 600 development studios with around 800 titles released each year. So France, we consider we are already very internationalized on this issue, and we want to develop our cooperation with Asia and especially Indonesia. For these reasons, the French Embassy, the French Institute in Indonesia, we have been managing for several years 2 programs with well-established Indonesian partners to foster this collaboration. First, what we call the Lazy Lundi, organized with the collective The Lazy Monday, where we share the newest, latest French productions, particularly independent ones, to a wide audience of people on YouTube. And the second program, called IFI Gamers, we organize events to facilitate exchanges between Indonesians and French productions every month. This partnership approach is crucial for us. And it is not limited to the field of business. We also want to reinforce our cooperation on education. This is why, for several years, the Embassy has been a partner of IGDX Academy mentorship program, and I am pleased to welcome this year again Mrs. Celia Odan, a world-renowned UX expert who contributed to the success of the game Fortnite, for instance. She's with us again, as well as 2 other speakers, Julien Villedieu and Florent Valory. We will also contribute to share our experience and help developing these collaborative training programs. Especially on the educational side, as you know, France is also home for very important schools in the video games industry, including Isard Digital, which is part of this delegation this year. And last year, we had Gobelin Paris, another renowned French company in the field of education, which participated to the last edition of IGDX. So, in a nutshell, we are reinforcing our presence. Indonesia is considered as a priority for France, and we want to develop this cooperation. We are also working, obviously, with the ministry. We are working with the Ministry of Communication and Technologies, with Kominfo. Our agency to promote student mobility has signed an agreement with Kominfo. We will be in a position to welcome to France Indonesian students for master courses in English, fully taught in English. We have also developed our cooperation with LPDP program, so it will be also possible now for Les Gobelins School to welcome a special scholarship program for Indonesian students. I will conclude this speech, and you can understand it very easily, to say that we want to bridge cultural contacts between our 2 countries in this very dynamic industry, video games, where France and Indonesia have shared interest, and we could mutually be working together that will be beneficial to our 2 countries. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you for the French delegations to be so vibrant and dynamic, and I hope it will be very successful this year as it was last year. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, His Excellency Fabian Pinon. Please stay on the stage, sir, because we have the photo session today, yeah? And we kindly invite to the stage for the photo session Mr. Hoki Situngkir, Mr. Muhammad Neil El Himam, Mr. Boni Pujianto, Mr. Hans Saleh, Mr. Kunal Sodi, Mr. Muhammad Fajrin Rashid, Mr. Aris Sudewo, Mr. Shafiq Hussein. Please come to the stage for the next photo session in the stage, ladies and gentlemen. And we invite for the all photographer to take a picture together with the all VIP guests here. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please prepare yourself, the formal pose. Photographer, the main photographer, raise your hand. Let's see the camera in 3, 2, 1. We invite Mr. Riacek to come up to the stage to photo session again. Mr. Recek, please come to the stage for the photo session. We wait again for photo session, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see the camera. Yeah, with this another pose. Sarang yo. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Success for IGDX Business and Conference 2024. With your smile, big smile, Bali. Yay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please may return to your seat. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this agenda, we have the wavy photo from the stage. We invite for all photographers, please come out to the stage to take a picture together with all participants. And we invite to all of you, please stand up, ladies and gentlemen, because now we know of the photo session with all VIP guests. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite for all of you, please stand up, because now we move on for a wavy photo from the stage. We invite for all photographers to take a picture together, yeah? And prepare yourself to another pose for today. For the first, we have formal photo session, right? With your big smile, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's see the main camera. Raise your hand, the main camera. 1, 2, 3, please raise your hand. IGDX Business and Conference 2024, level up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to take a video, when I say IGDX Business and Conference 2024, you say naik level. It means level up, yeah? You say naik level, okay? Naik level, and raise your hand. Okay, we try again, yeah? IGDX Business and Conference 2024, naik level. Once again, IGDX Business and Conference 2024, naik level. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause again for this special event. Well, thank you so much also for the photographer to take a picture with all participants today. Wow, it's a great agenda because we also learned about the special speech, opening remarks, and welcoming remark for the last agenda of IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we move again for the next session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we would like to say thank you so much for the support of the Garena Indonesia in making IGDX Business and Conference 2024 happen. Let's give a big round of applause from Garena Indonesia. Thank you so much for your support and collaboration today. Yeah, and of course, opportunity to establish a collaboration with you and looking forward to see more collaboration happen. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite a representative from Garena Indonesia to join us and to come out to the stage. And let's give big round of applause for the country head of Garena Indonesia, Mr. Hans Saleh. The stage is yours.
Matur Suksma. Good morning, esteemed guests, game developers, and game industry players, and also our guest from French Embassy, Monsieur Fabien Penon. It's a privilege to be here at IGDX 2024, representing Garena Indonesia as the official partner for this remarkable event. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Pak Koki Situngkir, Pak Boni Pujianto, Pak Luat Sihombing, and Kominfo team, also Pak Neil Elhimam, and Parekraf team, and also our AGI friends, Shafiq and Cipto, who have made this platform as a cornerstone for the growth of Indonesia game ecosystem. We are delighted to witness the growth of the local gaming scene over recent years, as we see in IGDX, which has also grown year over year. I attended this event last year, and this year, I have seen more people more interesting games, and also meet more friends. We are proud to be able to participate and support AGI and the government to develop gaming scene in Indonesia. We hope that our support and global expertise could be useful for our local developers here. One example is our initiative. In collaboration with AGI, Kominfo, and also Kemenparekraf, for the first edition of Garena Game Jam in 2023. This competition provided a platform for young developers to showcase their talent and also to be exposed to the game industry. We also bring 3 winners from last year here, offering them the opportunity for further exposures and also to network with more experienced players in the industry. So we invite you all to come to our booth in the next hall. I believe this is also what IGDX is all about. It has opened the door for conversation, partnership, and collaboration to shape the future of Indonesia gaming industry. It has shown growth, but we are not in the finish line yet. We have to push much more to compete and win in the global stage. And we in Garena would be proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Well, terima kasih matur suksema and thank you so much. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for the support for Garena Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Han Saleh, for your special speech today. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone to come here in this ballroom area. IGDX conference has become the hub for developers from Southeast Asia to connect, collaborate, and gain insight from case source. Hundreds of industry players gather annually to look for new opportunities. With the uprising number of game studios in Indonesia, there is a rapid increase in talent resource needs. That's why we are happy to have Good Play Academy, Study Jam, and Google Play X Unity as a side event activities just yesterday. Let's see this video.
Makes you wanna go. Makes you wanna go. Na 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 hey na 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 na. Put your hands together now. Everybody now. Put your hands together now. Sometimes it hits you when you least expect it. When it feels this good. When it feels this good. When it feels this good. When it feels this good.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next session? Yes, because today, ladies and gentlemen, let's move along. We've got the Google keynote up next, followed by the Google Play X Unity graduation. Let's invite Mr. Kunal Soni, Director for Apex Scale and Ecosystem Partnership at Google Play, to come up to the stage. Time is yours.
Selamat pagi. Good morning, everybody. Who says studying can't be fun? Looks like everybody had a lot of fun during this course. All right. So, hi, everybody. My name is Kunal Soni. My team and I work with app and game developers across the Asia-Pacific region. We help everybody, including you all, build, launch, and scale their business on Google Play and Android, not just in Indonesia, but across Southeast Asia, across the world, really bringing to bear the reach and the strength of the platform that Play and Android offer you. I was at dinner yesterday with a lot of you, and it was so great to hear some amazing comments about how this program, IGDX, has grown from strength to strength. And as we all heard in the opening remarks, the vision is super inspiring. And we are truly honored and humbled and privileged to be part of this journey with you. We are deeply, deeply committed to Indonesia, to making sure that we are nurturing the ecosystem with you and partnering with you very closely on this journey. I want to start with a big thank you. A big thank you to all of you, so many of you in this room who've built amazing content, amazing apps, amazing games that continue to delight and entertain Android users across the world, right? Google Play is a blank canvas. It really comes to life only and only when you apply your creativity, your passion, your commitment to create content that users connect with. So thank you all for the passion and the support that you continue to give to the platform. Our objective for today is threefold. We want to make sure that we are celebrating this moment with you and really celebrating the community together and think about how we can make this forward. Secondly, we want to talk about how Google Play continues to invest in building the right tools and platforms to support the next wave of growth for you. And finally, we want to talk a little bit about how we want to continue to partner with the ecosystem to up-level and scale and really bridge some of the skill gaps and talent gaps that we see in order to unlock the next wave of growth. But first, let's take stock of where we are today in Indonesia. 2.14 trillion rupiah. That is the amount of earnings generated by Google Play developers in Indonesia last year. Isn't that amazing? 2.14 trillion. And guess what? Almost a third, 700 billion rupiah, are coming in from users, gamers overseas. So you are taking Indonesia to the world, right? And that's an amazing opportunity to think global, to think about really how Indonesia can be an export hub, to create and export amazing gaming services, content. There's an incredible cultural heritage here. There's amazing storytelling which happens here. How do we translate that, all of that into compelling gaming content that everyone in the world can enjoy? That should be our vision, that should be our goal. Today, Indonesia boasts of a fertile ecosystem. There are almost 10,500 developers running almost 34,000 apps on the store and games on the store today. For Google Play, Indonesia is the 12th largest developer community globally and growing very, very fast. So I'm sure the ranking would have changed by the next IGDX, hopefully. And all the content that's being created is being enjoyed by almost 2 billion monthly active users globally. These users are not just here in this region. They are in markets as diverse as India, the US, Europe. So really the world's your oyster when you think about distributing your gaming content across the platform. It's not just about downloads and revenue. There's true economic impact. The app and game ecosystem in Indonesia, enabled by Google Play and Android, has created almost 200,000 jobs. That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, that really speaks volumes about the opportunity that lies ahead in terms of the economic opportunity for people, in terms of the digital transformation that the country can embrace over the next few years. And we will continue to invest more and more to ensure that enough skills are being created. And you'll get a glimpse of that today, as you can see around the room, about how that investment in human capital can unlock huge opportunities for the country. So I want to take a moment. Please give yourselves a round of applause. These are some really, really strong outcomes that we continue to see, and we are really excited to be with you on this journey the next years and decades to come. As I mentioned, there are three important areas that Google Play is focused on: making sure that you have access to the best tools, the best platforms, the right practices to really compete on a global level. Making sure that we celebrate the right moments. There's amazing content being created. How do we make sure that we bring this content to the users at the right time and really celebrate the moments that matter, right? And finally, we want to continue to invest in skill building and making sure that we are nurturing the ecosystem and you'll hear about the Google Play Academy program, but clearly more and more in these areas to say how skills and expertise is being built locally to unlock the next wave of growth. Let's talk about tools briefly. So at Play, we are deeply invested across the whole life cycle of game development, from pre-launch and launch to discovery, engagement, retention, and of course, monetization. All these important steps of a game development cycle are super important for us to contribute to. Let's start very quickly with the first one. Now, launching a game is a moment of anxiety, right? A lot of us feel anxious. There is risk. We have invested so much effort and engineering resources. How do we limit the risk? How do we reduce the risk? How do we improve our chances for success? That's what pre-registration does. So through pre-registration on Google Play, you can actually now create a lot of buzz even before your game is live, right? You can create alerts for people when the game is ready for download, and you can create incentives for users to download when it actually goes live. And it's great to see how users are developing and developers are using this to improve the chances of success. Arcade Paykan used pre-registration on Google Play for their game, Gaming Cafe Live, and got 100,000 installs on the launch day. Isn't that amazing? So that's the kind of buzz you can create using tools such as pre-registration. Let's talk about discovery. Who cares about user acquisition in this room? We all do, right? Yes? That's ultimately foundational. Making sure that you have access to the right tools to create opportunities to acquire users by, for example, creating the right listing on the store. The first interaction that users have with your brand when you distribute. Store listings, right? This is foundational. And we've seen, again, developers in Indonesia using these tools really, really well. Gambia Studio, so thank you, Shafiq. You guys have done a fantastic job of using store listing experiments to optimize your presence on the store. That has caused your conversions for Celera Nusantara to rise 20%. That's amazing. And these are all free tools. You don't have to pay for these tools. These are all free tools which are available for everybody to access to improve the chances of success when you are building mobile games. And it's not just about mobile. Now, what we find is users are consuming gaming content across a wide range of devices, right? So they're playing games on PC or tablets, etc. So it's really important as developers to ensure that when users move from one device to another, the game moves along at the right quality, right? And that's what we've been super invested in. So the Google Play Games on PC was built to scale your games across mobile, tablet, Chromebooks, Windows PCs, and today there's a catalog of over 3,000 games in more than 140 markets. So you can continue to acquire more users beyond the mobile phone. We've also added support for native PC publishing. So now if you are a native PC publisher, you can truly expand to a global audience of gamers if you're writing a native PC game. We all care about engagement. Yes, the install has happened, somebody's discovered your game, but then it's really important to make sure that they remain committed, users remain engaged with your content. And that's what re-engagement comes in. Android Vitals. Show of hands. Are people aware of Android Vitals in this room? A few? Okay, I see a few hands. Good. So again, this is again one of those things which should be a must-do for everybody. It's really about making sure that users have the right experience when they are playing your game. Because if your game is crashing a lot, or if it is not responding and it's getting stuck, users will have a bad experience. And engagement rates will go down. That's not good for anybody, right? So this is again what we find. In fact, again, Own Games, I don't know if Own Games is here. Great job. Great job. You've used Android Vitals to track your crash rates consistently, and you've been able to actually see a fantastic jump in D1 retention by 20%, thanks to improving crash rates using Android Vitals. So great job. Monetization. Who cares about money? We all do, don't we? Right? Awesome. So it's really, again, important to make sure that monetization has been hard. We all know that. And it's really important to be very thoughtful about how you think about, for example, pricing experiments. I'm launching a new game, or I have an existing game, I'm launching in a new market. How do I make sure that I have the right price point? That I'm pricing my content at the right level so that users will actually buy and engage with that content. So we've launched something known as price experiments, which allows you to do that testing very easily from your console, and then you can arrive at the right level to go after. So again, Arcade Pegan, great job again. You guys have used local pricing for key markets, and you've seen revenue increase by 70% for the game movie cinema simulator. That's amazing. Going global. That's one of the true value adds that a platform like Google Play can offer you in over 190 countries. We have continued to invest in making sure that you have access to the right tools to truly make your game available in all the markets that we operate in. So today we are supporting more than 190 markets with payment methods. There are over 300 local payment methods in more than 65 markets. And we have carrier billing deals to make sure that you do what you are best at, which is creating amazing games. And we take on the burden of making sure that you have the right commerce platform, the best-in-class commerce platform to monetize your content. Yeah. Again, we all know localization is important as you think about going global, right? And it's really important to make sure that localization is looked at holistically. Your store listing, the game assets that you have, the pricing level. So it's really important to make sure that you are speaking in the language that users in that market are comfortable with, right? And again, great example, Gecko Games leverage Google Play tools to reach new audiences globally for the game Epic Conquest 2. Across Brazil, Mexico, Spain, France, saw a 21% increase in conversions in these markets. Fantastic job, right? A lot more developers can do that really, really well using these tools available. And another great example from Indonesia. Dreams Games leverage localized custom store listings for their game Cat Legends to optimize their store presence in global markets across South Korea, Japan, France, and again leading to a 29% increase in conversions across all these markets. So clearly people are learning, people are trying, people are experimenting, and we see strong outcomes coming for them on the store. I wanna recap this session with a very clear celebration of all the amazing content that's happening. We will continue to look for opportunities to showcase the games being created by Indonesian developers, right? So the Independence Day campaign, for example, the Game Day, the National Tech Awakening Day, they all had 18 Indonesian games this year. There's a nice interview with Shafiq. Well, good job on the store. For Ramadan, we featured over 20 games and 45 apps with Ramadan-related updates or utilities, including Indonesian titles like Selera Nusantara, Luna Fantasia, and Video. So this is really about making sure that in moments that matter, when users are looking for very local content, your content is being surfaced to them at the right point of time. We are so enthused about the diversity of content being created that we now have this permanent collection on our store. So on Google Play Indonesia, you will find Made in Indonesia as a permanent collection, which showcases the best that this community has to offer. It's not easy to get in there, right? We want to make sure that we keep the bar high on quality, right? So as long as you're investing in the right tools and investing in user quality, we'll find a way to get you there. So again, there are lots of opportunities on the store to get a lot of organic discovery for the content. Best of 2023. Every year, we celebrate Indonesian games as part of a global campaign to celebrate the best out there on Google Play. As part of that, we also ran Best Made in Indonesia in 2023. And again, a lot of folks who won accolades are in this room. So Paul Rumble by Nuon, clearly they made the best Made in Indonesia last year. Let's see who gets it this year. I'm hoping for some new surprises. There were honorable mentions for Arcade Pekan, for Amaibu, for Toge Productions. Fantastic lineup of content being created locally, which again is getting a lot of coverage, a lot of visibility on our store. What more can we do? We want to continue to invest in up-leveling the local ecosystem. You've heard about how we need to really invest in capital, human capital, to make sure that Indonesia is set up to tap this opportunity which lies ahead in gaming. And we've been at it for a long time. For the last few years, a lot of you have participated in our Indie Games Accelerator, which is a program that we started in 2018 to build talent in the Asia-Pacific region, which is essentially a 10-week boot camp that connects smaller indie game studios with their products. There's a lot of mentorship activity, and it's been fantastic to see the kind of successes we've had coming in from those. From this year's cohort, we've got Algorox, Dream Studio, Lentra Nusantra, and Own Games, part of the 2024 IGA cohort as part of the Google Play Accelerator. And our alums are doing a great job. So clearly, you've heard a lot about Gambri Studio and the work that they're doing. We also have Niji Games, which is the mastermind behind the 3D puzzle game Umbra. Again, receiving a nomination in the best game category at the International Mobile Gaming Awards. So alums from our indie games programs are doing really well across the world. Google Play Academy Study Jam. Now this is an interactive, community-driven study group designed to help developers thrive on play. It's a very scalable format. We've been running it. And last year, 3,000 developers from Indonesia benefited from the program. These are hands-on technical skills and business skills that you need to have to run a gaming business. And we are really excited about the momentum we are seeing in this. Last but not the least, look around the room. I think this site will probably communicate this much better than I can. The magic happens when the right partners come together, right? Google Play, Unity, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, AGI. It is a fantastic partnership. First of its kind globally, right? Indonesia is the first country globally where we've tried this partnership, where we really deeply invested in equipping upcoming, promising new developers with skills in game design, game development, and monetization to ensure that you have access to the tools and resources to build world-class talent. And this, ladies and gentlemen around the room, is the future of Indonesia's gaming talent. Right? These are people who worked hard. It's a rigorous program. They've done a fantastic job. They've worked hard, and they've won their certification, which you're going to hear more about later on. But it's been a really, really powerful partnership, growing from strength to strength. We rolled it out last year. We've already seen like a 5x growth in the number of people who are participating. And today, there are almost, more than 150 people who actually completed the certification and are now industry ready for employment, for new career opportunities, for starting their own business. This is foundational, and this is super, super critical for us. Wonderful. So with that, thank you so much for your partnership. I'm going to now conclude by inviting my colleague Agung. Agung, where are you? There you are. To now take us through the most exciting part of this keynote, which is the graduation ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Guno. Good morning, everybody. Selamat pagi. Seperti yang disebutkan tadi, hari ini kami merasa sangat senang dan terhormat karena telah bergabung bersama kita 100 lulusan program pelatihan Game Developer Google Play Unity 2024. Yang tersebar dari seluruh wilayah Indonesia, dan kami ingin menggunakan momen ini untuk merayakan kesuksesan mereka bersama-sama. Dan tentunya ini sejalan dengan Peraturan Presiden 19 tahun 2024 untuk bisa melatih talenta game di Indonesia. Dan untuk ikut merayakan keberhasilan ini, kami ingin mengundang ke atas panggung para pendukung yang sudah sangat istimewa. Pertama kami ingin mengundang Bapak Hoki Situngkir, selaku Direktur Jenderal Aplikasi dan Informatika dari Kementerian Kominfo. Lalu yang kedua Bapak Muhammad Neil El Himam, Deputi Bidang Ekonomi Digital dan Produk Kreatif, Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif. Ketiga, Syafiq Hussein, selaku Presiden Asosiasi Game Indonesia. And allow me to call you back again to stage Kunal. Dan untuk memulai wisuda kita, mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk para lulusan terbaik top scorer Google Play Unity Game Developer 2024. 3 lulusan terbaik untuk branch Game Developers, Dewi Farah Aulia Bahiyah, Zidni Bisma Mubarok, dan Vanessa Felicia Lidora. 3 lulusan terbaik untuk programmer Ardli Fadilah Wangsa Atmaja, Jervis Anderson, dan Iqbal Ahmadi. Dan 3 lulusan terbaik untuk kategori artis Ali Jaya Melio, Cynthia Dwi Kusuma Indrianti, dan Hansen Arya Wibawa Nugraha. Sungguh suatu pencapaian yang sangat luar biasa. Kami juga ingin menyampaikan bahwa terima kasih untuk Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Kominfo, dan AGI telah menjadi pendukung yang sangat berharga bagi program ini. Dan sungguh istimewa untuk semuanya bisa hadir di sini karena beliau juga berada di sana ketika 6 bulan yang lalu untuk bisa menyambut mereka ketika kami menjadi tuan rumah peluncuran program kami. Sekali lagi selamat kepada lulusan terbaik, mari kita foto bersama. Terima kasih banyak untuk seluruhnya. Terima kasih Bapak Nil, Pak Hoki, Pak Syafiq, dan Kunal telah bergabung bersama kami hari ini untuk merayakan wisuda. Terima kasih. Kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya, kami sangat bersemangat untuk merayakan kelulusan dari Game Developers untuk program pelatihan Google Play Unity. Para lulusan ini telah menghabiskan waktu 6 bulan sejak di program pelatihan Game Developers Google Play Unity untuk mempelajari keterampilan teknis dan komersial yang diperlukan untuk membuat game yang sukses. Sebuah perjalanan pembelajaran yang sangat luar biasa bagi mereka. Sekali lagi selamat. Dan sekarang, kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah juga untuk lulusan Game Developer Google Play Unity berikutnya. Setelah menyelesaikan program pembelajaran mereka, peserta diminta untuk mengikuti ujian Unity Associate Certification selama 2 jam. Dan ini bukanlah hal yang mudah. Sekali lagi selamat kepada lulusan Game Developer kami yang telah hadir di Bali. Oke, terima kasih. And thank you Kunal for helping us celebrate our graduates. You may now leave the stage. Oke, dan untuk prosesi wisuda berikutnya, kami ingin mengundang kembali ke atas panggung Syafiq Hussein, selaku Presiden Asosiasi Game Indonesia. Pada program pelatihan Google Play Unity, kami juga memiliki peserta dari berbagai penjuru Indonesia yang dilatih untuk menjadi programmer, membangun keterampilan dasar dan kompetensi mereka di bidang pemrograman, UI, debugging, dan manajemen aset. Dan inilah para programmer lulusan program pelatihan Google Play Unity kami. Tepuk tangan untuk para lulusan. Oke, dan berikutnya, mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk lulusan program pelatihan Google Play Unity Game Developers kami berikutnya. Kami berterima kasih kepada Syafiq Hussein yang telah bersama para peserta di berbagai titik perjalanan pembelajaran mereka dalam program ini. Dan juga memberikan wawasan kepada seluruh peserta tentang peluang dan tantangan pengembangan game di Indonesia. Syafiq, kami tahu betapa mereka mengagumi Anda dan menikmati kehadiran serta bimbingan Anda dalam program ini. Terima kasih. Mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Syafiq dan para lulusan programmer Google Play Unity Game Developer. Yang terakhir namun tidak kalah penting, kami memiliki lulusan Google Play Unity Game Developer dengan Learning Path Artist. Para peserta ini telah menghabiskan waktu 6 bulan terakhir untuk menguasai desain konten adegan, manajemen aset, pencahayaan, dan seni teknis serta efek. Artis memainkan peran penting dalam membangun cerita permainan. Selamat atas pencapaian semuanya dalam perjalanan pembelajaran ini. Terima kasih. Mari berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk semua lulusan Google Play Unity Game Developer 2024. Dan sekali lagi terima kasih Syafiq. Kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali ke tempat. Oke. Kami persilakan untuk kategori artis untuk bisa naik ke panggung. Oke, mari kita beri tepuk tangan yang meriah sekali lagi untuk seluruh lulusan. Terima kasih banyak Syafiq. Dan itu hadirin sekalian mengakhiri wisuda kita hari ini. Mari kita berikan tepuk tangan. Kami bangga dan merasa terhormat bisa merayakan kelulusan program ini bersama rekan-rekan semua hari ini. Karena rekan-rekan adalah bagian dari komunitas artis, developer, dan pemrogram yang hebat. Dan kami berharap kita semua bisa menerapkan apa yang telah kita pelajari dan capai dalam program ini. Kita harus selalu bisa memberikan kontribusi kepada komunitas pengembangan game di Indonesia yang dinamis. Kami tidak sabar untuk melihat hasil karya rekan-rekan semuanya. Sekali lagi selamat. Saya Agung dari Google izin undur diri dan sampai bertemu di event IGDX berikutnya bersama Google Play Unity. Terima kasih dan selamat pagi.
Well, let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for the graduation ceremony of Google Play Academy. Let's give a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for Mr. Agung to lead the session, and thank you so much also for Mr. Kunal Soni for your special speech for this session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next session? I want to boost your spirit with the big round of applause. I want to first time forth in the right side area. Let's give it a round of applause. Yay! Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the energy going. Up next, we have Syafiq Hussein, President of Asosiasi Game Indonesia, here for our keynote speech. He will be diving into Indonesia dream on game industry through presidential regulation. Let's give a big round of applause for President of Asosiasi Game Indonesia, Syafiq Hussein. Time is yours.
Wow. Hello, good morning everyone. Wow, it feels strange. Mostly I see Chiptos on stage, like giving up the opening speech. Hello, Pak Hoki, thank you for making time for being here. I'm so glad that someone's already left, so it gives me less nerves. So yeah, maybe some of you already know Chipto for like 5 years in represent the Indonesia Game Associations, but now, yeah, here I am. You will deal with me for the next 5 years, but the things that I want to say that I will continue, of course, the Chiptos and Adam's legacy for the Indonesia Games Associations, and I will be aiding the programs like I want to aim to drive business growth because it's a business industry as well. And I also want to strengthen the key areas like educations and the cross-media expansions as well. And last but not least, with the entrepreneurships development. Because I do believe that by focusing on this aspect, the initiative foster the innovations and support sustainable growth across various sectors, and ensuring a more holistic impact on both individuals and industries. I saw that right now is the industry turning point that if you know that Indonesia's game industry has grown rapidly since 2022, driven by the government support, students projects, and also some of the company who's mostly doing the outsourcing project. Right now they are creating their own IP, and also there's a lot of the game competitions right now. Also in IGDX as well. And if you see the data behind me, that explosion of the growth since 2022 is very significant until 2024. And this coincide with the government's push for game industry in moment when COVID destroyed much of the other creative sectors. And some of these come out of the government programs that drove out games for informal teams without incorporations, and also with the students project and outsourcing company now making their own IPs and product. But the studio growth is not just a trend. This sustained growth is indicative of the increasing professionalism with the Indonesia game development scene. with studios evolving from small informal teams into fully fledged companies capable of competing on a global scale. Maybe you already see some of them on the right and left area, that you see that right now is more mature, is enough, and they can talk with the publishers and probably the investors as well. And the company locations right now, well, not surprised, but Jakarta is still like the majority of the company locations for the game industry with 19.4%, and 30% is coming from Bandung, and 9.7% is in Tangerang. And size of the company that maybe you already know by talking with some of the developers that you've met for the past 2 days is most likely the team members are from 2 to 20 people, because that's the majority with 73.1%. This is just only a view, 1.1% who has like more than 100 employees. And we still have more games coming up. Of course, you see some of them who's already in the prototype, still in the concept. And when I think back, like 3-4 years ago, like we're not that kind of matters, that the people and the game, we're not that mature enough back then. But right now, I'm so proud that seeing a new developer already know what they're doing and trying to, like, you know, they already more understand about the core loop, about the monetizations, and also they know how to make a good presentations and that. So yeah, I really looking forward what they are making for now, and the things that they're gonna launch hopefully soon. Because based on our data that we do a survey on July, and 40.3% are still under development, and 35.5% game from 150 participants that we are doing the survey. 50 is a new game studios, and we have 35.5%. They already launched their game. And of course, it's not gonna happen without the government support matters. As you know, I think that they already mentioned that in February 2024, the Indonesia government signed the presidential regulations, number 19/2024, which is a very historical new move for the game industry, because this kind of the regulations coming from the industries as well. And this document made supporting the video game industry as an official task and mandated by the presidents, and it's gonna be opening ways for us as an industry to get the support directly from the government. And much of the supports include the marketing initiative and promotion, such as the Ayo Hargai on the Indonesia Games Day, and we created an event called the Game Prime, and also the IGDX as well. And we just launched an asset store called Ghana, and hopefully we're gonna announce that we're gonna have the Indonesia Games Week soon. And last but not least, I want to say thank you for all of you in this room who flew like hours and hours to visit IGDX, to any one of you like maybe have meeting every 30 minutes since 2 days ago, all the crews who worked back there, here and there, to making the IGDX happen, all the developers, all the publishers, like I just want to say thank you. Maybe I don't know you before I tap into this industry, but now that we're knowing each other's, and that's the beauty of the IGDX, that it's very intimate. It's very something that someone or everyone in this room is very approachable. But despite, I know that you are very busy doing meeting for the past 2 days. Some of you are still doing the meeting until now, but don't forget to have fun. This is the party for every of us as a game developer, as a game publisher, and remember, only games industry bring us together here. So thank you so much. And thank you for supporting IGDX. Bye. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Ya, Mr. Hafiz Hussein ya sudah tentunya menyampaikan materi pada pagi hari yang berbahagia ini. Kita berikan tepuk tangannya sekali lagi. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for your special agenda today, ladies and gentlemen. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move into our next session, we would like to recognize everyone who took part in the IGDX bootcamp this year. This program helped college students build essential skill in game development through a 4-month journey of learning and teamwork. And this year, ladies and gentlemen, we had 220 amazing individuals forming 46 teams who went through stages like articulation, incubation, and pitching. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to introduce our top 3 team from IGDX Bootcamp 2024. Well, everyone, are you ready to welcome the best team of IGDX Bootcamp 2024? Ready, more than ready, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's welcome the best team of IGDX Bootcamp 2024. We invite, please come out to the stage for the first Rock, Paper, Sweet Blade. Congratulations! And for the second, we invite the best teams of IGDX Bootcamp 2024. For the second, we invite, come up to the stage, Ekteto. Congratulations, Ekteto, as the best team. Make a good position in the middle area of the stage. And now, we invite for the best teams. The last is the Fools. Congratulations. Yes, this is the best team of the IGDX Bootcamp 2024, and congratulations again for your dedication and participation for this memorable event, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And now, we move on the certificate handover. We kindly invite, please come onto the stage, Bapak Boni Pujianto to hand over certificate. We invite once again, Bapak Boni Pujianto. Time is yours. Move on to certificate handover. This is the special day for you guys, and congratulations again for your best team of IGDX Bootcamp 2024. For the first certificate, give to Rock, Paper, Sweet Blade. Yes, congratulations. For the second, the certificate give to Ekteto. And for the last certificate, give to the Fools. Yes, and let's move on for the next photo session. Yes, let's see the camera. In 3, 2, 1. Enough? Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause again Congratulations for best team of IGDX Bootcamp 2024. Another pose, one more for the main photographer. Let's see the camera with another pose. With your big smile, ladies and gentlemen, let's see the camera. Bali, congratulations. Yay. Thank you. Well, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to come here for IGDX Business and Conference 2024 or Indonesia Game Developer Action 2024. We have so many discussion right now, ladies and gentlemen, because this event held on 3 days, 10 until 12 October 2024. And our excitement of the day 1 and day 2, let's see the video recap of day 1 and day 2, IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Let's see the video.
OEM as well, and then we also provide services as well. The only gaming clients we have is Halfbrick from Australia, but the other are mostly corporation, like also telcos, public transportation application, mini market chains.
All right, thank you. So to give you more context, Aldwin gonna share his point of view from mobile side, and Andika gonna share from the premium PC side, and Shane will talk about more on the outsourcing side. So because the microphone now is in Aldwin right now, we started with you. Can you share a little bit about your own product that you released recently?
Okay, the latest product that we released this year is called Koda Master. So
what?
Koda Master. So it's like a mini game based on trends. So On Games has been making games based on trends, especially what we see happening on TikToks or like other social media as well. And then we try to make it quite fast and then release it to the market as soon as possible. But it's just like a trial project that we do this year. This year we haven't released any new game. We released the latest release that we have is like Clackers Master Lato Lato last year, and also
Lato Lato.
Yes, Lato
Can
Lato.
you explain a little bit what is Lato Lato? Because it's very Indonesian, right? Maybe.
Yeah, in Indonesian it's called Lato Lato. I'm not sure in other countries, but as far as I know, in USA it's called Clackers. So it's like a ball to kind of ball, and then you can like tack, something like that. Yep.
Okay, so your specialty is like making game based on like what is trending right now.
Yep.
All right. So for like in your career, like in On Games history releasing game, which game is the most successful that you have?
Yeah, until today, actually, to be honest, still Tahu Bulat.
Tahu Bulat.
Yeah, still Tahu Bulat since back then in 2016.
Tahu Bulat, what is it in English?
Tofu Ball, Ron Tofu.
Ron Tofu, Tahu Ball. It's a idle clicker games.
Idle clicker games. Yep.
All right. So I want to like dig deeper more about your business models, because we saw that you make Lato Lato that is very trend in Indonesia, food from Indonesia, and a lot of things from Indonesia. Is your strategy really hyper local focus?
Yeah, so Tahu Bulat, we start Tahu Bulat because we used to make games for Nokia, and then Nokia suddenly being closed down by Microsoft, and then we have nothing left. And then we realized when we start in Android again, back then we have literally nothing. So that's why we try to see what is missing in Indonesian market that we already be here, right? So that's why we start making local games in Indonesia. And then since last year, when we released Kakak's Master, that is also the first time we start learning to do user acquisition and also marketing. And then we realized even though the game is made with the local content in Indonesia, it's not only limited in Indonesian only. That's why in Kakak's Master, we managed to also reach #1 as well in like Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and also some Middle East country as well. Yeah, so yeah, we start with local trends, but it doesn't necessarily mean we only make like local games only.
I see. So even like Tahu Bulat, is it available globally or like in Indonesian only?
With right, but at that time, at that time Google Play is not that advanced as well. In the recent year, Google Play has been growing really fast. At that time, when we changed the language to English, we get like some backlash in Indonesian.
Why would that happen?
Long story short, so if you use Indonesian Android phone but in English language, when you open Google Play, it will be in English at
I
that
see.
time. So we were said, sok bule lu in the review. So that's why we revert back and only make it available in Indonesia.
I see. So one more question for you regarding the business model for Indonesian market, because right now you're big in Indonesia, right, and start expanding globally. Which one works? Like in-app purchase, in-ads, subscription, or?
So far for us, it's still based on in-app advertisement because we made hyper-casual games. Yeah, but yeah, we are also trying to do more IAP games in our next release.
All right, thank you so much, Alvin. Now we move to Andika. You mentioned you made mobile games before. Yeah. Now you make PC games. Can you share a little bit about your latest game on PC?
The last game that I created called Potion Pyramid. Actually, it's my 4th game. While that particular game was created during COVID, so we have a lot of difficulties back then. But the reason for why we created Potion Pyramid back then is just because we didn't get in a good. Our mobile game doesn't receive well at that time because our small team is lacking of knowledge and expertise back in those time, and thus we were trying to find which best fits our goals and everything, and thus we decided to go for the premium games, which is the Potion Pyramid one. Just to give you a context, what is Potion Pyramid? It's basically like a life simulation games as a chemist. So there won't be, the game is typically looks like some things like you've already played, like Stardew Valley or maybe Harvest Moon, which it's all about life simulation games of a character inside the game. Yeah.
Got it. Awesome. So back then, you also saw the presentation from Google that a lot of Indonesian game developer, our colleague, make games for Indonesian market. But, I don't think in your time, a lot of studio game in Indonesia already make a game for global market, right? What's your thinking process making game not for Indonesian market but global market?
Based on our experience, when we were trying to create mobile games, most of our audience are pretty much more global instead of local, and thus shapes our direction and everything to go straight to the global again for the next upcoming games.
And your latest game, Potion Pyramid, in which platform is available now?
The game is available on PC, which is Steam, Epic, and other console like Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox, and including mobile as well. We do have it. We just released it in Google and Apple, literally this year.
That's quite interesting. So this is not necessarily a point of view from a PC side, but more like in the business model, right? Because Eltwin, your game is mostly freemium, right? And Andika, your game is premium, right? So you also publish it on mobile. So what do you think? Is it also space for premium game on mobile too?
Yeah, I think since the game itself is, it was originally created for a broad audience, I think this particular kind of game is really acceptable for all of the kind of the platforms, including mobile and everything. Mm-hmm.
And one more thing for you. So your game is targeting global market, right? but you're a Indonesian game developers. Are you also like thinking about growing, like selling your game more in Indonesia or not?
Do you mean in the future?
No, potion permit have sales from Indonesia
Oh,
now.
okay. Actually, like the potion permit, for the potion permit case, like the sales for PC and console is rather low for the Indonesian markets.
How low? Less than 10%?
Less than 1%. I think
less
it's
than
like,
1%.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. However, the interesting part is like during the, I mean, like within the mobile platform, I think Indonesia is ranked number 3 or 4. So it's kind of a bit surprising for us as well.
Nice. I think it's gonna be a good news if like more and more Indonesian gamers play Potion Permit like on mobile too, right?
Yep. Hopefully.
Awesome. Hopefully. All right. Let's move to Shani. So I know Agate do a lot of things, but too many things. But what makes you like keep making services, and what kind of maybe first what service that Agate usually do?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, so we do many things, right? But right now, I think we have 4 main services.
4.
The first one is full service, full end-to-end game development. So we sell it as a service, and also we sometimes do co-development projects with our partners and clients. And then second service is we do porting. So we help other bigger studios or maybe like similar size studios as well to convert game from PC to Switch, for example, or other platforms as well. And then we started to offer art production service as well. And then, so art service basically because I think that's art service is one of the most mature segment in the external development service as a whole, right? So that's why we try to expand to that area as well. And then the fourth, last but not least, is as like I mentioned, we also offering gamification solutions for it's like totally different client segment. Like some are Indonesian companies, like very traditional companies like banks or like maybe like automotive companies and all that, or sometimes like streaming platform. But also, I think this year they have been doing pretty well because they've been able to securing projects from global as well. So yeah, we do many things, but we also like do like PC, console, mobile, and like a lot of things actually. Yeah.
There's a lot of things. So you do 4 different kind of pipeline for outsourcing, and then you also make your own IP.
Yes.
How many teams in your employee in your team right now?
So we have 220 people, but we have a very strong and solid leadership team. So that's why we are able to, like manage all this and also like pivoting a lot actually in the past 3 years, I would say, because like in the past 3 years, a lot has been happening, like since like the Web3 projects, like high demand, right, back then, and then also like Web3 projects suddenly like going down, right? And then we have to pivot to new client segments, like entering the more mature external development industry in the global. So it's like really challenging times, but I think we've managed to still grow the business. And actually, like since 3 years back, I think before we are mostly the revenue coming from local clients mostly, but right now most of the revenues is actually coming from the global clients. So I think we've been doing pretty good in that sense. Yeah. So
this is awesome. By the way, Shen, I know that it's very common for game developers like having like to also like outsourcing services, right? To
Service
make sure
and product, right?
Yeah, to measure the studio offload because like making own games. Not companies, I mean their own games, not your own
self-developed games.
Self-developed games, and it's very
risky,
hard and risky and everything. So, in your opinion, like you already have like a very wide horizon regarding like a lot of things happening. Do you think which direction is the trend? Is it like for safest for them like doing porting, doing full services, or like what else? Gamification or art production.
Full game
the demand, which is the biggest?
The demand is actually changing from time to time, I would say.
All right.
Yeah, so I think like in 2022, 2023, a lot of the demand coming mainly to the full game dev service, which
See.
is that is actually still the main strength of Agate. So we have like a complete full game development team, right? So we can do from like all the way from the ideation, prototyping, rapid prototyping, and also like all the way to QA, and even we have like small publishing team as well that can help to do publishing for the games as well. But in the past 1-2 years, so full game development, it's been challenging because as you know, like the macroeconomy and like the game industry going down as well, like in the past 1-2 years, right? So it's kind of like maybe the funding pool is a bit shrinking, and then also it's a lot more selective for either like publishers or studios to greenlight new projects like full game development projects. So that's why, thankfully, we are pretty diverse in the business.
You
So I
can
think it's
easily switch.
Yeah. So it's a bit pros and cons though. Like becoming more like super diverse is, of course, like there is a lack of focus, but at the same time, if things start to get rough in one of the main segment, then we can diversify the business pretty quickly. So like for example, right, like porting, art, they've been getting a lot more traction in the past maybe 6 months or so. So yeah, I think that's the key, one of the key actually for game studios to be able to keep growing, even though the the external factor is very uncertain. Yeah.
Got it. All right, nice. Andika, we're going back to you with Potion Permit. We can say that Potion Permit is also one of the most successful release in the last year, right? You and Coral Island, Coffee Talk 2, Space for the Unbound. What are the challenges that you have that you had faced until like you released the game?
I think the most difficult part is the first step, because you need to define like what sort of things that you need to go and what sort of markets that you want to reach, because otherwise you're just going to make some particular products whose nobody wants to play it, right? So in that sense, you need to have some kind of experience, some fundamentals of like data and everything, and including you need to use your guts like to decide and to know and to sense like what kind of products that necessary to be made. I think since I came as a mobile game developer back then, I have like a mindset like problem solving. So you need to make something that really necessary, and there are some people in this world that would love to play your game. I think that's the most important thing, and I think it's the hardest one.
And how did you do that? I mean, like, how's the thinking process for Potion Permit?
For the Potion Permit one, I did some very simple observations, actually.
Simple?
Not that simple, but
really?
because
interesting.
I don't have any kind of complicated methodology. I'm just doing something based on my gut and everything. But I went forum to forum, discussion to discussion for for some certain titles that I'm trying to find some keynotes, and then I try to find like what are the things they didn't get from the particular games that they are playing at that time, and thus I was trying to look around for like 10 to 20 games, and thus I was trying to find like the redlining from all over the game, and thus I tried to come up with the Potion Permit one.
Damn. So you like really deep down into all the communities and then observe, play all the games.
True. Because like one of the reasons for why I came up with Potion Permit is like at that time live simulation game is kind of a bit overcrowded, and thus I would like to create something different and give something fresh but acceptable for the communities.
What differs you from other like simulation game out there?
Live simulation games tend towards. People tend to compare them to farming live simulation games.
Yeah.
But so I wrap it up like to make it something much more simple. Like we are live simulation games, but without farming mechanics. I think that's the punchline, maybe.
Yeah. That's interesting. Live simulation game without farming mechanic. All right. Yeah, that's fresh. Yes, fresh. All right. Awesome. And Altwin, do you have any challenges like making mobile games?
Challenge in making mobile games. Of course, mobile games is the industry is getting more mature as well. Of course, competition will be yeah, literally much difficult as well because it's already mature. But there's always a room, I guess. But yeah, we need to keep learning. I think that's the biggest challenge in the mobile industry.
I heard a lot of discussion regarding like, okay, what Andika mentions is like ideation, right? Deciding which game we are going to make depends on our strengths, the market, and the trend. And I heard a lot of like, the trend right now is getting hard also on the feasibility. Is it also your case?
Yeah, if you don't want to do any user acquisition, of course it will be very hard for now because the market is very mature. I think the main challenge for the mobile game industry right now is how do you actually monetize? But, yeah, if you directly just start making games and then you didn't think about monetization since the beginning, of course it will be very hard.
How's the process like adding monetization mindset, like business mindset when you're first designing the game? I mean, like, are you like already thinking about, okay, I'm gonna do a lot of in-app purchase rather than ads, or like what you usually do?
Yeah, I think thinking about monetization, I think the first thing that you need to consider is what do you want to sell, right? In terms of playing games, of course you want to sell the experience. Of course you want to sell the fun part of the game, right? And then you need to really understand how your user will know that after their purchase, after they're watching some ads, they will get the fun. I think that's the most important part when you design the mobile games. If you don't start from that part, you will end up with like a fun game, but when you have the monetization, it will feel really bad. So I think in terms of not just like, okay, let's go for IAP, or let's go for advertisement, you need to really understand what value you want to sell to your players.
What is the best way? I mean, like if there's a new game developers like now want to develop their own mobile games, and they want to like really understand the business side, what the best way like to find out where to put the monetization part on their game? Should they like research it to other games, or like there's a formula that you can use?
Yeah, because mobile game is quite different. Of course, you can go in the beginning if you want to like study a lot of games and then try to imitate as well. It can be like a good start, but you need to know that the game that you imitate, especially if it's like a very good game, of course they have a very big team behind it. They have like a proper like marketing team and also the other team as well. I think the first step is on the game designer role. They need to really understand, yeah, back to what do they want to sell again.
So the kind of genre that you decide that you want to make define like how you monetize the game, right?
Yep.
How about the demographic? Is it different, like the behavior of like spending in Indonesia compared to like in Australia, in US, in Japan?
Of course, it's very different. If you want, not only for the in a purchase, the purchasing power, but I mean in terms of like the tolerance of like watching ads, also something that you need to consider for the
tolerance for watching ads.
Yeah, I think in my experience, in on games experience, we see that the Indonesian people are more tolerant to like advertisement. But if you put the same amount of advertisement in the like say like Western market, you will get more bad review.
I see. All right, that's interesting. So the thing we need to think about the design of the game, also like the target market of the game, to make sure that we craft the perfect monetization model. All right, awesome. Thank you, Altwin. Back to Shani. What's the challenge for you, like to getting jobs, getting clients, especially with range amount of like services that you give, and now you're going globally? Like, I know it's getting harder and harder for like Indonesian developers too, right? So, what's the challenge for you?
Yeah, so I think a lot of challenges actually.
A lot of challenges.
Of course, right? Like
Yep.
because game project is a very complex project. Like since like the product direction, right? The game design and all that. Like you know better than me as well. It's a very complex project. So of course, it's also have its own challenge to convince a client to work with us, and especially because right now we are targeting like global clients, right? So of course we are starting to compete with like other like all studios around the world actually, especially other emerging countries that have a lot of good studios out there, right? So that's very general, but I think the main challenge remain that that keeps coming, and also the main dilemma of a outsourcing service studio is balancing between the client's various needs and also ever-changing needs, right? Because as Elvin mentioned as well, the game industry is like changing very fast, like the technology and like the up and coming genre as well, and also the how to maintain our area of focus. So right, like it's always juggling, and then like I think the question keeps coming as well inside the Agate team, whether we should accept this project or not,
yeah.
because like for example, right, okay, we want to, you know, like building our strength or capability in this kind of genre, right, like maybe the camera is maybe top down, but suddenly there is projects coming and then like it's totally not top down. So like then what should we do, right? Like because business is business, and then after we exploring the projects and then like considering all the factors, right? It's still a good business to do, right? So that's why, yeah, it's always, I think the challenge is how to be adaptable as well as a team, right? Because if you are too limited in your capability, then of course the potential projects that you can get is also very limited. So I think it's still a journey for us as well. So I think it remains the main challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting, because as you mentioned, like technology keeps changing, right?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a new tech, new platform, new game engine, and when you decide you want to build focus capability in one certain area, maybe like the trend is gonna be changing again. Yeah. So you need to adapt onto all of that, right?
Yes, we need to adapt, but at the same time, we have to have a conviction as well to keep building on the certain, like to basically to have a compounding capability in the future as well to set us apart. Because as I mentioned, right, on the other hand, the competition is getting harder as well. One is because it's a global competition, while at the same time, as you can see here as well in Indonesia, that a lot of more like even like student projects looks like
super nice.
Super nice
Yes.
as well, yeah. So that's why, like because like having a capability, like compounding capability, is also helpful as well, right? To set us apart of the other studios out there. So I think, yeah. That's the challenge.
Yeah. Also, I'm also interested to touch back on your statement that now your client is mostly from global. How do you do that? I mean, how you can get more presence in the global market?
Yeah, I think one of them is because of the like increasing government support as well. Like since
You said that because not is
no,
government support, right?
No, I like no, it's not for licking the butt or anything like that. But I think like it's true though. Like I mean. You know, paying for the booth is still like kind of like expensive stuff, right? Even for bigger studio like us. So that's why it's really key for the government to keep supporting because it's showing because it's showing a good result as well, right? Like as you can see from the quality of products and all that, and then also like the I think the increasing spotlight from the global game industry to Indonesia as well. So I think it's very amazing, yeah, so far. And then, yeah, I think the global presence is basically to be there to spend actually as well.
Yeah, sure.
So one thing the government is supporting, like buying the booth and all that, but of course we need to spend as well, right? To buy the tickets, the accommodation, and also to like prepare for the merchandise, right? For to be given to the potential partners. So I think to just be active and then be very resilient to also coming to all the networking events, parties, and all that, because it's a matter of building relationship and trust as well.
True.
Yes, like this friend of mine keeps saying that like selling our technical capability is one thing, but at the end of the day, people will only want to work with people they like, right? So that's why coming into the event and then building like genuine relationship is also very important. Yeah.
Did you ever get like a comment like when you try to sell your services from Indonesia, like what is Indonesia?
Not anymore,
Not
actually.
anymore,
Not
right?
anymore. Yeah. So I think that's also one of the key indicator that we
indicator.
are going into the we are on the right track. I think because not anymore actually. So a lot of people knows like, I met Cipto the other day, right, from the Indonesian Game Association. So like something like that, or other companies like Potion Permit developers. So it's like I think like more and more success story coming from Indonesia. So we don't get those kind of questions anymore, actually. Yeah.
I see. So like the reputation from all of the like game developer in the region like also have built the credibility, right?
Yes, like maybe 10 years ago when I came to GDC, right, for example, and then they say, oh, you come all the way from Indonesia? It's like, and then maybe they don't even know like where
What is
Indonesia is.
Indonesia?
Yeah,
They know
so-
Bali maybe.
Yeah, maybe. So I think, yeah, so sorry. So, like, it keeps rotating. So yeah, I think we are on the right track. Hopefully we can have more and more success stories in the future, yeah, for Indonesia.
I see. Got it. Moving back to Andika, you are aiming like global market, like. So what do you think about the level? I mean, is it a challenge for you to like keep the level of quality at the same level of global games or not?
Yeah, I think since we aim for, it happens in many industry, right? Like if you aim for something global, then you need to compete at the global level, right? And everyone at that, in every kind of stages, they have their own challenges. So that's one of our homeworks right now. Like we need to keep our pace so we can compete to the global audiences. And we believe like all the challenges through time is keep getting tougher. So we need to like level up as fast as we could.
Since your Potion Permit is very, very successful back then, what is the best lesson learned that you get from that launch of the game that you will implement for your next games?
It's tough, but the least thing that I learned from my previous project is like we should not expect our upcoming game to be successful, but we should not also expect our game for our next upcoming game to be failed, because that way we will come prepared for anything. Like any outcomes that will going to us. It's all because this kind of industry is kind of a bit dynamic, and thus we need to be very sensitive and adaptive towards any of the upcoming challenges, whether it is can be seen or something and indirectly that we couldn't see, because we believe like failure is costly, right?
Yes, true.
And we believe also like not everyone who fails manage to learn from their mistakes. So we need to be prepared for anything for the upcoming. So basically, I don't have the best tips, but that's the least thing that I could give.
Keep
right?
cautious, like keep like even though you're already successful, you keep like having like underdog mindset, like just okay.
We need to keep to challenge ourselves all the time.
Got it. Awesome. And Altwin, are you also like, now are you thinking about going more global in the future? Like now, like this is my time, my quality already over there, so I'm gonna compete with the global market.
Yeah, we do have games in development as well for the global market. Yeah.
So what changed? What different like making game for Indonesia and a global market? Is there any like design and quality? You need to spend more time. You need to invest more money, or like do you think the process is gonna be the same with?
I think generally the process is still the same. If you talk about finding the fun, finding what you want to sell to the users, of course, you need to understand from different point of view as well. Regarding the money, because we need to spend some budget for user acquisition as well. Of course, it will be different according to the market. Yeah, but generally the process is still the same. I think in the end we're still making games for humans, right?
Yep. And what do you think about collaborating with like I don't know, maybe publishers or like other like to help you like touch in more gamers in worldwide?
Yeah, I think it's a good approach. In the end, the market is getting more like localization right now. So in the end, nobody will understand the whole world as well. So working together with various people will do help a lot.
Gotcha. I think we have a couple of times for Q&A. If you have a question that you want to ask about mobile games and Indonesia and global with off to Eltwin, or like Potion Permit and premium market games to Andika, or like outsourcing games to Shani, please raise your hand and we can give the mic for you. Go ahead. Are there any questions? No. Okay, if everything's good, I think we can wrap up the session. Thank you so much, Eltwin, Andika, and Shani for your time. I hope your session can inspire more developers and make them more successful. Good luck for your next games and your next services too. I hope we can see you again next year. Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon.
Well, thank you so much for the all moderator and the all panelists. Let's take a picture together with the photo session. We invite all the photographer to take a picture with the moderator and amazing panelists today. All right, let's see the camera with the formal pose in 1, 2, 3. Another pose. Bali, cheers. Thank you so much. Video, say hello to the camera. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, our amazing moderator and panelists. Thank you. Let's back to the sheet. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also see and learn about the story or discussion, panel discussion, talking about stories from biggest success from Indonesia. And now, are you ready for the next session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen? Ready? Okay, I want to hear your sound voice. If I say IGDX visit and conference, let's say naik level. Okay, IGDX business and conference. Naik level. Once again, IGDX Business and Conference, naik level. Let's give a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this event can be held because the support, the partner. We would like to say thank you so much for the partner. Thanks to Garena. Thanks also to Moscow Agency of Creative Industries. Thank you for Non-Digital Indonesia, and thank you for Google. Thank you so much for the partner to support this event, IGDX Business and Conference 2024, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we move again for the next agenda. We also have so many panel discussion today. The panel discussion looking forward how games success globally and Indonesian position now, that discuss the growth of video games across countries and continents and where Indonesia will be in the next 3 until 5 years, ladies and gentlemen. And our moderator, Mr. Cipto Adiguno, Board of Advisor of our Asosiasi Games Indonesia, will lead this amazing topic and gather as much learning point as possible, ladies and gentlemen. And let's give a big round of applause for our moderator today, Mr. Cipto Adiguno. Time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone still have high spirits. Great to meet you all. My name is Cipto. I used to be the president of AGI until a few months ago. And now I'm the board of advisor, trying to transition into Shafiq's new era. Thank you for being here, and I hope this panel can bring a lot of insights and be interesting for you. We have 3 great speakers today joining us in this panel. I will introduce them one by one, and please come on stage we'll start with Justin Berenbaum from Exola. And our second speaker. So you put the short guy in the short chair? No way. Just sit over there. Anyway, it's fine. And the second speaker is Julien Fildu from Leveling Partners. And our third speaker is Gabriela Siemenkovic from 11-Bit Studio. Oh yeah. Oh, should I go down a bit? Okay, okay. Wait. How do I do that? Some technical issues. All right, as you can see, these are three very distinguished speakers. They come from different parts of the world. Justin comes from Exola, who is based in USA, and Julien is part of the French delegation, of course comes from France, and Gabriela comes from 11-Bit Studio, who is from Poland. So, woo, Poland mention. So I'm hoping in this panel we're going to talk about, we see in the earlier today, we saw the introduction about the games industry in Indonesia and how it's grown, but we really want to know where are we now compared to the trajectory or the history of games industry growth in other countries. So these three speakers, each of their countries have strong game industries already, but we want to know where we are and are we actually heading in the right direction. So I think we'll start with just keep this casual. We'll keep this like a casual talk. So I guess we'll start with a bit of a sharing with the video games industry in each of your regions and countries, and maybe tell a bit of a story how what is the games industry in your country is like now, and how did you get here actually? Yeah.
Okay, testing. Okay, hi everyone. So as far as Poland goes, I think it started developing in early 2000s. I'm sure some of you know CD Projekt Red and The Witcher series, and then their highly acclaimed Cyberpunk 2077. I think this was our first big hit that kind of put Polish developers on the map, but after CD Projekt Red, more developers started getting inspired, and a lot of indie game studios started being created. Of course, 11-Bit Studios as well, and Techland, and Bluebird Team, and Feardemic that is also here with us.
Of course.
Of course, of course. And I believe that after our first hit that put us on a global map, we just started being more cooperative, and which is, I think, very important. I think developers cooperating, inspiring each other, supporting each other was very important. Governmental funding and a lot of support overall, like with funds for our developing studios, and this creative support connected with funding as well, I think was a really good base for us to develop for those 20 years. And after the first hit, we had our This War of Mine release that was very well received, which I'm very humbled and happy about. Thank you so much. Amazing. And I think it's a good example of using the culture of the country for the purpose of creating a game from our perspective, because we are the best storytellers for this, right? So with This War of Mine and Frostpunk, we were put on the map for the indie studios as well. And right now, in 2024, I believe that Poland as a whole already is kind of perceived as a good Central European hub for creativity, for gaming, and we do a lot of mentorship programs as well, and there is more and more games coming that are being well recognized globally, from horror to RPGs to strategies to platformers. So we don't really have like a specific genre, I think. I think we are all across the board here, so I don't think there is like a cure for like Poland being like a very specific genre for gaming. I think we are just creative and like to do creative things. So I suppose 2024 is looking more or less pretty good for us. Yeah.
Yeah. How about you, Julian?
Hi everyone, thank you for hosting this panel. Thank you Tipto, and thank you to everyone for this great edition of IGDX. It's amazing to see all these talented people, very excited, very enthusiastic, and to be part of this, it's really cool. What about in France? Long story short, it began in early 80s or 90s with a strong ecosystem of developers, solo devs that have no really skills in video game development, but they were really talented. We could say like Frédéric Rénal, Michel Ancel, the father of Rayman, Frédéric Rénal who did Alone in the Dark. So this was probably the beginning of the industry, not industry, but of the developing games in France. And at the same time, we saw the rise of some of indies, but we didn't say indies at this time. We say the developer games. And as in Poland, I think, probably earlier, but they were structuring, they were gathering, and they were helping each other to understand how the market was going on and what were the keys for going internationally. Because I think it's one of the points very important in what happened in France during 40 years. One of the key points is also that we had some international companies that grow very fastly, as Infogram, Ubisoft 35 years ago, or Gameloft, and they were really important in the ecosystem structuration because all the people, all the developers, talented people in these companies, after 2, 3, or 5 years, they wanted to set up their own companies. And then we had a very multiple, very diverse ecosystem of developing games. First on PC consoles, then after 2008 on mobile. One of the turning points in this history is the recognition of video game as a cultural pillar of the culture in France. It took time. I remember some discussions with politicians that they were talking with me and telling, well, you are 50 developers and games is something that we don't understand. It's not cultural. And so we had to go further. We had to convince. We had to work harder. And then in 2006, we had the recognition by the French Ministry of Culture. He awarded Miyamoto and Frédéric Rénal. And this is a really important turning point because after we had in 2008 the tax credits. So yeah, it was in the flow of this recognition. And this is the turning point. The tax credit was really amazing as it changed the face of the video game ecosystem in France. We had during this period a real brain drain from Quebec with the tax credit, and we had more than 10,000 people, 10,000 developers who left France for Quebec. Quebec is very nice, but
Speaks French.
France is better. So we had to do our best to get them back.
Here. No Canadians here, it's okay.
Yeah. I love Canada, I love Quebec. I have many friends over there. And so this is the beginning of the story, and just to be quick, we had after a long period of attractiveness and of international setting companies and thinking about how to bring very important companies like publishers in France. And that was really the turning point, 2008. Then after we grow and we had split in different platforms like mobile gaming with after famous companies as Voodoo's and as Madbox or others. So I think the story is important to understand that it was long, it was hard, the journey is not finished, but we had to really work hard with the official and with the government. The support of the government has been key.
Awesome, awesome to hear. Yeah. How about it's in the U.S., Justin?
I'm going to keep this pretty quick because most people, I think, know the story of the U.S. market.
Really?
Although I do want to say there's some parallels that I think people need to understand. I've been around long enough. When I started at Capcom in the 90s, games were not recognized as protected speech in the U.S. They were actually there was congressional hearings. They were trying to ban games. They were trying to put them in the back rooms next to
Sounds
porn.
familiar.
They were trying to put them in the back rooms next to porn, and they actually were going to label them hazardous like cigarettes. Yep. And so, like, you had the turning point when the government recognized that the Supreme Court in the United States finally granted them protected speech status and classified them the same as books, TVs, film. And by the way, our market was huge before that. There's one big advantage we have, right? America's got a lot of money. We spend a lot of money, so we were attractive. So it all started in Japan, but Japan needed the money from the US. I was lucky to work for a Japanese publisher. And again, the story is similar though. The development, the first parties were all in Japan. They wanted offices in the US. The publishers and developers wanted offices in the US. And it's always the one or two really big publishers or really big studios that come. They're there, the good people there decide they want to start their own thing, similar stories, they spin out, and then those people and their talent attract more people, and that's when the brain drain stops. I think, you know, we saw a ton of it even from Canada. Before all the tax credits, all the Canadians were coming to the US to make games, and then they started staying on the tax credits. So I think government recognition is a huge piece of actually getting the economy going in games, understanding the importance of the digital economy. When I was shipping games, it started on cartridges. We were still shipping cartridges and selling cartridges. So I think there's a huge advantage now. I think Malaysia's recognition before, and then now you guys' recognition in Indonesia. The market's great. I think that all the steps are there, and the next step is to try to get a few more big companies here, so that talent then stays and spins off. And so the expertise, senior level production, senior level design with a global perspective is the only thing I think is missing sometimes.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the great insights. Yes, you can see the three different countries have different histories on how games grew. Like some of them took very, very long, such as the US. I think you guys started in the arcade era even. And then friends, Julian mentioned, started in the 80s. And Poland is very fast. I mean, starts at about the 2000s. So based on, yeah. But based on your outside perspective, where do you see Indonesia is now? I mean, because I've been here for my entire life. Maybe I don't have this kind of perspective of seeing and comparing where we are now compared to where you were. So maybe you can give a bit of an insight on this. Where do you think we are? Maybe let's start with Justin because you have the mic.
I think we talked about it a minute ago. I think we can attest by what happened this morning with important people coming and recognize the value and importance in games. I think it's a huge start. I think as soon as that happens, everything else starts to happen. Tax credits, universities, studios being recognized. You know, culturally in some countries, games weren't accepted until recently.
Here too.
And it was looked down. If you were a programmer or engineer, you should go work at Microsoft or Adobe or Cisco. And if you decide to go into games, people thought you were crazy or ostracized. I think now that cultural shift changes, the next piece is the government support and the industries like you. I mean, I came here 2 years ago because you ran into me at Level Up, said, hey, you have to come to our little show. I'm like, okay, canceled the vacation and came here.
Still a vacation, right?
Yeah, not as much. I'm supposed to be on a beach in Phuket, but...
You're in the beach in Bali now.
In source, but I think that's just taking the time to go out and reach out and invite people from other places. I mean, I would have never really understood there was actually a huge vibrant market here. That's another piece of it, is making sure that you let the rest of the world know that you're actually here. So going out and going to events, bringing delegations, even starting small. Maybe it's not something as expensive as a GDC or Gamescom, but maybe you bring a small delegation to places like PAX so consumers can start understanding there's a market there. Definitely working to tout the success of some of the games that have come out. I don't think a lot of people know that those games actually came from Indonesia. So there's a lot of things. I think the trajectory is good. You've been able to learn a lot from other countries that have done it, and so you can accelerate. I mean, Poland's an example, but it still wasn't an overnight success. It took 15, 20 years. I think because of digital, you guys can all accelerate that. And the support of the government, the shows like this are huge. I think just making sure everybody cooperates. I think people often think they're competing, but there's an old saying, rising tide lifts all boats. The more you all help each other, the faster the ecosystem grows, the more talent is here, the more jobs, the more money, the more recognition, and it all will add up.
Collaboration, yeah. Julian,
Well, I think that the story has just begun in Indonesia for the game attractive ecosystem. The question is, okay, there is a political will. We saw it, we wrote it, we heard it, and now the question is, when will it be concrete with real support for these many thousand developers that are living, developing, working in Indonesia. Because the question is that if you support companies, you become, for sure, very interesting for the companies based on Indonesia, but also you attract international companies. And this is one of the points that we had in mind in France and we continue to have in mind is how could we imagine to come and to attract the most key actors of the industry. It's quite difficult. We have the language barrier in France. You don't have here. Everyone speaks good English, and you
really?
can. Yeah, quite good. And then this is probably an aspect that you have to consider, just to put in the supports how you could bring more international companies. I think EGDX is a good point of crystallization, that you bring some international C-level, you bring developers, you bring international studios, and then it gathers with the local ecosystem. And as you mentioned, Bali and Indonesia is more known in Europe as a holiday destination. But now we take it seriously as considering a video game destination. So this is also that we have in mind in France, and that's why this year we had a strong delegation with 24 people. Last year we were like 12, so we double, and with your help and the support of the French embassy. So we consider also Indonesia has a strong market and very interesting market, because in the context that the industry is quite freezing, we are looking for a new project, we are looking for new IPs, we are looking for new creativity. And what is interesting in the video game creation is that you can also bring your history, your everything that makes Indonesia specific to the whole market. And this is interesting for our publishers because they want also something new for gamers. They want to be identified as new, as new contents. So probably, I think that you have all in mind, all in hands, what could be something very interesting in this area and in South Asia for international level developers and publishers.
Please go ahead.
I think one thing that both of you mentioned that I completely agree with is creativity and cooperation. And I think being here for the last 3 days, creativity is not lacking for sure. I've seen many amazing ideas and projects, but I think the cooperation in a broad spectrum is very important internationally as well. Hence the IGDX, I think, was a great idea as like a starting point. There's plenty of publishers coming in here, but I think what could be potentially very important is actually the mentorship and developers coming in. Diversity is so important in gaming, and diversity can mean many things. But for us specifically, and I think we can say that for all of us here, is that all of our companies have people from all over. And it's not only all over in the spectrum of life, as in different, there are both men, women, and non-binary people, right? But there's also a lot of people from all over the world working for 11-bit, and this kind of fresh mindsets from the perspective of Indonesia, I think is more the context of seniority and people coming in that already have IPs behind them, already have projects that they did, because talent and ideas are not a problem here for sure, but direction and where to go, how to expand, I think is so vital, and I think it's not quite there yet, but I personally think, and we've talked about it before already, that Poland's history back in 2000s is very similar to what's happening in Indonesia, but I'm pretty confident it's going to happen much faster. Those were different times. We didn't have the opportunities for international conferences or exchanging ideas. We did it in our own sort of backyard. And now, I think nowadays, inviting people in, I think you've mentioned yesterday, it was like 19 countries here this time, which is huge. Doing some mentorship programs and focusing, as you've mentioned, on the cultural aspect, I think would be very interesting. Not sure if many of you know how many games actually release monthly on Steam, but it's in thousands. And if you think about it, if it's yet another game that is fairly similar to everything else we see in the world, like how easy or how difficult would it be for that game to succeed? But Indonesia, I think, has such an underrepresented culture worldwide, right? I don't think it's that well known, and I think it's such a unique value proposition for gaming to introduce it. And I think we, looking even at this year, I think we can agree that games that have this cultural heritage background or like historical aspects simply are becoming popular because it's new, because it's fresh. We have various titles. I could go from my own perspective, right, with This War of Mine, which is a title that is actually in the school's curriculum in Poland. This is taught in schools, and we talked, put a lot of effort and impact on the governmental support, and that's exactly it. It's so important to recognize gaming as art, because gaming is art. It's a cultural also pillar, I think. You can tell your own country's story not only through movies and books, but I think gaming is such a good opportunity to do it. With we have the game The Invincible, which is just the sci-fi's author Stanisław Lem's book, but made into a gaming form, right? We kind of try to put cultural aspects of the Polish culture into our games. And I think this is something that could potentially work for Indonesia as well. And we had the good example of the Black Myth Wukong, right, game, which I think in Indonesia mobile industry and mobile gaming is very prominent, and it's very big. If I remember correctly, the Black Myth Wukong's company used to do only mobile and then just went in and created a game that is critically acclaimed worldwide. And it does directly involve the culture of the country. And there's more and more, I could go on and on, but I won't, on titles that in one way or another connect to the cultural heritage. And I think that's something that could potentially be very beneficial.
Maybe a bit of that. Can you share, like Julian or Justin, can you share a bit about how the culture in our own regions, like France or US, actually helped shape like the growth, or even like maybe in a negative way, you know, of industry? Like, I mean, it's different, right? In different places. Gabriela has been mentioning about how cultural games actually push it. How was it on your two sides?
I think in France we just wanted not to be French. So
no croissant.
Yeah, no, but I don't know why. Probably we were frustrated about I don't know, making French games to the international. But we wanted to do games for the international market, as we can do as a talented French developers. So the question is not how can we bring our cultural aspects, because we bring for sure We have education, we have our history, we have the way of thinking the world, or, well, wine, food, la baguette, le beret, bref, cliché. So we don't want this in our games, you know, not anymore. But we can bring probably something about creativity, about the way of making games. And I think that our talented people are really recognized in the world for this aspect. So we want to promote this, either the French game, you know, at the international level. I think it's more important. But I completely agree with what you said about Indonesian culture and history. I think that it's really important to know that in the video game industry we can bring this heritage, you can bring this history, these cultural aspects all over the world. You can spread the word about that. And I think it's very important when we think about how to speak about a country, how to speak about what happens in a country. Video games is today the most important industry in the world, cultural industry. Everyone plays, so I think that it's an issue, really critical issue to consider that we can bring this all over the world. So that's why in France we don't want to make French games, but we want to make like a French creativity in our games.
I was to say, well, America overly exports our culture already, and or our lack of culture. So I don't think we. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I understand. So for us, it's definitely not about that. It's really about creativity. I think it's about ingenuity. I actually have a slightly different opinion on the cultural aspect. I think I spent a lot of time in Latin America early on when they were trying to grow as a market. And one of the problems there was the government was pushing every game to be culturally relevant and culturally. And the problem with that is most of the world doesn't care about your culture until you make them care. So the best way to do it is make a great game. And if that game includes parts of your culture that people can learn, that is the way to go. So I do caution folks, absolutely embrace your culture, absolutely take advantage of the unique pieces of it, but don't force it down other people's throats. You do have to think globally. The market is global, and if you want to succeed, you have to be global. You know, Indonesia is potentially a huge market, but financially, it's not going to be enough to keep all the studios going and surviving. You've got to export your culture, but you can't force it down people's throats. Yeah. So I think that's a super important thing about the culture. I do think there's huge advantages here, and I've been saying this the last few talks. I think all over Southeast Asia has the biggest opportunity that any territory has ever had in this market, because it's too darn expensive to make games in the US anymore. I work for an investment company. we're a small indie investor, and we have not signed a game in the US. We've signed 13 games, and none have been from the West. We just can't afford to. The quality is there. The one thing missing, and I don't want to harp on this too much, is the senior level design and the global production perspective on how to really understand a global market. That's the thing that's missing from almost every emerging market. So it's not just Indonesia, and that's really hard to find. It's too expensive to hire somebody from the US to live here. But that is always the missing piece, is that senior level design, senior level production talent that can bring the culture and the experience and the art and the programming and the creativity and tie it together in a package that the rest of the world will want to buy.
That's great. Thank you all for that. Maybe we should go to the actual title of this, which is Looking Forward. So you've mentioned about there's a lot of culture here and like a lot of support of the government. There is political will. And also, like Justin said, this area, this region of the world tends to be less expensive, I guess, to make game products compared to the more developed parts of the world, like the US. So, looking at these things we currently have, what kind of future can you see us, like Indonesia, in the game industry in Indonesia? What do you think it will be in the next 4 or 5 years? Of course, we can't see the future, but you can maybe compare to how your own countries or like where we are currently and what we have. Where do you think we'll be in the next 4 or 5 years? Let's start with Julian first.
That's a hard question. Probably you have a lack of Goliaths, but you have many Davids. So probably you have some Goliaths in the industry. I mean, important companies that gonna drive all the industry, you know, in the flow. So probably to try to set up and to have this great success with one or two studios that gonna be examples and gonna drive all the industry. Probably this is the first point. Second one is to internationalize the productions and the games, and to speak, as Justin said, to be on the international level, because the market is global. So you have to think global and just to think about how this game, with or not with cultural aspects, could be a success on this market. And after, probably a third point is to make games on diverse platforms. At the moment, I think mobile games is really rising and is quite dynamic, but I think that you have to consider more about PC and consoles games, because we more know how to make games and sell them, and it's more easy to convince some international publishers about these kind of games. So for me, it's the 3 points, and after also one is key is the government support and fostering the ecosystem, gathering with all the aspects, educational training, and we talked about incubation and mentoring. This is very important, but I think that you have already this in mind, and you already do that. We saw a lot of initiative during these 2 days of meetings, and it's very interesting and very relevant how you are at this point very open to the rest of the world. So I think that everything is here to put it and to access to the next level.
Thank you, Julian.
Yeah, sure. I don't think we're going to be very different with our ideas. I think we're going to be kind of repeating each other in different, saying it in different ways. But I definitely agree, and I'm going to go reversed from the last one, that these incubators and mentorships and overall like this cooperation between global industries and big global companies is vital. We've already mentioned it before that like success of one company is not a failure of another. That's why I love gaming industry myself, that we are such a cooperative and inspiring and creative bunch of people. We don't necessarily fight for customers, so to speak. It's and in this context, the lack of seniority right now is something to tackle. And answering your question of 4 or 5 years from now, obviously it depends. But considering what I see here and what we've discussed already, that there is understanding of where you are right now, where you need to be to go global, if the goal is to be global. Mobile gaming, as you've mentioned, Julian, already, and something I wanted to mention as well, is very popular worldwide, of course. It's like a 50% plus of the whole gaming industry is mobile. Then you have PC, and then you have console splitting the other half. However, for the global market, mobile is not as prominent, not as supported by the big companies as console and PC. And it's much easier to port PC on various platforms, right? You of course have Steam, you have Epic Game Store, you can go GOG as well for DRM-free with CD Projekt's sister company as well. And consoles as well. A lot of mobile games could be easily ported to Switch, I can only assume, and it's much more prominent for the global market. So I think variety and cooperation is super, super important, because you can't really do it alone. And nobody can, right? It's something we've discussed already. We've all been through it one way or another. And right now, having this advantage of this being 2024, so many games already launching, various companies with various agendas. And as you said, I actually agree that it doesn't necessarily has to be a game about Indonesian culture. But I think overall, every country has their specific creativity, and it shows through games, even if it's not specifically about the country. So that's the main two I would see here.
Wholesome games and horror games, we see that a lot. It's either we're wholesome or we're like horror.
Well, that's cultural, the horror thing I learned the first time I was here, which was, I got some great horror stories out drinking one night. So I think one of the things I want to mention, I absolutely agree with everything said, is continued government support. So one of the things I've seen in some of the countries in Latin America, who I shall not name, the government comes in, they get really supportive for about 2 years, but then the ministers or whoever was assigned that role is either out or voted out in 2 years. So they want to see results for an industry in 2 years. Gaming ecosystems, it's a 5 to 15 year program, and most of the governments want to see results in 2 to 4. So one of the things is making sure that the incoming governments understand that the work that was started needs to continue. If they cut it off, it's not the industry will die, but you will significantly slow down the growth. The other thing is that I know mobile games are super popular and everywhere, but mobile games are the hardest to sell anywhere, everywhere. They're the hardest to actually make successful. If you look at the top 100 or even the top 200 games over the last 5 years, it's almost all the same big companies. There's almost no indie studios and almost no small games that make it on the chart, and if they do, they last for about a minute. So I know it's easier to make those games, and I'm not saying that's actually a great way to go for your first game. Make an indie game, get it out there, make a small one, learn how to ship a game, and then move on. The other thing, folks, is I just want to say in general, I see this every country I go to. Everybody has these dreams of making these fantastic games. I want to make the next Zelda. I want to make the next Mario. I want to make the next Witcher. Please don't try to do that for your first game. I know that the idea is, oh, I want to make this game, this vision I've had for 20 years. Start small, make something small, learn, make a lot of mistakes, ship it, which is like getting punched in the mouth, get up, and then figure out how to do it better. And so I honestly think if Indonesia continues to support with the government, shows like this, continues being smart about inviting people from all over the world, in 5 years we're going to have a completely different conversation about where you guys are.
Sounds great. Looks like a bright future for the next 4 or 5 years. Hopefully all of those became true and not the other way around. So we have 8 minutes left, so I think there's time for some questions from the audience. Is there any questions? Yeah, there is a Q&A. Yeah, it's a yeah, makes things more casual, right? Any questions from the audience? Oh yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
I promise none of us will bite.
Really?
Hello guys, so I'm Nicolas from Voodoo, so mobile gaming publisher, French one. Some of you may know it. I heard a lot of you say that mobile is super difficult, you should go for PC, etc., etc. We don't think it's true, to be honest. At Voodoo, we really managed to, create games for global audience, coming from small developers, from small teams from all over the world. So I really do think you guys should be ambitious, should find the right partners at first, and go for it. And you don't need to make a small PC game for the local audience first before going global. You can get it all from day one, really.
Yeah, thank you. I think some of the most successful games that actually became turning points for each of the countries is actually like some bunch of people not actually knowing really well how to make games, and then they shot high just trying. I remember both like in Poland, The Witcher, or maybe games from 11-bit as also, like Frostpunk or like This War of Mine. Originally, I remember some articles that when you guys started doing it, you don't actually have any idea how to do it, right? And also, there's also this, I remember in the US, it was back then in the arcade days, it was EA making this, American football game, not the soccer one, that's American word. But yeah, like shooting high, I think, yeah.
Well, I'm going to say, don't take it out of context. It's not that you don't shoot high, execute small. So absolutely aim high. The creativity is fantastic. But there's an old saying, so you hear the band that wins Best New Artist at the Grammys, they've been around for 10 years and have 10 albums. So a lot of what you don't see is all the work that went behind the scenes. Even the people that built 11-bit in their first couple games have been doing games for a long time for other companies. It wasn't their first time making stuff, it may have been their first time together. And on the mobile side, I'm not saying don't make mobile games. That's not what any of us said, and I didn't say don't make small PC games cultural. I'm just saying that you really need to think about what you can deliver and execute. You need to plan that you're not going to get funding from somebody else to finish your game and figure out how to do it without that funding. And then if the funding comes later, fantastic. But the more you can make it look like you don't need my money as an investor, the more likely you are to get it. So just think about how to execute without somebody else's money, and then you're more likely to get it.
Yeah, and to follow up, the purpose was also to say, and in Indonesia, they make a lot of mobile games, and just to consider also the other markets, and to convince a publisher is going to be easy for going on some references on PC consoles than on mobile. For sure, if you find the right partners, it goes faster and it's cool. But how many Voodoos are we? Do we have in Europe or in France or in the world? Not many. So, but we have many publishers that are successful on PC consoles, though. So we can ask the question as: do we have to consider also in Indonesia the mobile has PC console or only mobile? I think that you have to be diverse.
Yeah, okay. I don't have that much experience with starting first with mobile. For 11-bit, we have a couple of games that have a mobile version after the release. So for us, just like really +1 to what Justin and Julian said, that it's all about like diversification. We are not saying don't make mobile games if mobile games is really what you want to do. Like then go for it for sure. But for global publishers, especially if the recognition and the worldwide acclaim is the goal here, the PC and console publishers is just like much easier from my perspective. There's just like a variety of them in various countries, both in Europe and in America. And I personally believe it could be just easier, but just subjective opinion, of course.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is there any other question from the audience? Any other? I know there are some smart people. Okay, over there. I see some faces that want to ask, but like...
Hello, test. I need to introduce myself.
Sure.
My name is Yusuf. I'm still a student right now. What I want to ask right now is about VR trend. Kan, you talk about PC, mobile, but there is opportunity about VR trend right now. There's some VR game. I wanted to ask you about what you think about VR game right now. Can we focus on it, or we still see of this opportunity? Is that it? Thank you.
Okay, right. So maybe we can expand it to new platforms, because technology is always changing and games are everywhere. How you play changes every year, right? So.
Well, I think again, this is a huge advantage in any emerging market. The ability to be creative without as much risk financially. So yes, VR, if you have a great idea, is interesting. There's not a lot of VR publishers, so you're going to probably have to self-publish. Make sure you build a relationship with the VR platforms. One of the disadvantages as somebody who's an investor or publisher is there's so little data on the market and what actually sells and doesn't sell. There's only a handful of VR publishers, and you don't have much information or data. But some of my friends have made super hot. Anybody here super hot? Like, so there you go. And that kind of came out of nowhere. So absolutely.
It came out of Poland.
Yeah, well, not nowhere, but Poland nowhere. So look, if VR is what you want to build and you have a great idea, I'm never going to discourage you to not do a platform because you think it might be too difficult. You need to go where it makes the most sense for the audience for your game. So I want to be very specific about this. Figure out who you're making the game for, where they are, what they're playing, and if they happen to be on a VR platform, great, go for it. If they happen to be on another emerging platform, cloud or something else, go for it there. Go wherever your customers are, but be careful because most of us make games for ourselves. You got to make sure there's an audience that's going to want to play and buy your game. So I may love VR and I may want to make this really cool VR game, but maybe there's no genre that exists for the game I'm making. So just be very careful when you're focusing on a smaller niche platform. There's enough opportunity for you to be successful. So one of the biggest things in business is just trying to stay in business. So I know most of you want to build a game, but you have to build a business. And always the goal of that business is to make a second game or third game, unless you're just trying to throw a game out in the world. So make sure that you build a plan around how do I make a second, third, fourth game.
Thanks for the question. And I wanted to jump on what you just said as well of maybe instead of asking should it be mobile, should it be PC, console, all of it, maybe what about VR? Exactly, start with a question of like, who are you making this game for and is there a market for it? I talked to a lot of super talented young people here. But when I asked them a question like, okay, so what is the demographic for this game? Like, who is going to play it? Are these women? Is it for everybody? Is it 20 plus? Is it people that like action games? And I saw a lot of decks with inspirations, but I think it's very important for you to think about the fact, like, if you love VR and you really want to do VR, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not sure if there is a lot of market potential right now. For 4 or 5 years from now, who knows? Superhot was a great example of like just suddenly being a huge VR hit. It's also just a PC game that you can buy as well and just play it on PC. So in gaming, it's kind of hard because it's very random. Sometimes something happens and that's it. Like, and not only from the consumer perspective now, like having a lot of experience and expertise in communication. Sometimes you just need one viral TikTok right now that will just one random person that you. Yeah, Among Us is a great example. It's such a maybe not artistically pleasing and beautiful game, but it's so entertaining and it is so fun and you just needed people to like it. So I just think for like a first game, you might luck out and I wished for you to luck out, but I think it's just better to play it a little smart. Of course, gaming is a creative industry and nobody wants to dim that creative light. But you have to have some business strategy in it as well if you want to succeed. And it doesn't mean do what everybody else does. Oh, right now, XYZ game is super popular, so let's do all the games that are themed similarly. Big companies can do it and they will succeed. You go your own route, just make sure you're talking to people. You make sure that there is a crowd that listens to you. And one last thing that I would add, because you mentioned, of course, that there's not a lot of VR publishers. If your goal is VR and you're very adamant about it and like it's either VR or nothing, talk to people, find mentors. You will be surprised how many people on LinkedIn or on Twitter will just be willing to give you advice or have some mentorship programs. When you are just up and coming in a country that maybe doesn't have any VR publishers and it's very difficult for you, find people to talk to, show initiative, read about it. And I think this is a good starting point for your like networking adventure, which is just as important.
Awesome. I hope it's been an interesting panel. Great speakers, great insights as well. We are a bit over time, but that's okay. I mean, who doesn't want to listen to these guys? So thank you, everyone. Thank you for being our speakers. Thank you for being here. So we'll move it to the MC. So.
All right, thank you so much for the second panel discussion. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please stay on the stage, sir, because now we move on to the next photo session. We have the photo session. That's all about the second panel discussion with our moderator, with amazing panelists today. And let's see camera. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because now we have the next agenda today. We have so many giveaway and of course the panel discussion. So for those who are still in the foyer area, please come in the ballroom because we have still the next agenda today. Yeah. Yay! Another pose. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, amazing panelists and amazing moderator. Well, please be attention for the all participants and all attendees, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to comment for discussion again. And so for those still the player area, please enter the ballroom because we move for the next session again. Once again, hello for ladies and gentlemen in the foyer area. Please come up to the ballroom, yeah, because we move again for the next session agenda. We also have the panel discussion again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. We invite again for the all ladies and gentlemen in the foyer area. Please come in the banter area, yeah, the ballroom area, because we move again for the next agenda. We have so many discussion. And also we have a giveaway for the all ladies and gentlemen. Yes, are you ready for the next session? Ready? We invite again. Well, everyone, now we move again for the next session. This is the third panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we invite, hello, ladies and gentlemen, maybe in the foyer area, please come in the ballroom area because we move on the next agenda to learn about the third panel discussion. Panel discussion, we have building a sustainable game ecosystem, innovation, talent, and infrastructure. This session will explore how nurturing skilled professionals, building strong tech infrastructure, and fostering local creativity can drive long-term growth and make Indonesia globally competitive in the game industry. Our moderator is Mr. Aris Sudewo. He is CEO of Nuon Digital Indonesia, part of Telkom Indonesia, leading digital advancements across entertainment, e-commerce, and lifestyle services. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause for our moderator today, Mr. Aris Sudewo. Time is yours.
Good morning IGDX. Abis makan kayak pada ngantuk ini. Kalau bahasa saya wes mangan ngantuk. But today we have a very exciting moment in the 2 days. Is it there anyone feeling the same or is it only me? But I kind of losing which day is it actually today? Hopefully it's not Monday yet, but I still feel Friday until today actually. Because today, the last 2 days it was like very busy. We had like a lot of meetings and so on, and we met a few and also a few publishers and also many developers that is promising. Yesterday we had an agenda, Nuon Game Dev Pitching Battle Arena, which is very good. It's shortlisted out of 43 participants and we have 11 promising developers we are going to follow up. So it's been a very exciting moment for us. Don't forget to visit our booth by the end of the stairway down. And thank you for coming everyone in this session. For the next 30 minutes, we will discuss about how to build a sustainable ecosystem, specifically in gaming. And without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished guests. The first, our guest is, as we all know, is from our prominent game developer. We call him Uncle Imron. Kalau bahasa Indonesianya Om Imron. So, Mas Imron is the CEO of Digital Happiness. Please come to the stage. Thank you, Mas Imron, for joining us today. Monggo, Mas. Di tengah boleh, monggo. Hah? Di tengah aja. Jadi fotonya enak. Alright, for the second guest from Telkom Indonesia, the largest digital telecommunication company in the country, the Chief of Digital Innovation Officer himself, Mas Fajrin Rashid. Thank you, Mas, for joining us today. Has anyone seen Adam in the previous panelist? He was like holding the smallest tab ever. I envy him because I kind of holding a 14-inch television now, so I need to buy a new one. I need to talk with Adam after this. After we have a gap. So thank you very much for coming, our guests, and today we'll be focusing on quite important pillars. Specifically, we are going to discuss about infrastructure, talent, and also about innovation for gaming ecosystem. The first question I'd like to address to Mas Imran as a game developer. As we all know, the technology playing a crucial role in the development, starting from the conception and commercialization. And according to your experience, what are the key technologies that developers currently need?
I guess it depends on the developer itself, the scale of the developer. They are willing to build what kind of game or like what type of game. So as for us, Digital Happiness, we are using Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine also because it's a GPU based hardware, so it needs some quite high specification because it's still hardware power, using the hardware power.
Yeah. And the talent themselves, you need a specific programming
Yeah.
skill for that to actually having a good result with Unreal. Yeah.
So yeah, basically since it's still on the still based on the hardware itself, so it's quite the barrier to entry for new programmers is quite difficult because it's still based on the hardware power. So yeah.
Is that the only infrastructure that you need, the hardware one, or is there any other technologies and infrastructure that you need to develop games?
Of course, the internet connection.
Internet connections.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because as a game developers, we will constantly uploading the build like in real time. I think the downloading bandwidth is quite really good in Indonesia, but I think the uploading side is a bit trickier.
It's a bit jumpy. It's not stable. Okay, so it's a follow-up question to Mas Fajrin as it's coming to the connectivity one. So as we all know that Telkom has played a very good role in shaping the digital ecosystem. So how do you see that Telkom is further strengthening in the technology and also infrastructure, Mas Fajrin?
Yeah, I think on the infrastructure side, we understand from the needs from gaming communities, they need one is the big bandwidth as mentioned, and also low latency, right? So this is something that we take care in terms of developing the infrastructure to cater the needs. The first is about how to build the infrastructure across the countries. So this is something that we continuously expand the investment in these areas, right? And then the second is also about the local data centers, because you need to build your data as close as possible to the users. And that's the reason why we, at the moment, have around 20 cities where we have the local data centers, where some of the big tech companies and also some of the, again, game industry are utilizing in order to be able to serve their customers with as low latency as possible. So that's something that we are continuously to invest and expand in the future as well.
Okay, thank you, Mas Fajrin. We all know that behind the technology, there are always human behind it, right? So I think talent is also everything. And back to Mas Imran again, how would you assess the current state of talent in game development in Indonesia? Is it then moving forward, because we are every year coming to the IGDX hoping that actually the talent is becoming improving, yeah? And what are the gaps that you see and you would like to address?
Unfortunately, the gap between the demand of the game studio and the supply from the academic side is a bit higher because the competency is still not yet been standardized, sort of thing like that.
Any specific skills that you actually seeing the gap in? For example, is it in the technical part or is it in the art part or
Both.
is it then combined?
Both, yeah.
tech and art.
Yeah,
then,
because some university degree they don't align with the industry needs, because sometimes they are aligning only just from the theoretical part, but from the technical side they are still a bit lacking. So that's why we are not hired frequently. So yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, okay. Is that why, or is it becoming then the key problematic that as a game developer see that you cannot actually having growth due to the lack of the people year on year?
Yeah, but not the specific one, but it's part of one of the key talent, because like when I mentioned you before, like since the learning, the barrier to entry learning developing game is quite high. So we are thinking like probably like, I don't know, like a cloud learning based system. It can be more the barrier, eliminate all the barrier to entry for the newcomers to learning game development tools. Yeah.
And according to your experience, what did you do in digital happiness to actually undertake those gaps? Is there any internal development training, or you send someone to go abroad, for example?
Because we are a very quite small company, Mas Aris, it's like at only 25. So yeah, we are regularly like invite all the internship part, and we're making a matchmaking project. For example, if I find another one programmers and also the art, we try to make a small project or small prototypes. Only that we cannot expand it more because
Okay, seeing from that, Mas Wajrin, from the insight from the game developer, is there anything that Telkom has already done, or in the future will then having a program to enhance that?
Yeah, so I think we think that game industry, first of all, is a great opportunity and has a very fast growth in the future, right? So that's why we actually want to put this in one of our prioritized sectors. So to do that, we want to invest more in the game industry. And one, as mentioned, we try to develop infrastructure to cater the needs, as mentioned before. But the second is also to build the capability in these sectors. So one of the things that we do is through incubation. So we did some incubation in the past and will continue to do so in the future, hoping that through this incubation, we can have some games as an output as of that, right? We understand that we individually can only do so much, but that's also why we encourage the government, which have been doing this as well, as I know, a few times in the past. But I encourage the government to do so as well going forward, to put more in these sectors, for example, through some scholarships and so on, right? Because, you know, as an industry, maybe there is still some, not all, but some negative stereotypes about game, right? If, you know, maybe if young people want to tell their parents, hey, I want to make game, right? And then, maybe the parents, some of the parents will not agree about that, right? Okay, find another job or something like that. But that's something that, again, we need to work together, right? To have this more better positioning about game industry going forward. So that then it will go into the curriculum, right? Into the scholarship, as I mentioned. So that's something that, again, we need a partnership from everyone, not just one company, but also from the industry association and also the government. And the government itself will be across ministries, right? So education definitely is one of the things that we want to get or help as well. Because again, when we talk about education, that's something that as early as possible is better, right? We have seen some people at the middle school or high school do some computational programming, for example, contest. Going forward, we can do something more similar, but in game, right? Having a quick game through Scratch or Scratch Junior or something like that. That's something that I also teach my kids to do so. So that's one thing that we do in Telkom Indonesia. The second is we want to help the game developers. So one of the things that we do is actually to publish the games that is developed by these game developers companies, right? Including Dreadhound, that I am wearing it now, right? Because we believe that, again, this is something that has a big potential, game industry as a business, right? So we try to partner together with game developers and also other communities to develop this further.
So in terms of this matter, I concluded that all stakeholders need to have a role, and each role that we actually do, for example, in Telkom and also Digital Happiness, will then help all the communities and game developers local to go hopefully globally. As for this chance, because in collaboration we trust, I open for one question from the audience. Is there any question from the audience? No? Okay, let's continue. So before we talk about infrastructure and also the talent, so we have both important, crucial scope that will actually deliver innovation, right? So back to Mas Imron, innovation is actually the key to keep you stay in a competitive world. So what do you think of the from the local games that we have already seen in the past 2 days? Is it then having all the innovation aspect that you actually expected, so that we can compete with other industry abroad?
Okay, I think in terms of innovation, of course the technology side will be prioritized. But I think for us in Digital Happiness, we see it like the game industry is like already like half century ago. It's already start there in like 80s. So when we try to innovate, it's not only the technological side, because when we're thinking like we're head-to-head technology or with the foreigners, we cannot compete that. We cannot compete with the amount of the funds that they can give. We cannot compete with the expertise, their experience that they already got in the last decade, for example. So that's why in Digital Happiness we try to from the local content side. So we need to digging the IP side of the product itself, the uniqueness. We need to, because we cannot head to head with the technological side. We try another. So like that's why we create Dreadout. There's a lot of amount of local content that very Indonesian, for example. I think that's the way that we approach on the innovation side.
Yes, I think, yeah, true. So innovation can also be approached by delivering our culture and also our uniqueness, as an Indonesian. Can you tell me the joke that you were saying about me about the pocong one that the foreigner has come? Actually, that's an innovation in terms of getting a PR from the Dreadout last time.
Yeah, some foreigners say that when we are first introducing pocong to the global audience, like they are laughing. Mas Fajrin said, this is so funny, dude. This is not scary at all, because they see a pocong like jumping, right? So the first and then okay, it's not scary, and then we try to redesign it, like in Dreadout in our game, the version of pocong can walk, and the weapon with the side it can work and best people. so it works sometimes.
For me, that's your innovation actually, because you find something new, an angle that I don't think anyone has that. So hopefully here our game developers communities is also can find something like that. Because innovation is not something that you need to be advanced in technically and somewhat, but if you find an angle in marketing campaign, simply as choosing your character as your symbol in game actually can be something that can be sold. True. Okay, coming to Mas Fajrin, since you are the Chief of Director Innovation of Telkom, that you manage all the innovation coming from the digital telecommunication company in Telkom. Could you share and also introduce us what kind of effort the Telkom will do in the next future to boost in the high quality and also produce specifically games?
Yeah, I think one key mantra about innovation is collaboration, right? We can do so much alone, especially in this big industry. So that's why we want to collaborate with as many people and as many parties as possible. And as I mentioned about previously in terms of the incubation, that's actually a way for us to source a game and talents, right? Hoping that as an output, we can get a big game, a good game, or good quality talents. The second part is about publishing, as mentioned as well, that we publish with a lot of good game developers company. One of them is Digital Happiness, and then the other is the one that Alhamdulillah won Power Humble just now, and then some others, right? So that's in terms of the publishing. In terms of the distribution or payment, we also collaborate with some other people. I think I just now met people from Bukalapak, right? Where they have their products called Lapak Gaming and Itemku. So those are some of the partnership that we do in terms of the commercial or payment, right? The last thing is about the collaboration with the government, and we are happy that in the last 1 or 2 years we talk a lot with the government along with AGI and also some of the game developers company in terms of how to develop the game industry even further. And as a result, there is this now presidential degree on gaming, right? That's a number of, you can see the number there. And recently we partner with the government as well to launch the marketplace in asset, right? Digital asset, which is essentially a marketplace where game developers or game companies can publish their assets so that other people can actually reuse and buy this. So those are some examples that we do in now and also going forward. We will continue to do so because we again believe in the potential of the game industry. And I think just now I checked with some people that the potential of the game industry is very, very big. But at the moment, the percentage of the industry captured by the local players are still very, very small. So that's the percentage that we hope will be increased going forward. And one of the way that we do that is through this event. So I think this event is really good because we then can learn from each other in terms of how successful game developers are made, what's the secret sauces, what works and what doesn't work in some countries that can be learned to be implemented or not to implement in other countries.
Thank you very much. And Nuwon is there. I see the logo. So yeah. So actually, Nuwon is also taking a huge part in presidential degree. We're helping as well the government together with Telkom and Telkomsel here. Leslie is here to speed up the implementations of the several of the items. Yeah. All right. Since that we are coming near to the end of this session, I would like to go back to Mas Imran. Mas Imran, as a last question to you, there are two actually, Mas Imran. The first one is, can you share us the key success factor of Dreadhound that you think taken as your lesson learned and you will do it in Dreadhound? So Mas Imran just released Dreadhound, so it's the I think it's belong to the Dread universe, yeah. Yeah. Together with Nuwon. So can you please tell us about that?
Well, I guess Mas Aris, consistency, I guess. What we learn from our previous titles, like Dreadout, we learn how to create a good, how to jump scare, how to make a good monster design, or some kind like that. But in terms of technical innovation as well, Dreadhound is our first attempt for the multiplayer game. So it's quite new in Indonesia. I guess we are the first one for the PC and also for the Xbox. Hopefully, like October 17 will be released in Xbox. Yeah. So it's quite we're quite nervous actually because there's as a developers we need to learn something new, right? We need to scale up fast because the industry is already mature in the so we need to learn fast, and then we need to keep innovation alive as well. So yeah, I guess that's the point of the Dreadhound.
Yeah. Let's do this together for the Dreadhound.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
so
please
much.
visit our booth. There's a Dreadhound playtest there, so you can try. And last question for Mas Imron and also Mas Fajrin. What are your expectations? First to Mas Imron. In the near future, if you see the talents here, the one that they have been created in the showcases booth, how do you see IGDX 2025? How do you see it in the near upcoming?
Yeah, I met David from the Raw Fury just recently. So he came to the IGDX last year. So I know last year he said, bro, the games is not quite good enough. So this I asked David, like, how's the quality of the game right now? I think it's more better, right? So much better. So I'm really proud looking at the new developers right now in Indonesia. They come so fast with the quality. Yeah, hopefully they in the next year probably there are in terms of not only the quality but the revenue. It can sustain the developer scene, Indonesian developer scenes as well. Yeah.
And Mas Fajrin, is there any expectation that you will see? Will you come next year again here?
I will, yeah. This is interesting, and hopefully again there will be more world-class games coming from Indonesia. So that's one on the output side. On the input side, actually interested because there are some booths from university as well. So that's also something that is interesting as well, because again, as mentioned, that talent is actually one of the key enablers, maybe even the most important enabler. So hopefully next year there will be more participation from the academic side as well, right? Including the Minister of Education probably, so that they can embed more curriculum or essentially learnings about game, about how to develop game and everything from early on, so that the stigma about game can be more positive going forward. So that's my two expectations.
Thank you very much, Mas Fajrin, Mas Imron. Let's give big round of applause to both of our speakers. So it's coming to the end, as I may conclude. So to build a sustainable gaming ecosystem, we need a collaboration through all stakeholders. So not only Telkom, not only Digital Happiness, but everyone that has been contributing into the evolvement, and also many contribution in the game industry. Hopefully next year we will see more games, more gaming developers, and more revenue, ya, Mas Imron. So thank you very much for everyone that has come and joining us today. I'm signing out. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, it's a great panel discussion. Before we end of this panel discussion, let's take a picture together. We invite for the all photographer to take a picture and take the moment for the panel discussion today. All right, let's see the camera. 1, 2, 3. Another pose. Bali cheers. 1, 2, 3. Enough. Thank you so much for our amazing moderator, amazing panelists. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite again to all of you in the foyer area. Please come to the ballroom area because we have this amazing session for today. Well, everyone, I think you're very excited with the session today because this is the last day of IGDX Business and Conference. Don't forget to visit our booth in the outside area because it's amazing event, connection, collaboration together to make some ideas to grow the game development industry, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you still excited for this session? Whoa, congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, you get a special gift for me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I want to ask you something. Maybe all of you want to give away for today. You want to give away? Ah, okay, so many people want to get a giveaway today. Now, I want to invite our committee. This is the fish ball, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fish ball we make, yeah. Because in this fish ball filled with stamp card, right? Yeah. And that you guys submit the last 2 days, of course. And then there are 2 trophies on the stamp card. A silver trophy and a gold trophy, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, for the information, we would like to announce that IGDX Business and Conference 2024 is supported by Xbox to give you 3 Xbox Game Pass and 3 Xbox controller today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, attendees who submit stamp up until silver trophy will get a chance to receive Xbox Game Pass and Xbox controller for gold trophies. We are sincerely grateful for Xbox for enabling this opportunity. And alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who is the first winner of the day or the first agenda today. I will start the silver trophy. Okay, we amazing again. Jeng, 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 jeng. Okay, I get 1. Congratulations, Roni Tantowi. Here, Roni Tantowi, congratulations. You get a silver, right? Silver trophy. Okay, one more again. Yes, 1. The name is Chandra. Chandra here. Congratulations for Chandra, yeah. You get a door prize. Okay, thank you, our committee. And now we move again for the next giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. Are you still excited for the next giveaway, right? Excited, okay. Now, this is a very easy, ladies and gentlemen, because I have one more Xbox Game Pass that I will hand out to the participants today. This is the question. If you can answer the question, you get the prize or you get a gift from us, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the question is, during what year did IGDX first initiated? I'll repeat again. During what year did IGDX first initiated? Okay, are you remember maybe the first IGDX Business and Conference? Maybe you can raise your hand and you can get a special gift from us. In the right side, we want to try. Okay. Hello. Maybe what is your name and what is the answer? The question is, during what year did IGDX first initiated?
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jens.
Yes.
Australia. IGDX started in 2019.
All right, congratulations! You as the winner. All right, this the first session of the IGDX first initiative is 2019. Congratulations, you as the winner. Yeah. Winner can go to souvenirs counter to redeem the prize as well, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much for your participation today. Next, we move on the next agenda because we have a panel discussion a lot. And we invite again for all ladies and gentlemen in the foyer area, please come in the ballroom area to learn about the panel discussion. For the next, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, our next panel is titled Local Market, How to Win and Why You Should Care. We will take a deep dive into why focusing on local markets matter for game developers. Leading this session is Mrs. Kiki from the Lazy Monday with a strong background in game media, development, and business strategy. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause and welcome to Mrs. Kiki from the Lazy Monday. Time is yours.
Hello, hello. Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Kiki from the Lazy Monday. And yeah, Lazy Monday is a gaming media where we do game reviews. We actually work with Agi a lot to talk about the game industry as well. So we kind of know about the local market because like we interact directly with the audience compared to game dev. So this is going to be an interesting session. Because like me personally, I want to learn a lot in this session as well. Because like this 3 panelists in this session is going to be a whole very distinct market. So I'm going to introduce them later. And yeah, without further ado, let's invite our panelists to the stage. Yes. Let's go, let's go. Give a round of applause for our panelists. Yay. Yeah. Hello, welcome to the panel. Is to sit comfortably. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, we start talking.
Yeah, I know. It was because like I was telling Tony earlier, it's like, can you please like let's keep it for the session because like I also want to hear about it because it's very interesting. Yeah. So do you have all of your mics? Yes. Okay, cool. So I'm going to introduce everyone in this session, the panelists. So the title of this session is Local Market, How to Win and Why You Should Care. I think this is a big question for all of us, especially those that are creating games and trying to publish games for globally. Because like that's kind of like what most of the game devs are doing right now. But like the biggest question is like, do we need to put like an extra effort to actually focus on our own local market? And in this session, we have first, Vasily, I'm really sorry, I cannot speak Russian. So I'm trying to say your name as...
I can help you.
Yeah, you can say.
Vasily Овчинников.
Vasily?
If you pronounce it in Russian, it's Vasily.
Vasily. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Vasya, maybe it's easier.
Vasya?
Vasya.
Vasya, okay,
Vasya.
that's easier for me.
Easier.
Yeah, okay, so we have Vasya from FIDO. So FIDO is Moscow Game Association that concludes of 250 experts that is working in the gaming industries. So maybe you can share more about what FIDO is doing and what you do?
Really, our organization, it's like a video game association, like Agi here, but also we united guys from other spheres of video game industry, like esports, internet cafes, technology, and media, and so on, around their video games. That's why we a little bit more than ideas of AGI, Agi here, but that's very similar.
Okay. So Fashi is going to share a lot more about the Russian market. So yeah, I'm also very curious about like maybe like what I know about Russian is like of course esports, like you know shooting like CS, and then like the internet cafe culture. So like we would like to learn more about that. And the second one we have Michael Wijaya from Noctua Games and EVOS Esports. So yeah, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much. I'm co-founder of ADTN. So basically we're a gaming ecosystem in Southeast Asia. We have our esports arm, we have our game marketing division, and we have a publishing arm just 1.5 years ago. So
Oh.
we're very new in this business. I'm learning a lot. This is my first time in IGDX as well.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the AGI team, Chipto, for inviting me here today. Yeah, super excited to be here.
Okay, so of course, Michael is going to share a lot more about like Indonesia and maybe Southeast Asia as well. Because like ATTN, from what I know, is like not only big in Indonesia but also Southeast Asia.
Yep.
Yep. And next one, we have Tony Xiang from Indie Light and Gamera Games. So Gamera Games has published like hundreds of games, multi-platform, mostly Steam. And yeah, so you can introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Tony. I'm based in Shanghai, and so is Indie Light, and also we incubate a lot of indie studios across China. Right now, there are around 23 teams across 6 cities is under the funding or incubation from Indie Light. And also, we incubated Gamera Games. Gamera Game is heavily focused on indie game publishing on Steam and on console, especially what we call premium game, pay-to-play. And also we have published over 80 titles in the last 6 years, including Dyson Sphere program, and also Volcano Princess, and also Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, Shredder's Revenge. We are the publisher of the Grand China region, and we even do the voiceover for the localization. And also, Gamera Game, we have established a Tokyo office back in 2021, so we also cover Japan.
Okay, so it's a very distinct, very different market. So like we can learn a lot probably from this session. So yeah, let's go jump into the first question. So of course, based on the title of the session is like how to win and why. I think we always need to start with the why. So like, why do you think the local market is important, and why, for example, game studios and like in your perspective, or like publishers and association, is to focus maybe the efforts into the local market? Maybe Tony, you can start first.
Okay, I think I have a question for everyone. So let's make a guess. How many gamers are there on Steam in the mainland of China? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know personally.
Well, maybe people are thinking about 5 million, maybe 10 million. Well, in fact, right now, because of a lot of reasons and also the circulation of pay-to-play, right now the market on Steam is booming. So for the moment, there are at least 45 million active Steam gamers are there in the mainland of China. And also maybe everyone has heard of a game. The name is Black Myth Wukong, right?
Yes, of course.
This game sold over 10 million copies in China on Steam alone in 4 days.
4 days.
So 10 million copies sold. That's incredible. I have good expectation on this game, but it's way beyond my expectation.
I think like it's globally as well. Like not only in China, but like it is a hit this year.
Yeah, I think for this year it's definitely a hit. But I think it's very important to know the local market first, because you have a similar culture, right? We have same or similar understanding of what video game is. And also in China, I think maybe people heard a lot about the big titles on the mobile. They're like giants, right? For example, Tencent games and also NetEase game, and also because Genshin has been so popular, right? miHoYo in China. But there is a significant trend. Well, other than the mobile, it's a big market. We are talking about 45 million active, Steam gamers, but it's only 1/8 of the total, the number of the total mobile gamers in China. So the significant trend is a lot of young people. They start to realize, oh, there are so many great content on premium games, what we call pay-to-play. So there are two circulations because mobile game has been so developed already. But for the pay-to-play game in China, right now is rising, keeps rising, booming. And also I think Black Myth Wukong, the success of this game, increased the circulation up to maybe 2 to 3 years by this game alone in the last 2 months. There are more, maybe 4 to 5 million new gamers. They became, pay-to-play gamers
because
of this game.
Oh, yeah.
And also, we have never seen a situation like that. Even Genshin is a huge impact, to China, but not everyone is talking about them. But the Black Myth Wukong, even my parents, they were born in the 40s and 50s. It's the first time ever in my life to see, oh, they are talking about Black Myth Wukong in their WeChat group.
Oh, like what they're talking about? Like,
there's, well, I've never imagined that game can deliver such great culture.
Because it's like a culture that is known for like a long time.
Yes.
Oh, so they're talking about it like in the video game platform.
I think maybe we're facing something similar in Indonesia and also in China. So back in the 90s, if you like video game, maybe, okay, in the West, people think you're a nerd, you're a geek, right? But in China, people say, you're bad students. You're not so good.
You don't play games, study, or do...
Because games, something like, we have a strong word to describe video game back in the 90s. It's digital heroin.
Okay, yeah, that's quite extreme.
So I think for the local market in China, it's so important to realize the trend of the understanding of what video game is all about has changed totally. So in that case, people will realize, oh, playing video games is just like to go to the theater, to watch the movie, to listen to the music. It's a lifestyle. It's not something will harm you, but, well, it will teach you a lot of things. I think Black Myth Wukong has successfully taught a lesson to the senior people in China. Oh, there's so many great stuff in a video game. Video game is not so harmful. So I think that is a really good trend. This trend before Black Myth Wukong has been, I can see there's a loop. More and more young people, they became, Steam gamers. I think for the moment, right now in China, in the mainland of China, almost half of the college or university students, they are Steam gamers. Especially in, the male students, the coverage is high, it's really high. And this percentage right now is around 50%, but a year before was only half. That's between 20 to 30%. So it's increasing in an incredible speed. And also, I think in China, because at the very beginning, it started with mobile. It started with MMORPG, to be more exact. The Legend of Mir is originally a Korean online game, has been a hit, the first hit in the video game history in China. But that was back in 2000, around 2000. And since then, as a gamer, as someone who really loves video game, I'm so happy to see, oh, I can see some jobs around video game.
That's true,
Yeah, back in 24 years ago. And before that, there was nothing like that. And, but things goes from one end to another, which, okay, a lot of people think making games can squeeze money from the massive number of internet users. So that's why they make games. So mobile games, there's so many. But there is another circle in the video game industry in China, which is surrounded by indie game developers. Those are the people who has true passion for video game, not for the passion to make money, but because they think video game is the most cutting-edge interactive medium to express themselves. And also right now, a good circulation lies in the people under 30. A lot of them, they really realize that, well, free-to-play and pay-to-win, that's the combination on the mobile game. Well, free-to-play can be the most really expensive game, in fact. And on the other hand, the indie game on Steam, pay-to-play, is much better because it provides great content.
Yes.
So, well, if we can see through this, right now we can say, for a lot of reasons, it's the best time for original game. It's the best time for, if you really love game, you want to create some content, great content for the gamers in China. I think this is the best time now, and it's getting better.
Yeah, I think that's also that was like actually very surprising, and I think like one game can actually change like a lot of things, like not only in the game industry, but like also the perception about like video games, and then also like I think I totally agree with you. Like in my era in the past, like working in a game studio or like making a game studio is not really like it's not really understandable. Like what are you doing? Or you just like playing games? But like right now, there's a lot of job openings,
Yes.
and then like opportunities to do in the gaming industry. And I think I want to move to Michael about that. I think from what Tony shared, we find a little bit of like, I think not a little bit, a lot of relatability in Indonesia, especially Southeast Asia. Because like, yes, of course, like in the past, like me personally, my parents don't allow me to have like console because like I need to focus on my study. So like right now, I hope, you know, like the future generations is like not like that anymore. So like, do you have any insights on why we should focus on that?
Yeah, so speaking of Black Myth of Kong, couple of months back, my dad actually asked me about, you know,
Oh, really?
Black Myth. Yeah, I've been in the industry for like 7-8 years. He never actually asked me how
About your
about
work.
the work, but about Black Myth of Kong. Yeah, so it actually transcends so many generations just because it's a game that brought so much culture from China, right? But coming back to the question, actually, for us, understanding the cultural nuances of the market, like in Indonesia, is super important to how you succeed in the market, actually, right? So starting from esports, last time, we've seen how market leaders in the country, such as Moonton with Mobile Legends and Garena with Free Fire, is because they understand their target audience, right? They adapt their games towards their target audience, whether it's package size or, you know, how many times do they update their game, you know, are my target market's phones ready for my game if it's too heavy and stuff like that. So it's also about timing a lot of iterations to your games as well, right? And basically that's something that we have brought from that understanding to our own game publishing team, right? Understanding the market, does a lot of market research. You know, what sort of, you know, RPGs do they like in Indonesia, even in Southeast Asia, right? Turn-based RPGs are more popular in certain countries. COD battles are more popular in certain countries. MMOs are popular in Philippines, for example. So understanding all these nuances and launching events, right? Because religion is very sensitive in Indonesia, right? So certain developers, when we publish their games, don't really want to touch things like that during events. For example, Ramadan, right? So for us, we have to learn how to adapt to these things because we Indonesians know that Ramadan is the most important event for festival in the country, right? But how do we avoid using, you know, specific symbols and stuff like that? So we launched Bleach and we launched Saint Seiya in the past 1 to 2 years, and that's something that we have to adapt. Like we call it grand festivals instead of specific events.
Okay.
So it's really understanding the cultural nuances of its countries.
Yeah, I think it's like more like if you want to tap into the local market, you need to like understand.
Correct.
And like I think like more like we feel appreciated, you know, as like a user or even someone that hasn't even being a part of the, you know, like play games. So I think that's like small things. I think that's not small. I think that's big, and like it makes people appreciate your games a lot more. Okay, so next is we want to move to Vasily. I think like yeah, we might here not know much about Russia, but like we know Russia is like one of the hub for like free to play, pay to pay, you know, like, can you share, like, why is it important to focus on local market?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think in Russia it's mostly unusual and specific situation in the video game market. Actually, our audience, Russian audience, who people buying a game in Russia not so big, even though the Russian language, the third language on Steam, and that's why. But we just begin to focus on our local market just 2 years ago, because sanctions, European and American, and just in this time we start thinking what we can make and so on. That's why some our developers launched the project connected with Russian culture, with Russian history, with some social impact. Actually, we also have one game, not so successful like Wukong, of course, and this game actually not translated in other language, just Russian. It's a game which called in Russian Smuta. Smuta, it's in Russia we have a historical period in the medieval of Russia, and it's called time of troubles in English. Time of troubles. Maybe it's really something looks like a Witcher, but historical without some special effects and so on, and lots of historical things and open world and so on. But I think they finalize in this November, and the game will be launched in Russia, just in Russia. I know that they have some ideas that's launched the game on the Steam and so on. Also, I have a other example. In Russia, we as developer, we really maybe not understand something about our culture, specific things, but we feel it. That's why some of our games might be successful if they use our jokes, our memes, our something like that. That's
so like
why
culture.
It's like jokes about cultures with amazing collaborations. Recently was very successful game, also just in Russia, which in English will be called like Lizards Must Die. You know more about lizards here, yes, and they're Russian heroes, folk heroes, yeah, with funny names, lots of jokes, and fight with lizards in Russia. In Russia, we don't have lizards. No.
But like the hero is
just very small. Yeah, it's gigant lizards in the final of the game. It's short games, cheaper and so on, but very successful. And these studios start making new continuous like. Second part of the game. That's why we start thinking, but I can add really very bad real situation as for investments in Russia. It's really because all of profile investors left from our markets, even though they also with Russian roots and Russian founders and so on, in order to save and protect their businesses in Europe and United States. That's why as organization like me, my association, help to involve on profile investors in this video game industry. We guys in power and who have factories, banks, and so on. In order to they start thinking about video game industry, in order to start invest, and we have recently we have just first results. That's about specific market things in Russia.
Yeah, so I think there is a same kind of like message that I get from all of the panelists. It's like talking about like localization, language, culture. So like I think it's also relatable in Indonesia, because like I think a lot of games initially we always think like we need to put like maybe like Indonesian jokes, we need to put like Indonesian folklore character. But do you think that it is actually important, and do you think based on your experience it will increase like the selling value of the game? So maybe Vasily, you can start from you.
Actually, I think as for specific regions, like for example, Indonesian market or Chinese markets, in Russia, we don't have a lot of some restrictions about laws like in China. It's easier to come to our market, and in many cases you come to damage some laws and so on. But as for successful, really essential have a Russian translation, at least as for text, yeah, and good translation, because Google translations and ChatGPT doing it not so good as our a lot of developers thinking about it. Yeah, it's that's why it's essential. And if you have a good audio and other translation, our jokes, maybe the similar jokes, but in Russian culture and so on, it might improve your products very well.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think it's important to take notes, because like maybe some people want to do like translation, but like the Russian people or like people from different countries will perceive it differently if you use that. So I think it's important note to take. Okay, so moving to Michael. Yeah, I think like what I said earlier, like there's a lot of, I think especially in esports games as well, there's like they're putting like local folklore character from different countries. Yeah, Gatot Kaca. So do you think that's actually one of elements that can increase selling value of certain games?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'll start with my experience from Southeast Asia, right? Because when we publish game for Southeast Asia, we have to translate into at least 5 languages,
yep.
Right? Speaking about languages. So our publishing team needs to have translators, and that's actually a division by itself, right? Many people think that, you know, from outside, Southeast Asia is just one country, right? Which is totally wrong, because we have so many different festivals, right? When we do events in Thailand, for example, for our partners, there's Songkran festivals, which is water festival, right? Which is nowhere else in the countries, right? And even Bali and and generally in Indonesia, they have different cultures as well. So this nuances needs to be understood, right? And speaking about adding, you know, specific folklores, because when we launch one of our game previously, we utilized the esports arm, the EVOS, to have as one of the hero within the game itself, right? I think that's one of the marketing thing that we did, and it improved our organic downloads just because we could tap into the esports market, right? Because we already have a brand ambassador from there, so stuff like that we can.
Yeah, sure.
Kiki, may I add a bit opposite situation. As for Russian, many developers think that Russian speakers just live in Russia. But as for Russian language, many countries speak Russian and have common cultures. That's why I talked about when local market, not so big, but who speak Russian, it's this market much more than just Russian.
Ah, so like it doesn't have to be like a certain specific country, but countries that relate, like have similar cultures.
Yeah, it's common history connected with Soviet Union. That's nowadays it is independent countries, but they speak in Russian and have a common culture.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing to note. But like, yeah, it's totally different. For like, if Southeast Asia is like a whole different like specific culture, but like, yeah, maybe for Russia it's like a similar culture for different countries as well. Yeah, you continue.
Yeah. So basically, I think the importance of actually knowing, you know, specific cultures, and then how do you actually implement that into your game? It could be a game winner for yourself. But of course, that's not the end of it all, right? Because there's a lot of research that you need to do, A/B testing on those numbers, you know, looking at your retention rate, all those data on top of, you know, the creative stuff that you want to put in.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because like I think it relates to some countries like influencers, like a lot of like as a content creator, sometimes like if you see like your favorite content creators in a certain game, you kind of like want to support it, you know, like favorite content creators, even though you haven't played the game. So I think that's one of a good strategy to acquire people that is not, haven't played the game before. Yeah.
Yep,
so again, moving to Tony. Tony has like shared a lot to us about like Wukong. So like that's one of, I think, a very big evidence of like, you know, like putting like old folklore, you know, into a video game works.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe you can share more about that, like about like localization. Maybe China has its own distinct culture as well for a different region. So can you share more about that?
Well, I think I can talk about two topics. One is, I think, the genuine culture of a local culture that really matters. So to any developer, you should be proud of the culture that's originally generated from your land. Because, you know, we have a word in game development, which is iteration, right? Iteration. So, for example, Indian food, when we talk about, the beef is great, the fried rice is great, because it's originally created from this land. It's the combination, it's the outcome of people's, you know, hobby and people's creativity. And after iteration, in about maybe several thousand years, right? So every country, if you have a unique culture, you should be proud of that. And don't hesitate to implement them into your game. Because if it's a national culture, it can be internationally welcome. Because the system is great. And the second part, I think, for this, I have to cue, Black Mix Wukong again. You know, there's so many games, not just Black Mix Wukong, but also about 9 years ago, there is an animation so popular in China. The Chinese name is 大圣归来. That's the return of the Monkey King. And there was a PlayStation 4 game for that. It's an action game. But we are very disappointed with that. Because if we change the main character from Monkey King to Spider-Man, it didn't make any difference.
Of course.
So Black Myth Wukong is the first time for me in a modern, large scale game, I can literally control Monkey King, Wukong, in my mind. In a way that Chinese people think that is Monkey King. Even he turns into some other character, for example, Guangzhi, which is the wolf with, you know, the fire spears. Even though I can tell, that's the monkey. Because a lot of detail things, you can tell. That is because Monkey King can transform. When I played this game for the first time last year at Gamescom, that's the Olin debut, right?
Yeah. The line is so long
yes,
for that game.
Yes. I have the idea, this must be transformed by Wukong. Because at that time, we don't know if it's true, but we have an impression on that. So it turned out to be really true, because I think this game implements a lot of, you know, the culture, and also the understanding of the developers, the corporate producers, the understanding of all the novel, Journey to the West, and also what Monkey King should be like. And also, you know, it's the first time I can find a very comprehensive battling system based on the stick. This never happened before. You know, Sekiro is the sword, right? Yep. And Elden Ring, it's all, there's nothing, you know, there's no game design system crafted out of a stick battling. So that's something really unique. And that's one of the reasons why this game is successful. And also, not only in China, but also in Asia, but also, you know, this game, there are some very funny things happened. A lot of, you know, gamers from Europe and United States, they go back on YouTube channel to watch the TV drama of
Journey to the West. Yeah.
The most iconic one that was created by CCTV from China back in 1986. So I think that's a very good sign. If you can implement your genuine culture in a really good way and utilize the advantage of video game as an interactive medium, and you can, I think it's really intriguing to anyone. Okay, the next topic, I want to talk about localization in China. I have to say, localization with simplified Chinese in the mainland of China is extremely important. Let me give you an example. Every time I go to GDC in San Francisco, so my second trip to GDC, which is 2017, there was a really good game published on Steam, and also they have localization in China. I met with the developer. His name is Brian, and the name of the game is Hidden Folks. So maybe you guys have played Hidden Folks. It's black and white, a lot of animation. According to the hint, you need to find the right guy. In fact, there is no text at all in the game. There's no text to play the game, and you understand instantly, oh, what's going on. Okay, let's include all the text, including the credit. There is a staff credit in the game. In total, only 300 words. So if you find someone to do a simplified Chinese localization, it can be done in a day. But after the localization, the sales boosted to 3 times from China. So I think it's important. At that time, Brian, I introduced myself to Brian. Brian said, oh, Tony, you're from China. Just tell me what's going on. Why the sales tripled after localization? We don't have any text. Well, I think that's something at least you should do. But other than that, you should really understand the need from Chinese gamers on Steam. For example, we have very different understanding on the sum up and sum down in the review system on Steam. The reason why is because if the Chinese gamer don't like your game, they will not leave any comments.
Okay.
Okay, so if they give you sum down, there is a big chance for you to read them. Normally they say, oh, I think the game is not bad, but I think the randomness is too high. So that's the way for the gamers to communicate, to give the feedback to you. He knows you will read every sum down comment. It doesn't mean that he doesn't like your game. So if you know that, you really you need someone to help you to really understand what's behind it. What's the need? What that really means? And there is a big chance for you. You can give an update, right? After the update, if he's very satisfied with you, and he will turn some down to sum up. So I think that's something very different from China.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. So it's not only about like putting. So basically, it's not only about putting your like translation into your game, but also like understanding the people behavior. Like how they react. And I think that's like if you can just put a little bit of effort to understand the culture.
And maybe some special content, especially for the Chinese New Year or maybe the Mid-Autumn Festival, you will be so welcomed. You will be a topic. So we suggest developers to do that.
Yeah, I think like it's a very important note to if you want to. I think like one of the first thing. This is the next question. I think like there's always like a fear, to go out to a specific country to like tap their market. So maybe like, do you have any tips? Like this is for all the panelists. Like, do you have any tips like what is the first thing to do if you, for example, excuse me, like if you want to, for example, introduce our game to like the Chinese market, the Southeast Asia market, like the Russian market. Like, what is the first steps or like to do in your game? Yeah.
Okay, let me continue. Okay, we're talking about on the Steam, the checkbox of simplified Chinese. You must check it first, and then with decent localization in simplified Chinese. Well, in China, I think in the mainland of China, it's kind of special because I think we have some similarity with Russia because we have all kinds of alternatives. We don't have YouTube. We have Bilibili. We don't have Twitch because YouTube, you can cover a lot of countries, right? And also Facebook, we don't have it. We have Weibo, we have WeChat. We don't have Twitter. And we have all kinds of alternatives. So I think the first thing is you need a Chinese publisher. Maybe a lot of you have heard, if you want to publish a game in China on mobile, on console, and on desktop, you will need license or ISBN, right? Well, I think I want to deliver a really important message, which is if you want to release your game on Steam in China, there's no license needed. You don't need to apply for any license or ISBN. And also, you're going to face more than 45 million active Steam gamers in the mainland of China. And it's never been banned. I mean, Steam, it's never been banned. It's never been censored. You can get access to Steam. You can purchase the game, you can buy the game directly. But you will have some issues connecting to the community. So maybe you cannot see the community. And there are a lot of senior gamers, they are experienced. They know where to install accelerator to increase the connection. And that was partly solve this issue. And also, I think it's because we have all kinds of alternatives. You will need someone who really knew who is the right people to go to as an influencer. Because we know indie game is totally personalized game, right? I think that's the most important advantage of indie game. Because right now, it's not like 20 years or 30 years ago. At that time, Super Mario Brothers, maybe 100 million people loved that because it's the beginning of video game become popular. But here, there's so many games released or published every day. It's important to engage the right people. The most important thing for indie game publisher is to find someone to find the people who has the similar preference system like you. Because you as a developer or a producer, you will make this game from inside to outside, from gameplay, UI, animation, audio, music, and so on, according to your preference. You are going to make a great game that you think is the best, right? So if that worked, if you can really deliver that great experience, the publisher will help you to find somebody just like you. So it's important to find someone who really knows the influencers. But don't go the top influencer. Maybe they have 10,000, I would say 10 million or 20 million followers. That's not gonna help. You need someone he filtered, maybe just from maybe 20,000 to 500,000 followers. That's great, which means the followers are the people just like the influencer. And if you find the right influencer, it will help you so much in any market. But the problem is in China, it's totally different from YouTube, YouTuber or Twitch. You need someone really know how to do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's actually very important. As a creator, I think every time a publisher come to us, I think it's a different approach if they probably approach people from different country, and you really need to know that sometimes when we create content for Indonesian people, we need to put some kind of, I think in Lazy Monday we say gimmick, humor and stuff like that. And I think game studios and publishers need to know that that's how we engage with them. And it's always important to understand that sometimes creators will also give you an honest feedback. And I think even though it's good or bad, honest feedback is good for your game. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for sharing, Tony. And next is for Michael. Yeah, can you share us more about what was the question again? I forgot. Localization. Yeah. Sorry.
How
yeah.
to enter the market. Right?
Yeah. What's the first step? Because maybe you can share more about Indonesia.
Okay, yeah, so I was about to say it's the other way around because we usually take published games from China, Indonesia.
Yeah.
Right, so next month we're publishing Tencent's game as well, coming to Southeast Asia. So of course, first understanding the market, like we have discussed, and I agree with Tony, you gotta find the right partner as well. Because your right partner will help you to improve the game based on localizations, right? So we do so much market research for the developers, right? And it's be it using premium tools, we use data AI. So for example, we gotta know what are the preferences, what are the existing problems, right? And on top of using influencers, we also wanna understand who are the existing communities that are already engaged with this sort of IPs, right? So if you are publishing your own game using maybe it's RPG, maybe you take a look at Honkai or Genshin Impact's market, right? How do they actually use their community? Who is the community leader? Who is the KOL, right? And then engage with them as well. Find your voice, right? What do you want to convey that is different from the other stuffs? you know, and do so much market research, right? Yeah, I cannot emphasize any more than this. Like you gotta know, like, am I putting this, if your game is free to play, am I putting these ads in the right place? Is it, and you know, interfering with the gameplay itself? You know, what's your D1 retention? What's your D7 retention? What's your D30 retention? You know, your revenue per miles, your revenue per downloads, all those stuffs, right? It's super unsexy, you know, because on top of that, but it will definitely help your creative stuff, right? Because you would A/B test, and then you would know what makes it ticks, what makes it succeed, right?
Yeah. I think for game developers, I talked to some game developers here, and I think like sometimes people forgot about A/B testing. I think it's very important, and A/B testing can be something as simple as like making a variety of key visuals. You know, so like if you want to target a certain market, you need the color to be like this color, or like put characters like, you know, diverse characters, or like what do you want to showcase. So yeah, it's a very important thing.
Yeah, it's as simple as maybe is the boss too difficult, you know, or is it not rewarding enough for senior players, you know, and then how many events do you have? Like from our research, Honkai actually does updates every 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
6 weeks. So if you know, you missed out, you know, you stop playing for a while,
you're gonna miss a lot.
You're gonna miss a lot.
Yeah.
Right? So they have, for me, they have this such intense operations in terms of the game updates because they understand the target audience so well. I think it was today or last night they just announced a new patch as well. So you gotta understand your target market, and then you A/B test along the way.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing to note. Okay, next, Vasily. So what do you think is the first step?
First of all, I'm agreed with previous speakers, because also in Russia we have our own platforms for video streaming, for communication, and so on. Some of platforms compete with each other. You might know what's the platform right, what's the wrong, and so on. Of course, using modern and right streamers, influencers, and other guys who really can promote your products, your games. And also, I can add, and good decision really, because nowadays the world and country is so complicated. Not just it was recently just Google Play or just English language, and a lot of your audience understand it, and it's something international. Yeah, and because worlds become more complicated, you can deeply think about local regions, local domestics markets, and also very important to avoid mistakes connected with a stereotype, for example. Yeah, here, for example, about Russian. Yeah, lots of stereotypes about the beers, vodka, balalaika, and so on. Yeah, last year's Chipta Adiguno and Ivan Chen and Henry and other guys, they were in Moscow, and you can ask him that they didn't see anyone beers, balalaikas, except the vodka might be, and so on. It's really very important, and the final ideas about we must sometimes meet with each other on our local markets, local events, in order to know each other closer, because we are, and as for Russian, we looks like European, but in our hearts quite East, and that's why we don't have business relations with people who we don't know, who we not common. It's about common values and something like that. That's why I think it's very easy to sometimes come to each other, and in order to we can show you our people, cities, developers, publishers, and we can talk with him and so on. That's why we are here, actually.
Yeah, true. So I think we all agree that the first step is to meet the right people, right? So I think like to understanding and really want to learn how to enter the market, I think that the first most important step. I think the second learning that I got from this discussion is, of course, testing, like trying, you know. Don't expect to like go into a market and expect like, oh, if I put this only content, I can see an increase of sales, an increase of marketing. But always try and testing, like see the reviews, see what the people are talking about. And then the third one is like, of course, do a lot of research, like knowing what creator that you should approach. Maybe for your game, the creator in, for example, in Indonesia that you reach out and compared to creator in Russia or China is like a whole new different creators. So yeah, I think I actually have a question. The question is like, if you want to target a foreign markets, why should they work with region-specific partners? So I think that's already answered. Yeah, we are like in this discussion we already answered like a lot of questions. So maybe we can go to the floor and ask if anyone has any questions. No? No? Yeah, I think like yeah, like throughout the session I actually like have information overload, but like I'm actually so glad because like in this session, me personally have learned a lot and like seeing it from the perspective of the publishers, because like us as a content creator, right, we always got approached by publishers, and then like I imagine like those publishers would probably need to understand like, you know, creators in, for example, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and of course they're doing a different approach. And for me, specifically, I think like personal approach is very more appreciated, especially because us as a creators, right, we got approached by like lots of games, you know, that there's a lot of games releasing, and especially indie games, because like there's a, you know, we like, we cannot just like review every games that are sent to us. So I think like that's actually increasing a chance, you know, for your game to get covered and reviewed if you add that personal touch when you approach like creators or communities in a certain region. So maybe the last question is like, if do you have anything last to share, maybe like any last tips, or like maybe share more about like what you do and how the people can approach you after this session or conference. So maybe you can start from, yeah, you can start from you.
Actually, first of all, as you can see our booth here, but here it's just companies who are really ready to experiment and coming for region conferences, not just Gamescom or other very big conferences where the we take part sometimes. And I want to invite you to our market, and I want to invite you to write messages to Russian developers, Russian publisher. Really feel free in order to ask some questions, maybe when you have. And really, in Russia, we have also Russian-based platforms for promoting Russian stores, for distributing games, and we have a great gamers passion community. Lots of gamers who want to try different games, playing indie games, not just hits online games, and that's why I invite you to our market. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think for us, the game publishing business is one of the newest endeavor. So I'm actually very junior in this market, right? I'm learning a lot from IGDX, learning a lot, and super happy to see like so many indie developers coming out from Indonesia as well. We also have our own event by the end of the year called Indonesia Game Festivals. We're working with Agi as well. So I think there's a couple of indie devs that's coming to the event. you know, and then yeah, just glad to see the growth and looking forward for the next few years for IGDX.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, the last one.
Okay, I would give a brief introduction to the indie game exhibitions. Normally, you can find them in China, in Shanghai. In Shanghai, you can find the most number of video game events, including China Joy. China Joy, since this year, you can find B2C Pavilion. There are booths for indie games for over 80. And also, we have a partner as Indie Light. The name is Game Connection. You will find Game Connection this year in the B2B Pavilion of China Joy in July. There are more than 100 indie game booths there from all over the world. And the majority is from the mainland of China. And also, every time we have booths in GDC, San Francisco, which every March. And also we have camera game booths in Gamescom, in Cologne. And also in Tokyo Game Show, you will find, but Gamera is not Gamera, because Gamera happened to be the name of a kaiju, just like Godzilla.
Ah.
We cannot use Gamera games in Japan. So the name will turn to Gamera, so G-A and mirror, reflection, so Gamera.
Oh, is that a coincidence? Like a good coincidence?
So rest of the world, other than Japan, we are Gamera games. So Gamer plus A, or in Chinese, we have a really good name for that. It's Gai Mai La. That means it's time to buy.
Oh, so many like interpretations for the name.
And also, the biggest indie game, heavily focused video game events is an annual event you can find in Shanghai every November. So next month, in the second weekend, you will find WePlay, but it has nothing to do with WeChat. WePlay is running by CIGA, which is China Indie Game Alliance. And also there is a media, the name is G-Core, they are headquartered in Beijing. They have been running events just like smaller WePlay, with a main stage with their host, because they are media people, right? It's called G-Fusion. G-Fusion, at least there will be one G-Fusion every 6 months. So in this year, we had G-Fusion Guangzhou in June, and in September, G-Fusion Beijing. And there will be another one will be taking place, it's a new one, in Shanghai in December. It's called Anime Market. So I think during those events, you can find camera game booth, and you can come to me or my colleagues. And I will be here staying until the end of this event. So if you have something to talk, feel free to come to me. And also, I have been a retro gamer.
The Sega. Yeah.
I think if you want to create great games, it's important to know the history of video game. There are so many great masterpieces has never been surpassed. The experience itself is really outstanding until nowadays. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think first you want to add more?
I also decided to invite you to an event. Actually, after COVID in Russia, during the COVID and after that, lots of our B2C events was cancelled, and just in this year appear again. It's enough any events, another teams and so on, and at the beginning of the next year, at the beginning of the March, we also arrange B2C events, which called Игрокон. It's like a first part of these words. It's a Russian equal game, the word of game.
GameCon.
Yeah, GameCon, but Игрокон in Russian. And it will be collaboration with companies who produce and sell table games. Yeah, it's
board game, tabletop games.
Tabletop games, yeah. With tabletop games, it's video games and tabletop games, and it will be a great opportunity in order to look for our developers, look for our publishers and his games, first of all his games, and show your products, projects and your companies for Russian audience. It's great, it's big because it is first of all B2C event. And actually we have a lot of B2B events, small, less than here. And if you're interested in that, you can write me a message or email, and I give you schedule of our events in Russia.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. So like, I think like in IGDX, I think events is actually one of the best touch point to meet not only with business partners, but also with like customers and get feedbacks. And yeah, that's the first step actually to get into the market is to get feedback, to get input. So I think if there's no other question, is there any questions from the floor? Good? No? Okay, we have 3 minutes left. So if that's all, we have an extra 3 minutes before the next session. So again, give a round of applause to all of our panelists in this session. Thank you so much. I hope you all learn a lot in this session. Me personally, I learned a lot. Like I feel like I want to just like take notes, you know, like what I learned, because like I learned from a lot from the creator perspective as well to, you know, like engage with publishers. So yeah, I hope this session gave you a lot of insights, and yeah, thank you so much for coming to IGDX, and see you next time, hopefully. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, it's a great panel discussion. Thank you so much, Ms. Kiki, for lead discussion. And thank you for our panelists today. Before we move on to the next agenda, this is the special gift, yeah, from Vasily to Michael, Tony, and Kiki. Yeah, Vasily, you can give the special souvenir from our moderator and our amazing panelists. Yay! Thank you so much, Vasily, and thank you for our moderator and panelists today. Let's see the camera. 3, 2, 1. Another pose. Yes, it's a great panel discussion. Yeah, we hope for the panel discussion make a good impact for you, the good connection and collaboration for IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause for Kiki, Vasily, Michael, and Tony. Thank you for your insight today. Last distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move again for the next session. Are you ready for the next session? Oh, ready, yeah? I want to hear some voice in the right side area. Maybe if I say IGDX, please answer Nike level. Okay? I want to hear some voice. IGDX? IGDX? Nike level. Okay, now distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to boost your energy and your spirit for the special session. Okay, for the instruction, if I say 1, please say AC. Raise your hand. It's called jempol bergoyang. Okay, yeah. If I say 1, you can answer AC. If I say 2, you can answer yeah. Yeah, like that, yeah? Okay, we move on for the next. 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. 1, 1, 1. Let's give a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your spirit. Let's move on for the next session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we are diving into a K-Dot session on hacking new markets, 6 strategies to drive revenue with your app. We're thrilled to have Maradeda Arusdiansyah and Rifki Novrian from Yandex here to lead the discussion. In the session, they will explore innovative and practical strategies to help you expand into new market and maximize your app's revenue potential. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Maradeda and Rifki to the stage. Time is yours.
Oke, selamat siang IGDX 2024. Waduh, kayak masih jam-jam siangnya, jam ngantuk ya Mas Rifki ya?
Ngantuk banget ya Mas Mara ya?
Oke, kalau misalnya aku bilang selamat siang IGDX 2024, tadi sapaannya gimana tuh ya? Bilangnya naik level ya nggak salah ya? Teman-teman bantu ya? Oke, sekali lagi ya Mas Rifki ya?
Boleh.
Selamat siang IGDX 2024. Woo! Thank you guys. Oke, kenalin dulu nih ya. Aku Mara, Business Development Manager dari Yandex Indonesia.
Saya Rifki, Account Manager dari Yandex Indonesia.
Kami dari
Yandex Indonesia.
Okay.
For our English audience, we will be using Bahasa Indonesia throughout the presentation, but if you're super interested, our colleague is right here and right there. So you can meet us at the booth. Mara.
Thank you Rifki. Oke, sebelum kita masuk ke topik kita kali ini, aku ada pertanyaan nih untuk teman-teman semua. Mungkin kita bisa next slide aja. Oke, nah pertanyaannya adalah, teman-teman pernah dengar belum sih tentang Yandex sebelumnya nih? Yang berani jawab dapat merchandise dari kita.
Mas yang di tengah mungkin
boleh.
Silakan Mas.
Mic-nya boleh dibantu Mas. Ada yang mau jawab nih? Ya.
Ada yang udah pernah denger Yandex sebelumnya, teman-teman? Mas yang senyum-senyum, Mas?
Yang senyum-senyum tuh, kayaknya mau dia tahu nih Yandex nih apa nih. Oke, siap. Silahkan Mas.
Yandex itu adalah kayak sama kayak Google Chrome, sama kayak Google, dia itu search engine, tapi dia
boleh dibantu Mas?
Cek. Nah, oke. Jadi Yandex itu search engine yang berbasis dari Rusia gitu. Dan regulasinya agak terbuka dikit.
Oke.
Wow.
Oke.
Explanation-nya 100% benar ya Mas Mara ya?
Iya, tapi boleh dijelasin lagi nggak nih Mas Rifki, Yandex itu apa sih?
Amazing. Jadi Yandex itu sebenarnya adalah salah satu IT company yang paling besar di Eropa Timur.
Yes.
Di mana kita adalah market leader di Russia dan beberapa CIS countries. Jadi line up bisnisnya bukan cuma search engine ya Mas Mara ya?
Banyak sekali teman-teman.
Ada banyak, nanti kita akan unveil di slide berikutnya.
Oke, demi efisiensi waktu, kita langsung aja nih ke topik kita siang kali ini. Oke, kita akan bahas mengenai hacking new markets with 6 strategies to drive revenue with your app or mobile game. Oke, dari kemarin kita udah discuss teman-teman di booth kita nih, masih banyak nih teman-teman bahwa untuk naikin revenue itu coba taklukin di tier 1 market nih teman-teman nih. Karena mungkin CPM-nya besar, advertiser-nya pun juga yang lebih premium. Nah, kita bedah datanya kali ya teman-teman ya. Oke. Dari 100%, hanya 27% publisher yang bilang bahwa revenue-nya itu naik nih setahun terakhir nih. Tapi memang banyak sih, 73%-nya bilang turun. Nah, yang turun ini bilang solusinya tuh expand aja Mas Mara ke tier 1. Oke, tapi menurut kami kurang setuju untuk itu. Kenapa? Solusi dari kami justru malah sebaliknya. Yaitu kita coba nih teman-teman ke negara-negara berkembang atau emerging markets. Oke.
Jadi emerging marketnya apa aja tuh Mas Mara?
Oke Mas Rifki, thank you. Menurut International Monetary Fund, sebanyak 150 negara terdaftar sebagai emerging markets dan top 9 GDP-nya yaitu ada Brazil, Meksiko, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Turkey, dan kita sendiri Indonesia, lalu UAE, China, dan India. Oke. Nah, menurut data dari statista.com, mulai dari tahun 2020, jumlah app downloads di negara berkembang tuh meningkat teman-teman dibandingkan negara-negara yang sudah mature nih. Nah, di sini kita bisa lihat ya Mas Rifki ya, berarti ada potensi yang cukup oke ya, kita lihat grafiknya menaik terus ya.
Jadi mulai 2020 itu grafiknya udah mulai overlap teman-teman. Jadi kalau kita lihat proyeksinya justru emerging market itu punya potensi yang lebih besar ketimbang dari tier 1 market. Mas Mara.
Yes, benar banget. Berarti kalau secara bisnis nih masih bisa jauh lebih potensial, nggak taunya nih di emerging markets nih teman-teman. Oke, nah pertanyaannya adalah siapa aja sih Mas Mara pemainnya? Oke, di sini kita jelasin. Pemainnya yaitu yang pertama dari negara China nih teman-teman. China tuh luas sekali dan pengguna smartphone-nya banyak. Disusul lagi dengan India, Brazil, Russia, Meksiko. Dan 80% populasinya itu pengguna smartphone nih teman-teman. Oke, kita bahas spending time-nya ya teman-teman ya. Oke. Nah, spending time tertinggi itu datang dari negara Brazil nih teman-teman justru. Lalu disusul lagi dengan UAE, Russia, India, Meksiko. Oke, dari sekian banyaknya user, spending time-nya juga cukup besar. Apakah suka main mobile game nih pertanyaannya? Oke. Ya, jawabannya adalah yes. Terutama di negara tempat kerja kita berasal ya, Rusia. Rusia tuh 19,5% loh pengguna mobile game. Mereka tuh suka banget yang namanya main game. Gabut-gabut dikit, Main game.
Jadi
Ibaratnya waktu kosong dikit juga main game nih Mas Rifki.
Hampir 20% itu main game.
Hampir
Mas Mara.
20% nih Mas Rifki
Jadi,
main game.
kalau mereka main game terus berarti penetration dari mobile app-nya lebih tinggi ya Mas Mara?
Yes, benar sekali. Oke, gimana nih CPI dan CPM ya? Mungkin Mas Rifki boleh bantu?
Siap, jadi aku bakal jelasin topik yang sedikit lebih teknikal, tapi aku believe ini adalah pertanyaan teman-teman semua. Pastinya Tier 1 CPM itu jauh lebih tinggi teman-teman karena market mereka lebih develop, the currency itu lebih tinggi. Tetapi kalau kita lihat di sini, Tier 2 CPM itu angkanya ada di 0,58, jadi di sebelah kanan. Nah, pasti teman-teman punya pertanyaan. Tadi Mas Mara bilang kita pengen masuk ke emerging market, tapi CPM-nya lebih kecil Mas Rifki. Terus kenapa kita harus masuk ke emerging market?
Ya, jawabannya adalah kita mengincar quantity sih Mas Rifki. Jadi kita next slide aja ya.
Ya, jadi aku kasih lihat dulu CPI. Jadi kalau tadi pertama CPM, sekarang ada CPI. Nah, kalau kita lihat CPI, cost per install itu memang Eropa dan juga Amerika Utara, mereka CPI-nya jauh lebih tinggi teman-teman. Sementara untuk APEC, which is kita salah satunya, dan Latin Amerika, itu CPI-nya itu lebih rendah. Nah, ini artinya apa? Artinya barrier untuk teman-teman bisa masuk ke market emerging tersebut itu jauh lebih rendah ketimbang dengan paksain masuk ke tier 1 dulu, Mas Mara. Nah, oke, Mas Rifki udah ngejawab, CPM-nya lebih rendah Mas Rifki. Terus CPI-nya juga lebih rendah, jadi gampang untuk masuk. Terus kalau memang begitu, emangnya usersnya high quality, emangnya usersnya bakal gunakan app-nya. Nah, kita akan kasih data soal retention rate mereka. Next. Nah, kalau kita lihat data di sini, kiri dan kanan, teman-teman bisa lihat retention rate emerging market tier itu tuh jauh lebih tinggi daripada tier 1. Jadi kalau tier 1 CPM lebih tinggi tapi retention rate lebih rendah, tapi kalau emerging market kita punya retention rate yang itu sebenarnya lebih loyal. Jadi instead of mereka spend less time dengan aplikasi teman-teman, mereka actually spend more time dengan aplikasi teman-teman. Nah, oke Mas Rifki, kita udah dapat CPI-nya lebih murah. Oke, retentionnya lebih bagus. Terus apakah itu bisa ngebantu teman-teman untuk ngedrive revenue yang lebih besar? Jawabannya, oke. Jadi kita lihat data dari 2017 sampai 2024 ya teman-teman. Itu revenue dari apps di emerging market itu naik hampir 3,5 kali lipat. Nah ini projection yang mungkin sedikit bias karena yang saya percaya bahwa beberapa app developer Indonesia tuh pengennya tier 1, CPM-nya lebih tinggi Mas Rifki, CPM-nya lebih tinggi Mas Rifki. Tapi kalau kita lihat data di sini justru emerging market itu naik 341%.
Yes, potensi banget ya Mas Rifki ya.
Nah, terus revenue-nya emangnya dari mana Mas Rifki? Kalau memang mereka naiknya 3,5 kali lipat, oke. Ada two main source of revenue biasanya untuk mobile app, yaitu IAP, in-app purchases, dan juga advertising revenue. Nah, justru hampir 60% revenue yang tadi kita bahas, 341% itu, justru 59%-nya masih dari advertising. Berarti ada rewarded ads, interstitial ads, banners di dalam app-nya teman-teman. Oke, ini singkat aja, sebenarnya ini very technical, tapi kita cuma mau ngasih share ke teman-teman. Kalau teman-teman mau masuk ke Russian market, teman-teman bisa lihat di sini, CPM kita di berbagai jenis banner, kita sebenarnya slightly lebih tinggi dari India, kita juga slightly lebih tinggi dari China, jadi potensi untuk teman-teman bisa dapetin revenue itu sebenarnya cukup besar. Oke, kita udah ngejelasin tadi bahwa emerging market itu adalah market yang potensial, teman-teman bisa enter emerging market, summary-nya adalah teman-teman masih bisa dapetin revenue yang cukup tinggi dari sini. Teman-teman bahkan karena volumenya lebih banyak itu bisa match revenue-nya dengan tier 1 market. Dan yang terakhir, barrier untuk enter market tersebut itu lebih rendah daripada teman-teman harus maksain masuk ke tier 1. Karena CPI yang lebih murah Mas Mara.
Oke, tentunya lebih efisien ya Mas Rifki ya,
Betul.
secara bisnis ya.
Betul, jadi kalau tadi di depan kita udah sempat jelaskan soal kenapa teman-teman harus masuk ke emerging market. Nah, kita langsung masuk ke strategi pertama aja Mas Mara supaya kita bisa save some time.
Apa nih Mas Rifki?
Oke, strategi yang pertama kalau teman-teman mau masuk ke market Rusia adalah teman-teman harus gunakan yang namanya local ad network.
Oke.
Kenapa sih Mas Rifki kita harus pakai local ad network? Kenapa kita nggak pakai global aja? Kita bikin satu akun di Indonesia terus kita bisa jalanin global. Oke, problemnya adalah satu, kebanyakan global ad network itu tidak memiliki local inventory teman-teman. Jadi teman-teman harus gunakan local ad network supaya teman-teman bisa dapetin yang namanya local audiences yang menggunakan local inventory tersebut gitu. Terus biasanya kalau local ad network itu punya data yang lebih banyak ketimbang global ad network karena banyak eksklusif app dan eksklusif placement yang cuma digunakan di negara tersebut. Nah makanya tadi berkelanjutan dengan diskusi yang sebelumnya sebenarnya masukin new market, dan kita harus paham marketnya ya gitu. Nah terakhir, biasanya local ad network itu punya yang namanya exclusive placement yang nggak dimiliki oleh si global ad network tadi. Oke, Mas Rifki udah bicara tadi harus pakai local ad network. Emangnya ada case study nggak Mas Rifki? Oke, kita ada satu case study, kita nggak bisa mention title gamenya, tapi ini adalah mid-core game. Jadi yang terjadi adalah sebelumnya klien kita ini menggunakan global ad network, trying to enter Russian market, tapi ternyata itu stuck Mas Mara, nggak bisa naik-naik gitu. Nah, semenjak mereka menggunakan Yandex Ads, itu install mereka naik sampai 50K dan juga volume dari instalasinya itu naik sampai 2,5 kali lipat tanpa ada penambahan cost per install. Jadi seperti yang kita sampaikan di depan, volumenya makin banyak, CPI-nya tetap sama Mas Mara.
Berarti kalau misalnya di bahasa Indonesiain tuh lebih efisien sama lebih cuan ya Mas Rifki ya?
Lebih cuan dan lebih cost saving Mas Mara.
Thank you.
Oke, jadi kita mau introduce salah satu local ad network yang very strong di Russia dan juga CIS, yaitu Yandex. Mengapa Yandex? Pertama, Yandex itu adalah search engine market leader di Russia, kita punya hampir 70% share di Russia. Kedua, kita juga punya Yandex Advertising Networks yang sudah berpartner dengan semua local inventory yang ada di Russia. Dan yang terakhir kita punya Yandex Services yang mungkin banyak teman-teman di sini belum tahu nih. Mas Mara boleh bantu aku. Kalau misalkan aku mau pesen taksi itu pakai apa kalau di Rusia Mas?
Yandex Taxi.
Kalau saya mau nonton streaming Mas?
Untuk streaming ya, Yandex.
Kino Voice.
Kino Voice.
Kalau mau dengar musik?
Yandex Music.
Oke, jadi hampir dari semua app-app yang digunakan di sana itu menggunakan platform dari Yandex gitu.
Berarti bisa dibilang dari bangun tidur sampai tidur lagi, itu pakai servisnya Yandex Mas ya?
Mau belanja beli tiket pakai Yandex Travel. Mau belanja e-commerce pakai Yandex Market.
Oke.
Nah, pasti pertanyaan berikutnya, oke Mas Rifki, kita banyak banget punya barrier untuk masuk ke new market tersebut. Kita nggak punya experience-nya, kita nggak punya best practice-nya. Sebenarnya yang ada di belakang saya ini tuh hanya small best practice aja dari yang akan kita bantu nantinya ya Mas Mara ya. Jadi yang pasti itu adalah user experience, language dan localization. Mungkin sangat berkelanjutan dengan topik yang dibahas sebelumnya gitu. Nah, pastikan teman-teman sudah menggunakan bahasa lokal, which is bahasa Rusia. Kalau bisa bahasa Inggris juga sebenarnya nggak apa-apa. Terus yang paling penting adalah teman-teman ngerti dengan yang namanya local adaptation gitu. Nah itu tuh pasti akan jadi challenge. Terus gimana ya caranya Mas Rifki, kita nggak terlalu berpengalaman dengan market ini. Nah makanya harus ke booth kita supaya kita bisa bantu jelasin lebih lanjut ya Mas Mara.
Bener, kalau untuk diskusi lebih dalam bisa visit ke booth kita.
Siap. Nah oke, strategi pertama Mas Rifki kita udah tahu kita harus pakai local network, kita harus jalanin app install campaign untuk dapetin user yang lebih banyak. Terus habis itu gimana cara kita bisa analyze datanya, gimana cara kita tahu ini adalah langkah yang benar Mas Rifki? Oke, jawabannya adalah teman-teman harus selalu analyze dengan data. Teman-teman harus selalu do A/B testing, teman-teman harus selalu bertanya apakah yang teman-teman lakukan tersebut adalah the right decision or not. Sebenarnya ada banyak pertanyaan, tapi top 3 yang paling penting yang teman-teman harus ketahui adalah kira-kira channel yang teman-teman gunakan tersebut, apakah itu high quality traffic gitu. Apakah mereka spend time di aplikasi teman-teman? Apakah mereka punya day retention yang bagus di aplikasi teman-teman? Kedua, yang harus dipahami adalah kalau kita bisa tahu nggak kira-kira duluan gitu, channel mana sih yang paling profit secara revenue. Jadi mereka akan spend more time di app, mereka akan nonton iklan yang lebih banyak. Sama terakhir, kira-kira kita bisa jawab nggak ya, kita bisa langsung apply nggak ya data ini ke campaign kita gitu. Jadi kalau nunggu 2 bulan, 3 bulan machine learning kan lama ya gitu. Nah sebenarnya salah satu solusinya kita menyarankan untuk menggunakan yang namanya LTV report dari AppMetrica. Jadi LTV report dari AppMetrica ini menggunakan machine learning dan AI untuk melakukan forecast dan prediction untuk cari tahu nih Mas Mara, channel mana yang sebenarnya paling bagus quality-nya by retention dan by revenue. Terus paling penting nanti datanya juga bisa digunakan untuk optimization.
Oke, itu bisa sampai lower funnel juga ya Mas Rifki ya?
Bisa sampai lower funnel, as long as teman-teman bisa implement code eventnya di funnel yang diinginkan, kita bisa track semua. Oke, kenapa harus LTV ini sih Mas Rifki yang kita highlight hari ini? Oke, paling penting dulu yang satu, LTV prediction-nya kita itu tidak mensegmen dan tidak berdasarkan sampel. Jadi kalau di platform lain itu biasanya di sampel Mas Mara. Jadi mungkin 20%, 30% users. Di Metrika tidak, kita hampir pakai 100% data. Yang kedua, LTV report tadi itu bisa dilakukan sebagai post back ke MMP atau ke ad network yang teman-teman gunakan. Jadi data yang kita assess tadi itu pakai machine learning itu bisa dikirim lagi ke ad network supaya mereka bisa optimize campaign dan juga ads-nya. Datanya sangat fresh, less than 24 hours. Typically biasanya kalau platform lain itu bisa 24 sampai 48 jam. Dan yang terakhir paling keren banget nih Mas Mara. Biasanya kalau jalan campaign ada learning ya Mas Mara. Tunggu dulu 1 minggu, 2 minggu. Untuk LTV itu langsung bisa digunakan starting day one.
Wow, cepat banget ya Mas Rifki ya.
Ya, betul banget. Nah, satu case tadi singkat aja. Jadi auto.ru salah satu klien kita itu menggunakan LTV report. Jadi sebelumnya tuh belum menggunakan LTV report dan juga belum menggunakan Metrika. Setelah mereka gunakan LTV report kita, mereka kirim data yang sudah optimize tersebut ke ad network kita. Justru kita dapat increase in revenue 2 kali. Tapi Mas Rifki, kenapa ya installnya turun ya? Jadi kan kita lihat di sini hampir 5 kali itu volume installnya turun. Nah, justru sebenarnya ini good sign teman-teman. Jadi volume installnya turun karena quality trafficnya itu jauh lebih bagus ketimbang sebelumnya tanpa LTV.
Oh, berarti lebih mentingin kualitas ya daripada quantity
Lebih
ya?
mentingin kualitas, lebih mentingin retention, dan lebih mentingin revenue untuk teman-teman. Oke, tadi Mas Rifki udah bilang harus pakai local network. Harus di-analyze datanya setelah jalan. Terus cara kita maksimalin revenue itu kayak gimana tuh Mas Mara?
Oke, thank you banget nih Mas Rifki atas penjelasannya nih. Aku lanjut lagi ya teman-teman ya. Jadi gimana sih cara gabungin lokal sama global ad network? Oke, nah kita bedah data dulu nih teman-teman. Kita sudah research dari internal kita di Vietnam dan di Turki. Lebih dari 35% publisher itu mencoba untuk pasang lebih dari 1 ad network nih teman-teman. Tujuannya apa? Untuk maximize revenue pastinya. Dan di Turki pun juga sama, 43% publisher menggunakan lebih dari 1 ad network. Dan di antaranya 55% itu coming dari mobile game nih teman-teman. Oke, dari data tadi kita setuju ya 75%-nya tuh penting nih katanya teman-teman untuk gabungin antara lokal sama global ad network. Tujuannya untuk apa? Pastinya maximize revenue dong. Oke. Ya, pasti teman-teman bertanya nih.
Familiar nih sama brand-brand ini ya Mas Mara ya?
Benar-benar. Pemain-pemain globalnya siapa aja sih nih teman-teman? Oke, pemain globalnya mungkin bisa kita sudah tahu ya, Integral, Pengle, lalu salah satunya kita sendiri, Yandex Advertising Network. Oke, nah apa aja sih keuntungan gabungin antara lokal sama global ad network? Yang pertama pastinya si user masih dapat local advertising nanti teman-teman, masih bisa ngelihat iklan dari e-commerce lokalnya atau iklan dari lokal-lokal lainnya. Dan kedua kita bisa bidding nih, kita hanya ambil highest CPM aja lah teman-teman gitu. Kita ambil harga yang paling tinggi aja deh gitu. Dan yang ketiga tentunya secara fill rate keterisian iklan itu bisa lebih optimal lagi nih teman-teman dengan gabungin antara lokal dan global. Oke, tapi banyak nih yang terjadi ketika publisher jalanin sendiri, itu pusing nih settingnya nih Mas Rifki nih.
Jadi kita pasang global, pasang lokal Mas.
Iya.
SDK-nya 1, SDK-nya 2, SDK-nya 3. Dashboard-nya 3 dong Mas.
Bener, secara dashboard lebih banyak, SDK-nya lebih banyak, tingkat kepusingannya ya lebih tinggi nih Mas Rifki nih.
Betul.
Nah yang kedua ini ya tadi tuh increase complexity pasti lebih pusing, dan yang ketiga bingung nih gabungin datanya nih karena diskrepensinya biasanya masalah isu utama tuh di publisher tuh.
Dan ini berdasarkan feedback yang kita dapat di hari sebelumnya ya Mas Mara ya. Banyak banget yang mengeluhkan hal ini.
Bener. Oke, nah kita lanjut aja nih ke strategi berikutnya nih sebelum kita kasih solusi yang tadi nih. Nah gimana sih teman-teman cara bikin users kita engage sama happy dengan mobile game kita? Oke, nah kita berdasarkan riset kita nih ya, kita bahas data lagi di sini. Kita sudah nanya ke banyak publisher, baik di Indonesia maupun di luar. Masalahnya cuma satu kalau pasang iklan, CPM-nya low. Nggak ada yang lain sih selain itu. Dan kedua iklannya nggak relevan. Terus ketiga SDK integrasinya ribet seperti itu. Nah, oke kita lanjut lagi. Tapi dari masalah itu semua, kita sudah riset lagi bahwa 80% users tuh masih mau loh nonton iklan, dan 79%-nya itu mereka rata-rata pengen dapat insentifnya sih nih.
Jadi ini coin hunter nih Mas Mara?
Iya, coin hunter.
Diamond hunter nih Mas.
Tapi di antara itu nggak taunya 44%-nya itu concern loh dengan quality iklan. Jadi kalau misalnya iklannya bagus mereka senang, tapi kalau misalnya iklan jelek mereka suka komen yang aneh-aneh gitu di
kasih rating.
Ya,
Kasih rating di Google Play Store.
Oke. Nah, ini ada lagi nih masalah lainnya kalau ketika publisher running monetisasi sendiri. Yang pertama tuh bingung pilih ad formatnya apa. Apa ya, banner kah, interstitial kah, rewarded kah? Yang kedua bingung nih untuk customize iklannya nih yang sesuai dengan kategori gamenya. Yang ketiga bingung juga pasang ad unit posisinya tuh di mana. Terus yang keempat yang sering ke skip nih. Suka main langsung live aja nggak testing-testing dulu nih seperti itu. Tapi jangan khawatir, kita melaunch produk Yandex Easy Monetization di Indonesia untuk membantu teman-teman semua dari isu-isu yang udah aku mention sebelumnya.
Jadi in a nutshell ini Easy Monetization ini seperti apa cara kerjanya Mas Mara?
Oke, seperti namanya ya, easy ya. Easy itu mudah ya.
Mudah?
Oke, jadi kita simple integration, simple payment, sama simple communication.
Jadi dalam Easy Monetization ini ada berapa global ad networks nih Mas Mara?
Oke, kita bisa konekin ke total 15 global ad network dengan teknologi unik dari kita.
Cukup satu SDK aja Mas?
Cukup satu SDK juga dan satu payment aja.
Satu payment aja. Jadi yang sebelumnya tadi saya menggunakan 3 sampai 4 ad network, bersamaan saya harus atur satu-satu fill rate, setting dan gitu-gitu, langsung jadi satu aja Mas Mara?
Langsung jadi satu aja. Untuk lebih detailnya gimana kita bisa discuss di booth kita atau tukeran kontak.
Ya.
Oke. Yang kelima, temukan partner yang benar-benar bisa ngebantu nih teman-teman untuk approaching secara lokal maupun worldwide nih strategi berikutnya. Oke. Nah, di sini nih aku ada pertanyaan sini teman-teman nih. Teman-teman tuh lebih senang untuk mencapai KPI bisnisnya sendirian atau kolaborasi dengan tim profesional sih? Sebenarnya ini basicnya pilihan ya, karena hidup itu pilihan ya Mas Rifki.
Dan sebenarnya masih berkelanjutan sama topik yang sebelumnya gitu, find a partner gitu Mas Mara.
Iya benar banget nih Mas Rifki. Jadi ini pilihan bisa sendiri ataupun kita sama-sama mencapai KPI bersama seperti itu teman-teman. Oke langsung aja nih Mas Rifki, produk apa aja sih dari Yandex nih yang bisa ngebantu untuk mobile game developer nih di Indonesia?
Siap, jadi aku bantu summarize lagi yang kita present sebelumnya teman-teman. Pertama, teman-teman bisa gunakan Easy Monetization untuk memonetize aplikasi teman-teman, especially teman-teman itu source of revenue-nya itu dari ads. Dan ini kita bisa digunakan di global market, tidak hanya Rusia ya Mas Maraya, tapi global market. Kedua, teman-teman bisa scale up keluar, especially ke Russia dan CIS, supaya teman-teman bisa gedein app install-nya melalui Yandex Direct, jadi bisa user acquisition-nya melalui kita. Ketiga, setelah melakukan user acquisition, teman-teman bisa menggunakan app metrika, which is app analytics-nya Yandex untuk nge-track behavior, untuk nge-track seberapa efektif UA campaign yang dilakukan. Dan terakhir, kalau teman-teman ada HTML5 games, itu juga bisa dirilis di store-nya kita di Yandex Games. Itu tuh games.yandex.com, teman-teman juga bisa publish gamesnya nanti di sana. Jadi kalau saya boleh ringkas nih karena waktunya tinggal sedikit ya Mas Mara. Jadi Yandex adalah salah satu partner yang teman-teman bisa gunakan kalau teman-teman ingin global monetization dengan Easy Monetization dan teman-teman ingin melakukan user acquisition ke Russia. Mas Mara.
Yes, thank you banget nih penjelasannya Mas Rifki nih. Kebetulan pas banget ya, timing kita tuh sesuai dan sekian banget nih presentasi dari kita. Tapi masih ada 1 menit ya Mas Rifki.
Masih ada 1 menit, boleh buat pertanyaan kali ya Mas.
Boleh banget nih, siapa nih yang mau nanya nih teman-teman nih?
Silakan.
Oke.
Silakan Mas. Ya.
Boleh dibantu mic-nya?
Terima kasih. Saya Alliance dari Snack Video. Kebetulan saya ada pertanyaan tadi terkait LTV ya. Jadi LTV ini kan menarik kita lifetime value. Tapi kalian ada nggak strategi untuk mengukur diskrepansi dari data real atau misalnya data pelanggan yang udah lama? Gitu. Kalian strateginya gimana?
Oke siap. Ini Mas Al pertanyaannya luar biasa sekali Mas Al, thank you pertanyaannya. Nah sebenarnya untuk strategi khusus kita nggak punya yang best practice gitu Mas untuk mengukur perbandingan antara data lama sama yang data baru. Kita sebenarnya masih menggunakan best practice di industri mirip seperti di platform lain Mas. Kita ada retention report, kita juga ada new users versus old user report, sama terakhir kita ada yang namanya custom dashboard di app metrika. Jadi saya sarankan kalau memang kita ada isu nih terkait membandingkan data LTV yang lama sama yang baru, itu di app metrika bisa custom report. Dan kalau di MMP lain Mas, itu biasanya lebih expensive, bisa perlu tambahan biaya untuk bisa akses si custom reportnya. Nah untuk benchmarking sendiri itu bisa tanya kita, jadi nanti Mas Al itu bisa dapetin benchmarking kira-kira kalau si aplikasi yang lain itu gimana sih datanya? Sebagai pengukur nih Mas, perbandingan antara apakah data kita lebih bagus atau lebih baik daripada si kompetitor ataupun pemain industri yang sama gitu. Jadi saran saya mungkin kita bisa custom dashboard dan paling penting bisa kebut ya Mas Mara.
Bisa banget. Langsung kita sambut dengan senang hati.
Siap, semoga menjawab Mas Al.
Thank you. Seperti waktu kita udah habis, kita sudahin dulu ya Mas Rifki ya. Thank you teman-teman IGDX, semoga kita ketemu lagi di tahun depan.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Maradeda and Rifki from Yandex. Let's give big round of applause again. Yandex for the photo session today. Wow, thank you for your great insight. Yandex with many campaigns and services to help you expand the new market. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much again for Yandex, Maradeda, and Rifki to share your insight. And don't forget to visit the booth of Yandex in the outdoor ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move again for the next agenda today. Yeah, before we move for the discussion panel, the fifth discussion panel, ladies and gentlemen. I want to know your spirit again, ladies and gentlemen. We give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, thank you for your spirit today. And now, who here is attending this event with entire team? May I know your voice with the team, maybe? Maybe in the outside area, yeah? It's okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move again for the next agenda. As we know, Bali is the most destination in Indonesia. Bali have a culture, have a tradition, and of course, Bali have a dance, okay? And now, I want to teach you with the Balinese dance. Maybe, you know about the kecak dance? You know about kecak dance? Now, before we move for the panel discussion, I want to teach you about the kecak dance. Yeah, it's a special dance from Bali. You can usually see the kecak dance in the Uluwatu Temple, Melasti, or Garuda Wisnu Kencana. Okay, for the instruction, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand like this. Raise your hand like this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it's called kecak dance, and you say cha 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 cha. Okay, I want to hear your sound voice. Okay, kecak dance. Raise your hand. Cha 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 cha. Okay, it's a best performance kecak dance, right? Thank you so much for your attention. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we move again for the next session. We have for the next session, ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion today. Let's roll into our next panel. The title is How Can Indonesia Better Make Games and Make Better Games? This session will cover the current state of Indonesian game development, future growth path, and a lot more, ladies and gentlemen. Guiding us through this discussion is Sarah Johanna as a head of marketing at Toge Production, the studio known for coffee talk and a space for the unknown, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, this is welcome Sarah Johanna, marketing at Toge Production. Time is yours.
Okay, hello, good afternoon everyone.
Apa itu?
Have you eaten lunch yet? Good afternoon everyone. Nice, love the energy. Okay, today we're gonna meet even more awesome panelists coming from all over the world. And today we're gonna talk about, let me check my cheat sheet. How can Indonesia make better games and avoid getting worse? And it's interesting today because we're gonna have like panelists from different background, one from Australia and then one from, if I'm not mistaken, from France? Florent, right? Okay, and one from Japan, but now he's living in Canada. So let's welcome our panelists. First one is Shintaro Kanaoya, CEO and co-founder of Chorus Worldwide. Please come to the stage. Yeah. And next one, we're gonna call Florent Valery from the managing director of Southeast Asia from Gameloft. Florent. And last but not least, we're gonna have Prashil Singh, the Director of Partnership, College of Vocational Education at MIT Australia. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. I think so our panelists today already prepared like slides to introduce themselves. So I think I'll have the slide on. Should I?
That is technically me. Sorry about my facial hair. Apologize.
Okay. Is the slide on? Okay. Okay. While we wait, maybe you want to introduce yourself personally first, while we wait for the slides.
Sure. Hi, I'm Shintaro Kanoya. I founded an indie publisher called Chorus Worldwide. We've been going for about 10 years, and we've worked a lot with Toge Productions on Coffee Talk, Space for the Unbound, When the Past Was Around. What else have we done? Rising Hell, and also there are other non-Indonesian companies we work with as well, but we don't talk about them because they don't matter right now. So it's all about Indonesia. But yeah, so we've been doing that for about 10 years, and yeah, that's Chorus.
Okay, so myself, Florent, I'm actually based out of Bangkok. I'm French and working for a French company called Gameloft. We got acquired in Vivendi, so they also operate in other entertainment fields, right? And we've been developing primarily mobile games, right, for the first, I would say, 17 years. And now, since 2017, we've been doing PC console games. Some of them are actually a lot crafted with our studio in Yogyakarta, which is about 360 people, right?
Wow.
So that's pretty cool.
And Prashil.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prashil Singh. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm all the way down from Melbourne. I have a privilege and pleasure of being here and representing RMIT University, which is the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, and my presentation will talk a little bit more about the university itself, but specifically my roles in partnership and helping ecosystems around Southeast Asia acquire skills development, working with government, industry and the likes to ensure they become competitive and productive in the work that they do.
Nice. Cool. Okay, is the presentation ready? Okay, let me try. Okay, I'm not sure where I should be pointing it to. But I think we can start with Shin first. So, because like today we're gonna talk about like your experience on working with the Indonesian talents, and maybe if you have any advice. So maybe we can start with, who are the Indonesian talents that you've worked with previously?
You don't know?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell us.
So obviously Toge Productions is the one that we've worked with the most, and Tahoe and Mojiken, both are now obviously part of Toge. And I think apart from that, we've worked with other Southeast Asian developers like Celevore Games.
Oh yeah, from Malaysia, right?
From Malaysia, on Paper Ghost Stories. And I'm trying to think, we've worked with some Taiwanese developers before that. So yeah, we've worked with quite a lot of Indonesian, well, one now, I guess, because you've just taken over everything. Toge's taken over Indonesia. But yeah, so we've worked with a lot.
I see. And I mean, I already know the story, but I think it's, because this is your stage, so how did you meet Toge Productions, and how did you end up like working together with Toge Productions in the first place?
So several years, I can't remember exactly which year, but I think Taipei Game Show. I think it's 2019, 2018 maybe. You were showing Coffee Talk, and I wasn't there, but it was a couple of my team members were there. And they said, oh, we've seen this game, we really like it. And so they showed it to me, and I said, okay, that looks really cool. I'll be honest, I didn't get it at first, because I was like, okay, when do I do something? When do I throw something? When do I hit something? I was like, oh, it's not that kind of game. And then I was fortunate enough to meet Fahmi, the creator, a few years, maybe BIC, Busan 2020, maybe 2021. And I remember him telling me his vision for the game and what the game that you play before you go to bed, that kind of, and I loved it. And so that was really the start of working with you guys, with Toge, and obviously from that came Tahoe, Mojiken, and yeah, that's how it started.
Nice. And Foreign, can you tell us, like, you say that you have a studio here in Yogyakarta. Like, why did you decide to have a studio in Yogyakarta, and how is it working with the Indonesian talents here?
Sure. So we primarily decided to locate our studio in Yogyakarta because you have a huge pool of talents coming from university, right? We also work with Surabaya, right, university, but I think there is 5 or 6 university we have close contract and partnership, whereby we get our talents, we groom them from very early stages, right? And the way we operate is we take people more skilled maybe from the European studios, and also from, Brisbane, or we have another studio in Barcelona. And usually they do a lot of exchange program, right? So we managed to get very good 3D artists, 2D artists, animation. Okay, here we go. And they do a lot of work as well for project on OTT. So here in Yogyakarta, right, to support Netflix, Apple Arcade. And they've been very improving, I would say, and our studio is growing, right? So if you look 2 years back, we were just 350, and now it is growing at a rapid pace. And we see they are very involved into all those different IPs that you see. Disney Speedstorm, Disney Dreamlight Valley, which are PC console games, are actually a big part of those games on the asset side, marketing collaterals, and all the different elements in games are actually produced here, right? Similarly for Monster, right? Bobo Boy, so that's an IP we brought from Malaysia, but we know it has a strong resonance in the market. And this is also, of course, thanks to the studio in Yogyakarta that really understand the culture and why it is relevant to have this IP in a game made by Gameloft and Reskin. So it's been a very good experience so far for us in the market. So I can explain maybe in the latest slide a bit of the different fields in which we operate. But yeah, Nintendo, Netflix, I mean, we are really across all the different platforms, and we do on-demand service in-house to support other studios at Gameloft, which we call creation studios. So in Montreal, I was talking about Brisbane and Barcelona, as well as Paris. Now we also have one in Paris. But a lot of this work is outsourced internally, if I may say, to this Yogyakarta studio, which is growing very fast. Yeah. So those are the kind of skill sets and position that we have. Usually we work as a squad team, 10 people on each project, right? And you have a mix of producer, game designer, programmers, artists, as well as sound, and the sales marketing would be mostly on my side in the APAC region, right? And that's just to give you an illustration of the output that can actually come with 3D design for one of the main game done by Gameloft, which is called Dragon Mania Legends. It also spin off as a book, as a movie series. I mean, there are a lot of things coming out, and it started as a game, and that's very important for us, and that's an advice we'd give to create a strong IP identity when it's your own game, so that it can goes into much more field than just a game as a start. So those are the university we are connected with, as I mentioned earlier on, and of course a lot of very strong partners, and I'm thinking about Institut Français, IGDX, and all the people that invited us here. So a big thanks to all of them, and of course a lot of CSR actually activities in which we are engaged as well. So big thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. That sounds really awesome. And next, Sosial, can you tell us about you and what you do and how you work with the Indonesian talents here?
Thank you. And maybe if I just go through some of the slides, just to be mindful of time. So RMIT University is a university of impact in Asia Pac, and certainly as part of our strategy as a university is to be embedded in the regions and the markets we serve, and also to create impacts in which the programs that we deliver. So just for benefit and understanding, we're a global university. We have about close to 100,000 students. We have locations across Australia, but also across Vietnam. We have a campus there, hubs in Spain, and partner organisations throughout Indonesia, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, and other areas. And certainly across if I was to introduce the next slide, over the past 5 years, alone, if you were to think about our Melbourne campus, we had more than 30,000 international students come to Melbourne. So very rich in culture, very rich in diversity, very rich in understanding different nuances in that sense. And more specifically, with Melbourne being a gaming segment and a capital, RMIT has been supporting that ecosystem for a number of years, and a lot of our alum have gone on to become greater and bigger studios in that sense. So through the education programs, we have been connected in the sector and the ecosystem, and then more specifically in Indonesia, we have been sort of bringing some of that programs here to help the ecosystem to sort of get skilled up, you know, go up the next level, to help them to become more of an industry. They're not an industry, it's an emerging industry, but certainly when you look at economic development in whichever markets you serve, education and investment attractions go hand in glove. So, you know, for our panelists here as well today, in order for them to grow their business and acquire more opportunities, they need to have the right talent, and certainly being a knowledge partner across the ecosystems gives me the privilege to work with a lot of different government, industry and universities for that matter in that sense. But some of the slides that we just click through might give a bit more context around our discipline. So we're a dual sector university. I don't think a lot of people understand what that means. It's actually everything from certificate level training, so vocational for those who might understand, or in other markets known as polytechnics, or technical further education programs, so vocational levels from 1 right up to, let's say, 6, and then pathway into tertiary programs, which is more the bachelor, master's, PhD program, across the disciplines that you just see on the screen here, so business and law, design and social context. And when you see the design and social context stream, we have art, design, media, communications, and in our vocational college, creative industries, in which we have talent and capability, which we then repurpose in a localized, contextualized way in the markets here in Indonesia.
Cool. And
if I was to probably just talk about some of the programs, and not like that's what I was referring to, certificate, but you can see here that diploma of screen and media, animation, gaming, visual effects. We're running a series of short courses in Indonesia, and a lot of our short course program does leverage from some of these vocational streams. But certainly learners have the opportunity of going deeper into their learning and specialization through bachelor programs, Master of Animation, and or becoming PhD in that particular discipline as well. This is the program and project that we have embarked on. So certainly we have collaborated with Infinite Learning out of Batam in Indonesia, and part of our collaboration with Infinite Learning and working in that digital ecosystem have been supporting a number of aspiring game developers through the Campus Merdeka program to really target and or to skill up these talents in introduction into game design, providing more practical hands-on, assigning them to mentors, industry placements and integrated learning so that the skills that they are taught are actually applicable in that sense. There's ambition for us to actually go more, and I guess if I was to probably just skip through some of the other slides there, just gives you, certainly it's just the programs that I was talking about there, pretty practical. Skills are perishable. If you don't use it, you lose it. And certainly from our perspective, we are very deeply committed in Indonesia, and not just in those disciplines, but across the ecosystem to ensure that our learners, wherever they might be, are integrated and connected in the workplace. And certainly through that, what we have now put forward to different settings in Indonesia is to look at some technical, creative and business programs that we're sort of specializing for the games sector, which you can see there, whether there might be animators, graphic design, 3D artists, web developers, UX, game designers, sound designers. So there's a range of different specialization skills that can come out of this to help the ecosystem here to lift its game, to lift the next level up, to become a bit more sort of specialist in the discipline that they, and the passion that they have. But also, and it's good to hear that there's some great work already has been done through different incubation programs, whereby giving them the business skills as well, because having a game is actually running a business, and understanding the business acumen is really important. But I might just pause there, but happy to talk about some of this more broadly after.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you so much for sharing. Okay, so it seems that, by the way, we can turn off the slides and go back to the previous image. Okay, so now we've heard your story about how you work with Tokyo Productions, and you have a studio here in Indonesia, and not just in Jakarta, in Surabaya and Jakarta as well, and also Prashil, like working with Campus Merdeka and helping like all the aspiring developers from Indonesia to improve their skills, learn something to be a game developers. You've worked with the Indonesian talents, or perhaps you've played their game before, or maybe you already tried some of the games here at IGDX. What do you think of the Indonesian games, and what do you think makes Indonesian games different, or maybe like stand out? Maybe like we can start with Florent.
Well, I would say from what I've seen during last year and this year, first, Indonesian games are getting a lot more professional and serious. I mean, there is a huge gap between last year and this year, I think, in terms of game development. Even early stages projects have moved very nicely. In general, so that's what I've seen, right? But in general, I think the narrative is very strong. I believe there is a lot of cultural reference, and I think that was mentioned in the earlier sessions, and it worked very well for China, and I'm pretty sure it will also help, position Indonesian gaming industry in a specific way, right? As opposed to other markets in even Southeast Asia, right? If you look at few games from Thailand, Vietnam, all of them are very different in nature, but they address a global audience. And I think that's really what people need to keep in mind as to why I make a game, for which audience, which platform, and which kind of mechanism and monetization, especially how to make money out of it, right? So the game's stunning visually, right? I saw a lot of very detailed graphics, 2D, 3Ds, and yes, there is huge potential, but still there are premium and single game sort of experience. I mean, that's what I've seen as well, right? So very good potential and a lot of things that can, or room to grow to keep growing as the industry mature.
I agree. Nice. Maybe Shin, you want to go next? So what do you think about the Indonesian games, or what do you think like make Indonesian games like different or stand out in the market right now?
I don't think there is anything. I don't think there is anything that makes an Indonesian game look like an Indonesian game, unless it's rooted in a specific culture, like Space for the Unbound. I think the quality level of, especially the indie developers, is at the same level as a lot of other development hubs around the world, which is great. One of the things I like about Indonesian development is, from a cultural point of view, to always kind of look both towards the West, but also towards the East. So from our point of view as a publisher, we can take a game like Coffee Talk, and we can try and make it be successful in the West, in North America, in Europe, but also in Japan and other parts of East Asia, because a lot of the time, if you get a game that's developed, say, in the West, and it's deeply rooted in kind of Western game styles, it's harder to sell those kind of games into Asia because the art style is not quite appealing or whatever. I think Indonesian developers have been looking at both sides of the world, and you can see that in the games, and I think that's one of the things that makes it a really strong place for game development, because it can cross cultures.
I see. Yeah, that's.
The games here have been really good. The games, I think, the games I've seen on both halls have been really, really strong. Yeah, and I was here 2 years ago, and I think definitely see an improvement. So yeah, it's great.
Nice. Yeah, I also think that every year, like games here at IGDX, it's improving, and I think it's all thanks to you who've been maybe giving feedbacks to all of them, or so yeah, thank you so much. And Prashil, what do you think about the games from Indonesia?
Yeah, look, I think it's been a pleasure to actually see some of the passion displayed in some of the projects that I've seen at the exhibition, both sides here. But I think if you look at Indonesia, I think, and it's already been well said and articulated in other panels as well, that Indonesia has very diverse culture. And even you go by region, like, what, 17,000 islands, I think you have, 260 million in population. Yes. But even going to Jogja, which I was there a couple of weeks ago with the IC Fest conference, and what I took away from Jogja was a unique sound, actually, that was quite unique to that region, in which it could be applied in their cultural context, in celebrating or connecting emotionally and, you know, through those different sensories to tell that story and to become connected to the audience in which it's appealing to. So I think Indonesia has a lot to offer, whether that might be in characters, textiles, design, stories, sound, and it's just bottling all that up together to really articulate that. So I can see a lot of great potential.
I see. That's awesome. And what do you think that, you know, like from the game itself, like what do you think that the developers can do to improve that even more, you know, to be able to like compete with the global market? Because like right now, when you sell games on, for example, like on Steam or Google Play or Nintendo Switch or whatever platforms out there, you're not competing like within the country. You're competing with the whole the global market basically, because like, you know, the people who will buy the game, it's basically not just from Indonesia but also from the US, from Canada, from France, from Australia. Do you have any advice, like what is it that they can do to sort of improve that? Or maybe is there anything you feel that they need to avoid so that they will not, so they will be able to like be better? What do you think?
As a guidance, I mean, at least start with really strong market research. I mean, if you need to address a global audience, really look at what the games are doing, the economy inside the games, why a game performs more than others, right? So a very deep understanding of the markets outside the bounds of just Indonesia, I would say. That's a very, especially on different platforms, right? Not only mobile, but maybe PC, console. That's important to keep an eye for, what's the trends and what's beyond the country. That's first. Second would be still on the data analysis, is launching a beta version and really analyzing why this visual asset works more than another, and then understanding the click-through rate. I mean, there is a full process that really needs to be applied before making the game itself, right? On the GDD, game design document level, you can really know whether it's gonna fit an audience and the market, and I've seen a lot of very good game design document level here, so it's getting very, very professional. Listen to, so that's more on the B2B side of the things, I would say, the markets and the business approach to it. And then on the audience, right? So community, of course you have Discord, you have Steam for early beta access. Really read the comments, read the different feedbacks and listen to what people want to see in the game. We see a lot of UGC and involvement of your fans, right? That will guide you on what's going to be the next success for your game. So this is really important. And I guess if you form a team, try to get inputs, feedbacks from either global studios or publishers or conferences like this. It's very important to also be open, right, to all the inputs and feedbacks from the industry in general.
Sure. So basically, like first is do market research and also do market validation, right? Yeah, that's actually important. And I think like it's also important to understand that when you want to be a game developer, it's not just about developing the game, but also like selling the game. So you have to understand business and marketing as well. So it's not only like coding the game or like drawing the art assets.
I think it's a bit, sorry, just to bounce back, like a startup, you don't fall in love with your project, right? You really need to do iteration and MVP, but treat the game just like this, right?
Yeah.
There needs to be a business. Right?
Anyone else?
I think if I just add a comment, and you see a lot of passion projects, and you know, passion is a hobby, and all of a sudden, are you transitioning from a hobby into a commercial enterprise? And so they're different mindsets, they're different skill sets, and different talent that you'll need to have as well. So, you know, I guess one of the views that we look at this more specific from an education point of view, having technical skills but having business acumen as well is really important. Now, it's not necessarily that we're saying that the one person needs to have all of those skills, but they need to be mindful of the ecosystem that is required in order to run a successful business, whether that's connecting with data analysts and, you know, researchers and others who can do validation and so on and so forth, getting the best outsourcing different skills they may not have internally. So there's other ways in which they can do that, but I think it's important to, one, recognize and to think of a strategy as to how they can actually get others to challenge their thinking from a technical but also from a business point of view as well.
Yes, I think to that point, I'm actually curious to know how many people here are developers, game developers, making games.
How many developers we have in this room?
Okay, so it's not. And so most of them are indie developers. So this is what you do for a living. This is your, I'm guessing. No idea. Anyway, doesn't matter. The point is, I think one of the things that, and this isn't specific to Indonesia, but with I think indie developers is, you know, why are you doing this? Why are you becoming? Because it's one of the hardest things you can do, right? And because indies are financially constrained, you're always trying to create new IP, and you're trying to then market into what's probably the most vicious market we've seen in games in the history of the industry. It's brutal. So it's one of the hardest things you can do. So ask yourself why you're doing it. And I think a lot of the times, and we've published a few games like this where the developers are really passionate about a subject matter, or they really love their culture, or whatever it is. And that's great, and it's like a love letter, it's like a poem. Doesn't mean anyone's going to care, right? So if you write the most beautiful, heartfelt poem about your life and your pain, that's wonderful. No one has to give a shit, and certainly no one has to pay for it, right? So if you want to keep being an indie developer and keep doing it for a long time, then you have to start thinking about the audience, right? And that's, and I think a lot of the time, indies forget to do that a little bit, or get kind of drink your own Kool-Aid. I don't know if that translates here, but you know, just kind of fall in love with your own stuff, and then wonder why when the game comes out, you don't have enough money to make the next game. So I would say to Florence's point, like market research, you know, understanding, you're not making a game just for yourself. Make a game that only you can make, but that other people want to play.
So basically there has to be balance between your capability, like what games you can make and you love, and also what games that, you know, like people will play and 100%. That people will love. Yeah, that's a very good point actually. Okay, I think we can go to the next questions. So we already talked about the games. Now let's talk about the talents. We have professional developers here, and we have also aspiring game developers. I think yesterday we also have lots of university students coming to IGDX. And all three of you came from very different background from the industry. And we have publishers here, and outsourcing, and then educations. So what do you think about working with talents from Indonesia, and what do you think these talents can do, like as an individual, to be able to improve their skills, or maybe to be able to make a better games? Maybe we can start with Prashil, because you came from the education background. Maybe you have any advice or?
Yeah, look, I think it's all about lifelong learning. So just probably a point. I'm still learning. I'm still doing my MBA. I'm always learning something new. We're in a fast-paced, changing environment, and the field of work you're in, you need to be constantly, you know, learning and evolving and developing. So I think first and foremost is don't feel that once you've completed your particular program, that's it. You know, we're in a constant, change is constant, so therefore please, please, please invest in learning and development. And it doesn't have to be formal, can be informal, can be through mentorship, can be articles. And there was a great speaker this morning saying, reach out on LinkedIn and go on some chat, you know, ask for advice and see what you get. So the world is full of knowledge, harness that. Certainly from my point of view, look, I think it's about working in the business. So do you have the required skills at the required proficiency level to work in the business? And I'm referring to some technical skills. And then do you have the required skills and knowledge and proficiency to be working on the business? So there's both are required, and maybe it's just a reflection for developers in here to say, well, where the opportunity lies for their professional development in both areas, to then obviously identify that. But look, certainly from our perspective, like I said, they're technical skills, they're very technical in terms of illustration, design, gamification, and all those, you know, and using the right technology and the evolving technology, emerging technologies. But more importantly, then, you know, you're in business, and different markets behave differently as well, different understanding pricing, negotiation, pitching, data, how to ask the right questions. So there's a whole range of other business skills that would need to be considered, and there's different programs in which they could acquire.
Awesome. Florin, do you have anything to comment about like the Indonesian talent, or maybe advice you can give for them?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is the talents are very young, and that's a great asset, right? Because they talk to a market which is also players and younger players, right? Gen Alpha, Gen Z are not playing the same game as probably the older generation. and that population play even more games, right? So I think there is a good fit from that perspective. They will have fresh eyes on what people might like, right? So that's a good raw skills by default based on your age group. The second thing is very creative, good in visuals, we talk about it, and maybe lacking a bit of autonomy. I think that's one of the feedback we got from our studio. They still need very strong guidance, so autonomy would be important at some point. If you want to grow your team, you cannot have one person behind each other, you know? You need to have managers or senior producers or people going up in the hierarchy, and it's just a matter of years or time, so that will go unless they leave to the other company, right, in between, which why not, right? That would be a good evolution for them. The second thing is you need to have talents that understand the game design economy, I think, really monetization, and then probably you have a lot, but that needs to be further backed by maybe educational program or some expertise from outside or from inside based on games that really do well in this market. And I think Google was mentioning a few that are doing well, right? So yeah, monetization, and that's an important one for us as well.
I see. Yeah, that's also a very good point. Shin.
So I think leveling up and developing skills is absolutely vital, right? And it's a lifelong thing. I think from my background was I worked at EA for 12 years and then Microsoft for Microsoft for 6 years, right? So I was very fortunate in that I could learn from people who, before me with much more experience and do things. I think, you know, without having, because I grew up in the UK, I had that kind of opportunity, but I think it's different, I think, if you don't have like a large corporation, games corporation you can work at and learn from. It's harder. So I think, especially for indie studios, I think the recommendation would be just go really fast and don't spend 3-4 years on your first game. Like get something out in 6 months, go through the process of launching it on Steam.
Just launch it quickly.
Because your project is not the game, your project is your studio, right? And the game is just a step on the process of making the ideal studio, right? So just it's that old startup thing of fail fast and just keep doing it, because if you spend 3 years, if you say we're going to budget our first game, it's going to be 3 years with this much budget, it's going to be 5 years and it's going to be double the budget, and trends would have moved on and all that kind of stuff. So just get commercial as quickly as possible. And I think that in an environment like this where there aren't like large companies that you can embed yourself in and learn from, then I think that's probably the best way to get rapid learning.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you as publisher would agree with me as well, because I feel that it's better to have a game done instead of like trying to make like something good and it takes like very long. And even I believe you also as publisher you will prefer that, you know, when a studio has a game that is already finished and it's already out there on stores, it will be a good portfolio for them as well, and would be like a good benchmark. You know, like at least we know that, oh, you can finish your game, and we, you know, that's also the thing that
that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah, for a developer or publisher, knowing that this team can actually finish and final a game and get it out, that's massive. So don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. You know, sometimes good enough is good enough. Get it done, move on, go to the next thing.
I agree. Okay, I think we have 2 minutes left. Any last advice for everyone's here who wants to be like a game developer, who wants to go out there and bring their game to the world?
For me, just a short word, be persistent. I mean, everyone is on the right track, I guess, from what I've seen, but maybe accelerate and get the game out there on the market fast, yeah.
And Sosial?
I think there's a great sense for them to reflect and celebrate. I think that word is important. There's some really amazing talent, a lot of creativity. You're on the right path. I think you just need to acknowledge and take advice both from other developers, other publishers, the network, do more networking. I see this community being very connected, very interpersonal. That's quite unique, and I think there's a strength there in that as well. So harness that.
Sure. Yeah. Awesome. Shin, last one.
Okay. Oh God. Final thing. I would say that to Prashil's point, actually, don't ignore the business side of it. If you're an indie developer, you are a business, right? You are a small business person. You have to worry about those things. If your cash flow dries up, you are dead, and you have to know these kinds of things. So learn how to manage it. Learn how to manage your business, or the business will manage you. And that's a lot thing that you see, not just Indonesian, but indie devs around the world kind of forget that, and then they struggle afterwards. So yeah.
Okay. Oh, Rashid, you have anything to add?
Yeah, and I'm making a big assumption here, but 100%, like, you need a business plan.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's a common concept here, but a business
It
plan.
ain't sexy, but you need it. Yeah,
You
100%.
need a business plan.
Okay. Awesome. Oh, we have a very great discussion today, actually. Like, there's a lot of great insights from three of you. Thank you so much. Do we have time for Q&A? Who do I ask? Or maybe anyone has any questions to three of our panelists here today? Oh, there's one. Thank you so much.
Okay, so please stay. So I actually don't have any question because I'm not a game developer. I'm an asset person. I'm an artist. I did some global game jam, but I'm here. I just want to commend you for making the game Unbound thing. I forgot what's. I played it.
Unbound.
Yes, Space for Unbound. I played it maybe halfway, and then I forgot to play it again, and then now I'm confused where was I left off. But yeah, but I'm very thankful that you put the Now I know. When I see someone doing something bad, I know that there might be a reason for it behind it. So yeah, you changed my life, and yeah, whatever.
I did nothing.
Total Game Production, thank you. And then you just gave us perfectly good advice sometimes because we are as a new developer or business person, we kind of forget that we need the money. Business can't run only on ego. So thank you for the slap. Yeah, that's it.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
I guess.
Well, we're very happy to hear that. And thank you so much, Sin, for running all the way there. Oh. Any other question? No? Okay, I guess that's it. Again, thank you so much, Shin, Florent, and Prasil for sharing with us today. It's very great insights. Hope to see you again maybe next year at IGDX.
And thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to you,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and I'll give it back to the MC.
All right, it's a great discussion. Thank you so much, our panelists and moderator. Let's move on for the next agenda to photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite to the middle area to take a picture together. Yes. That's all about the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We hope this panel discussion make a good impact and collaboration for you, ladies and gentlemen, and with good insight for today. Yes, let's see the camera with your smile. 1, 2, 3. Once again, with your smile, Bali. 1, 2, 3. Enough? All right. Thank you so much, our moderator, Sarah Johanna, and all the panelists. Thank you so much. We have so amazing panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we have energetic speaker right now. Thank you so much for your spirit today and give it a good impact for discussion, the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we move again for the next agenda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Are you still excited, right, for this session? Yes, are you still excited? Thank you so much for your spirit. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next agenda to learn about the keynote speech. We have thrilled to move into truly fixed session on game design and psychology. And before that, I would like to say thank you so much for Garena Indonesia to support this event. Let's give big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Garena Indonesia as the partner to support IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Thank you so much, Garena Indonesia, for the support and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, this session, we have thrilled to move into a truly fascinating session on game design and psychology. Up next, we have Celia Udong, a leading authority in user experience and psychology within the gaming industry, Today, she will be sharing her expertise on capturing player motivation through psychology in game design. Ladies and gentlemen, Celia has been a key player in shaping how we understand user engagement in games, helping developers tap into what makes player feel motivated, connected, and immersive. Her insights have influenced some of the most beloved games, and we are excited to learn from her today, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, please welcome Mrs. Celia Udong. Time is yours.
Selamat siang, Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very honored and pleased to be here today. Thank you so much for your invitation. My name is Celia Hudent, and I have a PhD in psychology and been working in the video games industry for over 15 years in studios like Ubisoft in France and in Montreal, and LucasArts in San Francisco, and at Epic Games, where I was director of UX at Epic at the studio level. And I worked on many games, including a little game called Fortnite. And I left Epic in late 2017, and ever since then, I've been doing independent consultancy on game UX. And this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about UX as a strategy. And as soon as the slides come up, I can show you what I prepared for you. Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna talk about UX as a strategy because UX is not just about the UI. And we talk about UX, I like to use that picture just to simplify a little bit. When you design something, your design intentions can be a nice path that is very direct to cross a park, for example. But the experience of people is not necessarily gonna go through this beautiful lane. People might want to cross just to go faster to go to the crosswalk, and that is the experience of your users. And we care about this very early on, because if we don't, we're just gonna follow our design intentions and we're gonna make a game or a park and just work in a silo, and when we ship it, and it's not going well, it's too late to really fix it properly, and we just patch it, but it's not really changing the problem. And so user experience is about very early on thinking about what our design, how our design intentions will be felt by our players, how our players will experience the game. And this is really important because we make the game for them, not for us. So this is what user experience is about. It's about shifting our perspective. So to do that, we need a little bit of science, namely cognitive science, because the experience of a player is happening in their minds. This is all the emotions and how we understand the game, how we learn about the game. It's all happening in our minds. So we need to understand how the brain works a little bit. So this is a very simplified representation of what's going on in the brain. As we learn about something, it all starts with a perception of an input. Like right now, you're hearing me and you're seeing me. So your senses are getting all that information, and we're going to process that information, and hopefully we're going to remember it. If we learn about something, it means that we remember. And to do that, there's a lot of things happening and a lot of processes that happen, namely attention. The more we pay attention to something, the better we're going to process this information. Of course, this is heavily simplified. We don't have independent buckets like this in the brain. Everything is happening at the same time. It's extremely complex, but this is just for the sake of this presentation. These mental processes like perception, attention, and memory can be very efficient in humans, but they have also great limitations. And it's really important to understand those limitations because your players are going to have those limitations as they play your game. So I'm just going to show you an example for each of these processes and show you one of the main limitations and how we can fix this in games. So let me play a little game here. We play a lot of games, right? So here's a little game for you. What do you perceive in this image? I heard it. I heard Street Fighter characters. So I love to show this image because a lot of people are going to give me a lot of different answers. So yes, if you played Street Fighter, you will definitely recognize the Street Fighter characters as they are minimized here by the artist Ashley Browning. But if you did not really play that game or don't really know much about that game, you are likely to perceive something very different. It could be just strips of colors or DNA, or it could be socks, flags. I get a lot of different answers. And so our perception is extremely subjective. It depends on our prior knowledge, like hear about that game. It depends on our culture. It depends on our expectations. Like, you know, I work in games, we all talk about games here, so this is gonna influence the way you perceive this image. It also depends on your DNA. If you're a male, 8% of the male population can have a color blindness. So if you're colorblind, you might feel excluded from this example, and I apologize for this. It's extremely important to understand that we all perceive the world differently. We do not perceive the world as it is. Perception is a construction of the mind, and it's highly, highly subjective. So whatever you are designing with certain intentions is not necessarily what your players are going to perceive. And so that's why we do a lot of things to try to counter this, because it's extremely difficult to think about all the time, because again, it's hard to understand what you are going to perceive from what I'm designing. So we test. We do a lot of tests, not just about the UI, but this is an example with an icon, but we test everything: character design, environment design, music, sound design. We can test icons, the most important icons. So for example, in Fortnite, we had a bunch of information that we need to convey properly to players. One of this was conveyed by this icon in the menu for players. So maybe some of you have guessed what this was supposed to represent. It's supposed to represent traps in so this is a placeholder menu when we're still working in the prototype of Fortnite. It was supposed to represent the category of traps in the crafting menu. And it's really important because traps are critical in Fortnite. And we do want to convey this information properly. The problem is that we brought players in, they played Fortnite a little bit, and then we asked them questions: what is this, what is that? And for this icon, a lot of players did not recognize or remembered that it was about the trap icon. A lot of them saw trees or something related to building or ammunition. So now we have an icon that was intended to represent traps, but it is not perceived that way by many of our players. So instead of trying to change the humans, we changed the design. And we change it into a stereotypical representation of a trap that works fairly well across multiple cultures. A bear trap. There are no bear traps in Fortnite. None of the traps look like this. But it was representing the category, the functionality much better. So this is what we do. We test, because there's no way to be 100% sure that what we intend to convey is going to be perceived in that way by players. Also, our memory is fallible. We do not memorize things well. This is one of the first experiments on memory that is showing that we lose a lot. This is what we call the forgetting curve. And we can lose in certain conditions, we can lose nearly 70% of the content that we learned from one day to the next. So there's a lot of the things that we've experienced, that you've experienced today, that you won't remember tomorrow. So it's okay, it's normal, but we need to account for that when we make a game, because usually a game is an experience that we're gonna have over several days, weeks, hopefully months, but from one session to the next, players might have forgotten a lot of things. And for what we do remember, it's not accurate. If perception is a construction of the mind, memory is a reconstruction. And every time we remember something, we can distort that memory. So we have to take that into account. That's the reason why we need to provide information to players so that we don't challenge their memories if this is not the point of the game. So that's why we need to carefully design the heads-up display, the HUD. You know, what information are we providing at all times to players? Because this information will reduce the memory load, because what is always shown on screen, we do not have to remember. That's also the reason why pop-up UIs can be very useful. Like every time you're close to a searchable object, you have a pop-up in the UI telling you what key you need to press. You do not need to remember that key. And so if you don't play for a week or a month and you come back, You can still do that because you don't have to try to remember how to do this. Another example in Fortnite, we do not ask players to remember the recipe for something that you want to craft. You can pin this recipe on the HUD, and therefore you do not have to remember the name of the weapon that you care about. You don't need to remember what ingredients do you need, how many of each. This is not part of the challenge of Fortnite. So we give away that information. All these images from Fortnite are coming from the development of Fortnite a long time ago. So of course the game has changed quite a bit. Okay, one last thing I wanted to show you. We're gonna play another little game. I'm gonna show you some cards. It's gonna go fairly fast. I would like you to pick one card and try to remember that card as accurately as you can. You ready? So pick a card and remember that card. I bet I can guess which card you picked and make it disappear. Magic. Did it work? Yes. Okay. So for those of you who wondered, how did I do that? I actually changed all the cards. So doesn't matter which card you picked, it's not there anymore. The reason why this works is because of what we call in psychology change blindness. We are not good at paying attention at things. We think we are, but we're not. So when we focus our attention on one thing, we're not going to pay attention to everything else. Attention works like a filter. And so magicians know that very well. This is how they make their tricks work. As a game developer, you need to understand how the mind works, understand those limitations so that you can make your magic work as well. So attention is very scarce. Do not expect your players to be able to pay attention to two things at the same time. They won't. So what we try to do is to ensure that if we convey an information that is very important to players, or if we want them to experience something particularly, we want to avoid distractions. So oftentimes when we start a game like Fortnite Save the World, we start in the corridor when there's not too many distractions around so that we can control a little bit what's going to happen for players and we can draw their attention to the things that are really important. Like here, we want them to learn how to aim and shoot. So we just spawn some enemies to see, to verify, do they know how to do that? But those enemies are behind a wall. And this wall is very sturdy. So technically, the players are safe. It's going to really take forever for the zombies the husks to destroy everything and be coming at the players. And so the players don't have too many distractions. They can just aim and shoot and learn about doing this. We do this constantly to ensure that players will be able to pay attention to the things that are important. And that's why you end up sometimes with giant arrows in games, because there's so many things to look around, and the human brain is not very good at filtering out all the distractions. So this was a little glimpse, and I don't have a lot of time to explain everything, but it's a little glimpse of how the brain works and learns and the main limitations of our mental processes. So perception is subjective, attention resources are scarce, and memory is fallible. It's extremely important for you to understand those limitations, because if you don't, and if you design in such a way that is going to go beyond those limitations, your players are not going to understand what to do. They're going to be frustrated and they might quit your game. Of course, sometimes we do want to challenge perception, attention, or memory. In a game, we don't want to simplify everything. Otherwise, you just need to click a button and then you win. This is not really fun. We need to have challenges. So in a UX strategy, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, we need to define where do we want to challenge players. You have games that challenge perception. A game like Monument Valley challenges perception. Like you change the perspective in the game, and it's a very visual challenge. Many games are challenging attention, but we want to make sure that the challenge that we want is the one that players experience, as those can be two very different things. So this is what UX is about. It's considering human factors when we create something like an object, a system, a service, and a game. It's much, much broader than just looking about the UI. It's about understanding, changing our perspective to take the perspective of the player and verifying if the design intentions that we have, the experience that we want to offer, is this the experience that players are having? So it's complicated to do, but a good UX strategy starts with alignment. Alignment of the team of who are the users, and that's why it's extremely important to do your market research, but also to understand who are your players? What type of games do they already play? Because if they're already familiar with certain things, their perception is going to be different. Like a player that plays a lot of match 3 games is going to be very different than a player that plays a lot of RPGs or roguelite. So it's really important for you to understand what are your players familiar with, because you can carefully give them certain symbols or certain direction that will be helpful for them. And you need to align on the experience that you want to offer. Where do you want to challenge the players? Do you want to challenge their memory? Do you want to challenge their attention? But at what level exactly? You have to be extremely clear with this, because I see a lot of times teams that are adding a lot of features in the game because they saw it in a different game. But ask yourself, how is this challenging my players? And is this the sort of challenge that I want for them? And to go to motivation, this is one of the things we also need to understand a little bit. There is no behavior without motivation. If you were not motivated to be here today, you would not be here. Maybe someone forced you to be here, I'm sorry for you. But in any case, you are here because you are motivated to be here. Your players are not going to play your game if they're not motivated. Human motivation is also extremely complex to understand. There's still many things we don't understand about the brain or motivation. But let's say there are 2 main types of motivation that we can use. It's what we call extrinsic motivation and intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation is when we do something in order to gain something external to the activity, external to the task. So, for example, to gain a reward or to avoid a punishment. So, for example, if someone forced you to be here, otherwise that person is not going to be happy, that's extrinsic motivation for you to be here. Or you are here because you're interested. You want to learn more about player psychology, and that's intrinsic motivation. Either way, you are motivated in a certain way, and your players are going to be the same. So for extrinsic motivation, it's a fairly clear. We know that very well in games. We know that we need goals, and we need to offer rewards to players. We do that a lot. You have a mission, you have a quest, and once you end the quest of the mission, you're going to have a reward, and we hope that players will want to do that quest because they care about the reward. And in many cases, this is going to work, but it's only going to work if the reward is meaningful. Players are not necessarily going to care about leveling up unless they understand what leveling up is going to bring them. Do they care about a specific weapon? And why do they care about this weapon? How is this weapon going to help them accomplish a new thing in the game that's going to be super awesome? Why is the main question you need to ask yourself? Why should the players care about this new thing that I give them? You can give them XP, experience points, that's great, but why is this going to be meaningful for players? What are they going to be doing with this? So that's extremely important to think about all that. Because sometimes we just think, well, the player is just going to level up and gain like more points and be stronger and go to the next level. Okay, but is there something that they care about? Why would they want to do that? Because leveling up to level up is not necessarily enough. So we care about this. The other thing that we care about is intrinsic motivation. For intrinsic motivation, we have a very strong theory that is called self-determination theory, or SDT. This theory explains that humans are more intrinsically motivated to do certain activities when those activities satisfy our human needs for competence, autonomy, and relatedness. Competence is a sense of progression. We are motivated to pursue an activity when we feel that we are progressing. It's not about being always winning or being always doing things right or never failing. It's about feeling that we are getting better at it. So for example, you're learning a new language or you're learning to play a new music instrument. Do you feel that every day that you practice, that you're getting better at it? If yes, then you have that feeling of competence. You feel that you are progressing. If no, it might be a little bit frustrating and you might quit this activity if you do not feel that you're progressing. That's the reason why we have a lot of those devices today that count our footsteps every day, because it feels that we are progressing with, our fitness. We want to accomplish our 10,000 steps a day, because it's a little bit clearer to see how we are progressing towards this goal, and that's why intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation are very working well together, and that's why progression bars are very powerful, because they express a growth in competence. But that's also the reason why your players need to understand why they fail. It's okay to die in a game. It's okay to fail. This is not going to break their motivation. It will, though, break their motivation if they don't understand why. What happened? Why did they die? Why did they not succeed here? Because if they don't understand, and as they play again, they still don't progress, this is going to make them quit. So competence is really important, and that's why you need to carefully convey all the important information to your players. Autonomy is about self-expression. So a very simple way of expressing this is through customization. Players love to customize their characters, choose their dance moves. So this is a very simpler way to express autonomy. But a more sophisticated way of doing this is to offer players meaningful choices, like a decision tree. Like games like Mass Effect or The Witcher, they have like strong decision trees, and the way that you play the game is going to unfold in a very different way. Other games that do that very well are games that are systemic. Games like Minecraft or Grand Theft Auto. Like whatever it is, it's just a sandbox, and you can do whatever you want because you play around with the systems. That gives you great autonomy. And last but not least, relatedness. We are a very social species. We would not have survived our predators if we had not, collaborated with each other. And so cooperation is extremely strong in humans. If we have an activity when we have to collaborate together, and we can, have accomplished great successes together, it feels really good. And so that's why multiplayer games are usually very successful. We tend to focus a lot, especially in the West, on competition, but actually cooperation is even stronger than competition. And even you see that in sports and esports. Like most sports are collaborative. It's team-based. So yes, you're going to compete against another team, but you're collaborating within your own team. So competence autonomy is going to be really, really important. And we want to think about all that to really motivate our players. You don't have to necessarily tick all the boxes. Like if you have a solo game, it's okay. You don't necessarily need to add something in there. But you have to think it's what is meaningful for your game. Can you really make sure that players are going to feel competent? How you can make them express themselves? And is there anything where you can have some relatedness with their friends? Can they give something to friends? Can they challenge them to certain activities? Like it's really important for you to think about this in your game. So when you want to add a feature in your game, ask yourself why. Why will this feature going to be important for the experience that I want to offer to my users? Because we have a tendency to add a lot of stuff, but it's actually not really bringing anything to the essence of the game. So that's why starting by what is my game about? Why is this weapon cool? Why do we need to add this? Why will players care about this? This is the first question you need to ask. And then, how you're going to accomplish this, what sort of functionalities you are going to add in the game to reach this, and then what it's going to look like. The UI, the form, the sound. And then when players play the game through their interaction with the what, do they understand the why? This is the little game that we do. It's the zoom in, zoom out that we have to do constantly to verify if what we're trying to convey to players is what they experience. And when we talk about rewards, for example, and goals, the thing that can make it more meaningful is to think about goals, not just the very long-term goal, like save the world, save the princess, catch all the Pokemons, and not just the short-term goals, like win the next match, what it's gonna look like. Think about the medium-term goals. This is something that I work a lot with the teams when I'm working with them. Usually the medium-term goals are not super clearly expressed. And those are very important because, winning a match is really cool, but at some point, why do I care about catching another Pokemon? Or why do I care about winning at the next match? Because, catching all the Pokemons looks super cool, but it's going to take a very, very long time. So I don't really feel myself progressing all the way to there. But if I have a medium-term goal that I can actually accomplish in not too long, like being a gym trainer, that is going to make it more worthwhile for me to win another match and to catch another Pokemon. So think about all the medium-term goals that are bridging the short-term goals, like why your player is going to play another game, towards a very long-term goal, the aspirational goal for your game. It's extremely important, and that's going to make it meaningful for players. And then we need to shift perspective because, again, we're not the best people to understand what is good in our game. We have opinions and we have gut feelings, which is great, but we need to treat them as hypotheses that we have to verify because we have the curse of knowledge. We know our game too well. So someone who does not know that game, like someone who's coming to a new city and they don't know and ask for directions because they don't have data or whatever. And if you ask for directions, it's going to be really complicated for you to remember those directions. But for the person giving those directions, it's super clear in their mind. So it's the same for us. We know where to look for in the game, like to make it worth it. We know exactly what's going to happen. Your players don't. And so that's why we need to test. Play testing is really core to what we need to do to make sure that we can reach what we need to reach for players and that they're experiencing what we want them to experience. We also need to have a common language. It's really difficult to talk about UX and to understand, what is the experience of our users, of our players, if we cannot speak the same language. So we need to understand what usability is about. What are the elements that make a game usable for players? All things about signs and feedback, minimum workload, minimizing the memory load, for example, for players, as we talked about earlier, and think about accessibility, like if you use colors in your game and you only convey information through colors instead of also shape or a texture, this is gonna make it inaccessible for people with colorblindness. So we think about all that, but also how is this impacting engageability? So engageability is the ability of the game to be engaging, to be fun and immersive. And one of the things that we care about is motivation, as we mentioned earlier. Like if you have a problem in the signs and feedback and the clarity and players don't understand what killed them, this is gonna affect their feeling of competence. And so we care about fixing this faster and more importantly. And lastly, we need to have a good process because there's so many things to do. We can be really overwhelming, and we need to ship the game. So the earlier we think about all that, the better. And we need a good process. And the process that we use in UX is design thinking. So we think about our players first. We try to understand what do they care about, what do they expect. Then we prototype. We test immediately, see what's working and not working, and we test. And then we modify it. You don't wait until you are about to ship the game, because if you wait, it's just going to be like the park. It's going to be too late for you to make meaningful changes, and it's going to be extremely costly for you to do so at that time. So that's it. A UX strategy is about alignment on the users and the experience, shift your perspective, understand the language and have a common language in the team, and adopt those processes. It's going to be extremely important for you. Do not perceive UX as just about UI. It's a mindset. It's a strategy with 4 pillars. It's human-centered. We understand that we're making a game for other humans, and we are all We have great limitations. We are all biased just because we're humans. So we need to understand those biased. It's grounded in science. It's not grounded in opinions. We will have those opinions, but we treat them as hypotheses that we test. It's a collaborative process. It's not just the concern of people with UX in their title. It's the concern of everyone on the team. And it's benevolent. We care about players first. Yes, if players are happy and having fun, this is going to benefit the business. But we put players first. We care about accessibility, we care about inclusion, and we care about ethics. And so that's why UX is incompatible with the use of dark patterns that are predatory monetization schemes that are trying to, get more money for players at their expense. So this is not what we do, and that's why ethics is really central in UX. If you're interested into that, I am leading an initiative called Ethical Games in the West, and we're trying to put together a code of ethics in the game industry to protect players. Because we care about players first, we just want them to be happy. If you need resources, you can take a look at the Game UX Summit, the GDC UX Summit, the grux.org, grux.org, and on my website you'll find a bunch of resources if you want to move forward in this adventure. And that's it for me. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much for your attention.
Well, thank you so much. Let's give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mrs. Celia Udong. Thank you so much, Mrs. Celia Udong, for your special keynote speech. Awesome session for this special agenda. IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite for all of you, please stand up again because we have a lot panel discussion for today. Are you ready for the next session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready for the next session? Let's give big round of applause again with your loud voice. Thank you. Everything is good, right? Thank you so much for your participation today. And don't forget to join the booth and visit the booth in the outside area ballroom. Thank you for your attention. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on for the next agenda, we would like to pause for a moment to extend our sincere gratitude to the partner who have made IGDX Business and Conference 2024 possible. Your support and your collaboration are essential to bringing together this incredible community of game developers and enthusiasts. And a heartfelt thank you to our valued partner. I would like to say thank you so much for our valued partner. Thank you for Garena. Thank you so much for ACI, Nuon, Google Play, Yandex, MongoDB. Thank you for Itemku, the Police Investment and Trade Agency. Thank you so much for IFI, Toge Production, Disparbut Jabar, Miracle Gate, and IGRS. Let's give a big round of applause for value partner, ladies and gentlemen, to support IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Your dedication and your contribution have made all of this possible, and we are truly grateful to have you for this special agenda. Well, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel on cross-media IP, transcending games to other formats and vice versa. We will explore how games expand into other media and the impact of this adaptation. Moderating this session is Ken Natasha Violeta, as Deputy of International Relations at Associasi Game Indonesia, with a passion for video game IP and transmedia storytelling, can bring valuable insight to this discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, please welcome our moderator for this session, Ken Natasha Violeta. Please come up to the stage.
Halo, selamat sore semuanya. Wah, udah sore ya, udah pengen siap-siap lihat sunset. Oke, tapi hopefully yang dari luar bisa join ke dalam. I will bring this session with maybe like bilingual because I want to share more about transmedia storytelling to game developer dari Indonesia. Jadi tolong yang ada teman-teman yang lagi bikin story game-game yang sejenis RPG atau jenisnya bisa masuk ke dalam. Karena saya punya 3 narasumber yang udah pernah bikin transmed things ya, sadar atau nggak sadar merekanya. Nanti kita akan ngobrol lebih lanjut. Pertama saya mau panggil Kak Reza Febrinanda dari Gamecom Team. Yeay. Selamat sore Kak.
Sore Kak.
Kita tunggu yang lainnya ya, kita panggil yang lainnya ya. Next ada Kak Arya Kemaswara dari Storytel Studio. Give him applause, yay. And then the last ada Ko Andi Suryanto dari Lito Pictures, Lito Games, Lito Universe. Yay, oke. Nanti kita akan kenalan dengan masing-masing narasumber, tapi dari Kak Reza, dari Kak Arya, dan Ko Andi semuanya adalah CEO dari perusahaan masing-masing. Oke, nah aku duduk dulu deh coba. Iya. Oke, selamat datang narasumber di IGDX Bali. Is this your first time to go to IGDX?
Enggak dong, tiap tahun.
No, tiap tahun, oke. Gimana kalau Arya? No, jangan rebutan. Gak boleh rebutan.
This is my first time this year.
Oh, this is your first time and you became the speaker.
Yeah,
awesome. And then Ko Andi, is this your first time as well? No?
No. I've been to IGDX many times and always getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, Ko Andi ini ketua AGI yang pertama ya, Ko ya. Without Ko Andi, maybe we are not here, like yet gitu. Oke, nah topik kali ini kita mau bahas tentang cross media IP, transcending games to other formats and vice versa. Sekarang saya mau tanya, ada yang pernah dengar tentang cross media? Cross media anyone? No? How about transmedia? Cocok berarti, emang nggak pernah ada yang dengar. Oke, ini untuk opening dulu aja. Nanti saya akan kasih pertanyaan ke tiap narasumber. So, cross media and transmedia itu adalah sebuah strategi untuk mengembangkan IP yang kalian miliki. Dan strategi ini sudah ada di tahun 1970 sampai tahun 2000-an itu populer banget. Mungkin kalian pernah dengar tentang Marvel Universe gitu ya. Lalu apalagi sih yang seperti itu tuh Disney ya, Disney. Lalu kalau dari video game ada nggak transmedia atau cross media? Banyak ya. Nah, yang mau kita sorot atau mau kita highlight di sini adalah cross media yang berasal dari cross media dan transmedia yang berasal dari IP berbasis video game. Oke, mungkin kalian pernah dengar Pokemon ya? Lalu habis Pokemon ada kayak Fate Stay Night gitu kan ya. Awalnya dia dari visual novel terus sampai sekarang IP-nya masih hidup. Oke, lalu terakhir mungkin dari Final Fantasy series, di mana mereka sering banget untuk masukin karakter mereka ke game lainnya, seperti itu. Nah, gimana sih cara kerja cross media dan transmedia? Nah, kita akan bahas kali ini, gitu. Nah, untuk mungkin perkenalan diri dulu kali ya, dari mungkin banyak yang masih belum kenal juga dengan Mas Nanda nih. Mas Nanda sebenarnya bikin apa dari tahun berapa dan sekarang udah bikin apa aja untuk si gamenya?
Oke, namaku Nanda, aku CEO dan Game Director di Gamecom Team. Untuk sekarang mungkin aku lebih dikenal sebagai kreatornya si Par Kaco di Indonesia atau nama internasionalnya Troublemaker. Dan sebelum itu aku juga udah di industri start dari 2017 sebagai mobile game developer. Dulu sebagai programmer dan juga CTO di Main Truth Digital Lab. Tapi habis itu ya udah bikin studio sendiri namanya Gamecom dan akan fokus ke genre action comedy yaitu si Par Kaco Universe gitu.
Next, dari Karya.
Nice to meet you all. My name is Arya. I've entered the games industry since 2014 after dropping out. To build a company. Don't do that for the next generation. Not recommended. But it took us, me and the team, from 2016 to 2018 to release Pamali. It is an Indonesian horror now an IP. But yeah, I want to be able to introduce more Indonesian content to the rest of the world. Yeah, so Pamali.
Thank you. Untuk Ko Andi.
Halo Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya Andi Suryanto. Saya CEO dari Lito. Lito kita mulai berdiri pada tahun 2003 dan fokusnya awalnya dari game online, ya kita bawa game online PC, judulnya Ragnarok cuma dari luar negeri ya. Dan ya masih berjalan sampai sekarang dan seiring waktu sekarang kita juga mencoba untuk berkolaborasi dengan game dev lokal, ya dengan beberapa game-game IP dan yang paling terakhir adalah kita membawa game ke media lain, ke film. Jadi kita mendirikan Lito Pictures, ya kita membawa IP-IP game dari teman-teman developer ini ke format film dan diterima dengan baik ya. Semoga ini bisa terus dikembangkan. Terima kasih.
Amin, thank you. Oke, dengar dari apa yang disampaikan narasumber di depan, semuanya memiliki kesamaan tentang naratif atau story yang kuat dari produk yang mereka bikin. Nah, kalau teman-teman pernah dengar tentang cross media itu adalah alih media, misal nih dari komik menjadi game. Tapi dari komik sama game itu nggak ada bedanya, mereka cuma beda medianya aja. Satu dari buku lalu dijadikan game. Ceritanya tetap sama, karakter tetap sama, ending tetap sama. That cross media. Oke, mungkin teman-teman suka ketemu mereka tuh di anime atau di komik-komik Korea, itu namanya cross media. Sementara kalau transmedia yang beda adalah ada perpaduan antara media untuk menciptakan bukan ini ya, kayak ekspansi cerita. Jadi misal nih dari Mas Nanda nanti mungkin bisa cerita ya lebih lanjut. Mas Nanda bikin game, tapi gamenya itu ceritanya cuma sampai titik A doang, B-nya dilanjutin pakai komik. Nanti C-nya pakai game yang sequel lainnya, that's transmedia. Oke, untuk membuat transmedia itu bukan hal yang mudah. Kenapa narasumber ini dipilih? Karena mereka semua sudah bikin transmedia yang menegangkan, terutama yang tengah ya gitu, terutama yang tengah dan yang ujung gitu kan. Tapi untuk apa ya? Untuk sebagai awalan kali ya, produk dulu atau audiens dulu?
Ya, kalau saya dulu sih, mungkin audiens dulu, target market lah lebih tepatnya. Kayak kita mau bikin sebuah produk atau IP itu untuk siapa sebenarnya? Kayak ya kalau kita sebagai developer, otomatis pemain kita bakal siapa yang main. Karena kalau aku sih percaya kayak kita nggak bisa bikin game yang nyenangin semua orang, kayak gitu. Makanya kita emang targetin. Kalau sebenarnya game tim kita fokusnya ke emang teenagers gitu. Market kita emang bocah-bocah yang seneng dengan game action, apalagi game komedi kayak gitu. Karena dengan kita menargetkan atau mempersempit market kita, ya udah jelas nih ada yang bakal main dan itu tuh bakal berguna ketika kita nanti cross media. Contoh ke film. Jadi di nanti Lito Picture waktu udah rilis adaptasi game film kita, ya otomatis bakal udah ada nih kayak bibit-bibit siapa bakal yang nonton kami gitu. Jadi nggak perlu kayak apa yang kita lakuin ketika kita memulai IP Parkajo di mana kita kayak ngeblast aja nih satu Indonesia biar tahu kita. Nah ini udah nggak perlu kan karena kita dari awal udah menarikkan ini yang bakal main, ini yang bakal nonton gitu sih. Jadi audience.
Jadi bukan dari wangsit ya Mas ya?
Oh iya kalau itu bisa sih.
Ya soalnya kita udah sering denger ya teman-teman yang berangkat bikin produk, pokoknya bikin produknya dulu deh, bisa dipencet dulu deh. Tapi mereka nggak mikirin sebenarnya audiens yang akan main itu siapa. Nanti kalau game yang nggak ada yang main kayak, wah ini salah yang main nih atau sejenisnya gitu. Padahal oke, kalau kita berangkat dari audiens dulu mungkin nggak demikian ya Mas ya. Oke, kalau Mas Arya, gue penasaran banget deh, Pamali berangkat dari mana? Dari Anda, audiens?
In terms of transmedia, for Pamali, whether it's product or audience first, for us it's always been the product first. Because from the beginning, we've always wanted to create an experience where we can teach everyone around the world, or including us Indonesians or everyone domestically, about the Indonesian culture, using horror as the perfect vehicle. Like we believe that, perhaps this is survivor bias in terms of an IP, but what I've come to realize is that one does not make an IP, but one makes a game or something that becomes an IP, right? So. Yeah, perhaps it's a different answer, but we found that exploring first from making that rich world first in terms of the product and finding that market fit in terms of there is this is a good experience, a good product, and then expanding into other media forms.
Oke, nah ini untuk Ko Andi ditahan, pertanyaan untuk publisher ditahan, karena kita masih mau ngulik tentang awal dari si pembuatan produk ini. Oke, tadi ada yang dari audiens dulu, ada yang dari produk dulu. pertanyaannya, saat Anda merancang produk tersebut, apakah langsung terpikir ekspansinya atau oh ini sukses baru saya expand? Seperti apa? Silahkan dari Arya dulu.
Nah,
sorry, dari Nanda. Ketuker lagi.
Ujungnya ke saya.
Mohon maaf, ke Nanda, ke Nanda.
Kalau game kompetitif sih emang saat itu kebetulan waktu akhir 2020 emang saya berencana ekspansi si IP Parkajo.
Sorry, karena udah sukses apa it works then expand?
Oh enggak, emang dari awal dari
Dari
pertama
awal,
kali
okay.
bahkan sebelum aku buka lowongan pekerjaan buat timku yang baru, itu emang aku udah ada planning nih, ini bakal IP-nya gimana, bakal jualnya kemana dan ekspansinya bakal seperti apa. Bahkan yang fun fact itu salah satu plan kita adalah emang mau ekspansi ke film saat itu. Tapi ternyata kok Andi nyamperin kita duluan. Jadi ya udah sekalian kan pitching sebagainya dan ternyata yang jalan kerjasama nih gitu. Jadi kalau emang Gamecom Team dari awal sih emang ada planning. Pokoknya kayak itu yang bikin kita bisa kayak direction perusahaan itu pokoknya dalam 2 tahun 3 tahun emang harus create sebuah produk, habis itu survei dapat revenue, habis itu bikin produk lagi, habis itu ya udah bisa ekspansi sampai nanti end goal kita pengen bikin apaan gitu. Jadi bukan kita juga nyata kita belum bisa perfeksionis di satu produk gitu aja. Kita emang nyicil buat bikin produk yang lebih better daripada sebelumnya. Makanya kita kasih batasan nih. Oh game kita harus rilis selama 2 tahun 3 tahun. Habis itu nextnya kita mau ngapain, nextnya mau ngapain. Sampai nanti jadi dream game kita gitu. Kalau sebagai developer. Cuman kalau masalah cross media ya salah satunya emang kita pengen bikin film saat itu. Tapi
sangat
Pak Wandi,
ambisius ya.
Ya, karena emang kita nyadar kita belum bisa perfect saat ini. Perfectnya kita masih nanti banget gitu loh. Jadi kita nyicil buat nyampe ke titik itu, gitu sih.
Luar biasa. Oke, kalau Arya.
Perhaps, again, a different story.
Okay.
So, in terms of, did we plan or expect that our game would become a movie? I don't think we've ever planned for that, right? We initially, when we made the game, we had a bunch of email inquiring like, hey, would you guys be interested in making this into a movie? We thought it was spam, right? Because we're a small team from Bandung, you don't dream, right? But once we explored the options and we, saw the possibilities, and I met partners like Ko Andi next to me right here, right? I saw the potential in terms of perhaps the future of the Indonesian games industry, right? In terms of building more IPs, more transmedia content, making stuff more variety and more accessible to other, not just gamers, perhaps, right? So perhaps it's a different direction, not planned.
Yeah. Okay, this question is for Ko Andi then. Ko, mau tanya, penerjemahan dari game ke film dan dari film ke game, so far kita lihat tuh mungkin dari 100 film yang ada atau game yang ada yang ditranslasi antar IP, itu mungkin cuma 20% doang yang sukses. Tetapi kenapa kok Lito berpikir untuk kayak this is potensi gitu? Gimana kok ceritanya?
Jadi mungkin awalnya memang harus balik dulu bahwa Lito itu memang kita core-nya itu di game industry. Ya jadi waktu kita ada opportunity untuk expand ke movie, ya kita harus tahu bahwa saya punya user base, saya punya kekuatan itu memang dari game. Nah seperti tadi yang Mbak Ken bilang sebenarnya dari games ke movie yang sukses itu tidak sedikit contohnya. Ya bahkan di berbagai, ya Hollywood pun banyak lah sebenarnya gitu ya. Jadi kita lihat it's a good start and nobody has done this in Indonesia. Ya jadi pada awalnya kita dapat kesempatan waktu itu bareng sama Dread Out. Ya itu awal-awal di tahun 2018. Ya tapi akhirnya kita bicara dengan Mas Imron, ya kita kasih tahu perspektifnya, opportunity-nya. Untungnya juga Mas Imron setuju juga gitu kan untuk kita membuktikan bahwa kita juga bisa ya membuat IP ini menjadi lebih global ya dan reach lebih banyak audiens gitu. Ya karena buat saya yang menariknya sebenarnya game itu attachment-nya orang terhadap game dan terhadap film ke game itu jauh lebih kuat, udah pasti. Ya karena kalau film itu kan kita kan selalu kan orang ketiga ya. Ya kita lihat aja, kasar ngomongnya kayak nonton tetangga kali gitu ya. Ya misalnya ya. Tapi kalau game itu kan kita yang jadi main karakternya. Jadi kita attach banget gitu sama apa yang terjadi sama dia. Ya, jadi saya percaya sebenarnya begitu itu dibikin ke film itu harusnya dia wah itu kemarin karakter utamanya itu saya gitu. Iya kan, kurang lebih ya. Nah tapi ya habis Dread Out ya proven, maksudnya ya cukup sukses ya, terus juga happy ya kan. Ya lalu saya approach juga ya kan dengan Bro Arya. Ya seperti Bro Arya bilang sebenarnya dia nggak ada ekspektasi gimana ya, cuma ya kita coba meyakinkan bahwa oh ini juga pamali gitu ya kan. Ya yang menarik ya pamali itu adalah begitu kita Google kalau pamali, kan ekspektasi kita keluar kan apa artinya pamali ya? Enggak loh, pamali lebih terkenal as a game brand. Daripada
Give them applause guys.
Ya, jadi oke kita lihat gile ini pamali ini ya ternyata as a brand itu ya strong sekali gitu ya kan. Terus ya baik lagi dia juga angkat culture Indonesia juga dan segala macam ya, kita merasa ini the next step buat kita ya, dan Arya Blivinas ya. Dan tadi ya kita bisa ngomong sejauh kita mengembangkan game ke film, sejauh ini audiensnya malah selalu bertambah. Ya so far kita udah punya 3 film yang dari games.
Wow.
Dread Out, Pamali 1, Pamali Dusun Pocong. Itu tiket salesnya tuh selalu naik. Jadi maksudnya bahwa ya ini memang this is the good way gitu, the good strategy. Karena ternyata orang kan biasa ada dari IP yang lain, tapi IP dari game ini ternyata ya buat si gamers ini yes gitu. Ya dan terakhir ya kita approach ya kan ke Bro Nanda. Bro Nanda lebih hebat lagi dia punya para kacuk troublemaker. Begitu kita ngobrol, Bro Nanda bilang bahkan game saya itu sudah ditulis skripnya berdasarkan skrip film. Karena dia memang sudah ada tujuan ke film gitu. Jadi kita bilang wow ini ya bahkan next step juga gitu kan. Jadi mungkin adaptasinya ya bisa akan berbeda dari sebelumnya. Ya kita tadi saya baru share ya, mudah-mudahan dalam waktu dekat ya kita udah bisa menikmati lah.
Amin.
Ya, hasil karyanya.
Saya tunggu itu Pak.
Amin.
Ya.
Jadi
kurang lebih
ya.
seperti itu yang saya bisa bilang adalah so far dari game ke movie itu sesuatu yang amat diterima oleh market, dan harapannya ini bisa menjadi hal yang lebih besar lagi.
Yes, amin. Oke, nah ini pertanyaan untuk masalah produksi nih ya. Gimana mungkin dari Mas Arya dulu. Gimana caranya Mas Arya memastikan IP yang dibuat universe-nya tuh konsisten?
So, how to make sure that the universe in our IP is consistent? Yes. One of the things we've done is we've built an internal wiki that the Lethal team is also using for building the scripts and everything. And we're tracking all the different characters in all the different movies and in the different games, all the different aspects of the game, so that we can create a more rich world. Yeah. And I learned that from the World of Warcraft team. They have their own internal wiki. So that's one way to make it consistent, yeah. And also having a narrative director that is able to make sure that the world is as authentic as it could be. Because like with the Pamali IP, we want to make sure that to give an experience as authentic as it can be, as if like we're sitting here together and we're hearing a ghost story from our friend. So that's the kind of world that we want to make. Yeah.
But it's interesting because your game doesn't have the real first-person character.
Yes.
Yeah.
But every single, even though it's first person, they're all built characters, right? They have their own, background story. Like our first one, the Kuntilanak, the White Lady. You're this guy who's going back to his parents' house to try to sell it, right? And there's also other characters inside that world. But it's also a story that's very relatable, right? So.
Okay, character first or universe first? Sorry, character first or environment first?
Character first.
Character first.
Character first.
Okay, how about you?
Sama sih.
Sama.
Enggak, masuk juga karena mungkin ini gimana cara timku juga bangun sih IP Perkajo kayak kenapa kita juga karakter first. Maksudnya gini, apa yang bikin relate buat si player ini, buat jadi player loyal kita lah, ya otomatis si karakter kan mau similar kayak mau di gimana pun big genre game kita atau apa, tapi kalau player kita emang udah relate sama si itu karakter, otomatis juga bakal main gitu kan. Contoh paling gampang juga mungkin dari pengalamanku pribadi ya, game favoritku otomatis Yakuza. Itu dari dulu aku main dari game pertama. Cuma sekarang kan genrenya yang dari dulu ku suka itu beat'em up, sekarang malah jadi turn based kan. Padahal turn based bukan gameku banget. Tapi aku main game itu karena Yakuza, bukan karena turn based-nya.
Yeah, because I mean I'm forced to do character first because we want to focus on the ghosts, right? And they're their own characters.
Yeah, that's interesting. Then I will ask Ko Andi about this decision making. So Ko Andi, kalau dari Lito Pictures ingin mengambil game untuk dijadikan movie, apakah bisa dilihat dari, misalnya nih gamenya nggak perlu sukses dulu deh, tapi Ko Andi bisa tahu nih, oh ini bagus nih untuk terjemahin jadi movie, itu ada kayak apa ya, komponen apa sih kok yang menjadi salah satu penilaian dari sisi publisher?
Sebenarnya kayak tadi Bro Arya sama Bro Nanda udah cerita, walaupun perspektifnya mereka banyak yang berbeda ya, tapi dua-duanya clear bahwa gamenya itu punya storyline yang jelas terhadap karakternya. Ya jadi itu buat kita penting banget karena film itu kan kayak tadi ya, kalau film itu kan kita harus menikmati dan harapannya kita bisa memberikan satisfaction kepada gamers-gamers yang sebelumnya. Ya, jadi kita harus tahu gamersnya ini dia carinya dari game-game ini apa sih sebenarnya, what is the strongest point of the game. Nah, apakah kita bisa translate itu ke film? Ya, kalau tanya apa yang dicari, ya sejujurnya mungkin yang agak sulit kita bawa ke film saat ini adalah kalau gamenya tuh fantasi banget. Misalnya yang ada unicornnya, ya kan, yang ada apanya, ya rasanya mungkin memang itu ya lebih berat lah ya dibawa ke film ya. Nah, tapi di luar dari itu buat kita yang penting storyline-nya jelas ya, terus budayanya juga kuat. Sebenarnya kan sama, walaupun saya ngomong misalnya troublemaker ya apanya, tapi benar-benar loh itu benar-benar apa yang terjadi gitu kan. Ya kan saya ya tadi lah ya, anak jagoan di Indonesia ya kurang lebih begitu ya kan.
Sangat relevan ya.
Dengan stylenya yang unik gitu ya. Walaupun beberapa mungkin ya agak 18 plus gitu.
Agak keluar garis, agak borderline gitu ya.
Tapi ya saya rasa kalau tadi pertanyaan apakah gamenya harus sukses dulu apa enggak, sebenarnya jawabannya ya dan tidak, dalam arti ya jelas karena kita kan maunya ini dibawa dari IP ya. Jadi kalau IP-nya nggak ada yang tahu, gimana saya bisa bawa dari IP dan buat mereka relate. Tapi tidaknya artinya sebenarnya amat potensial. Makanya itu saya ini hari di sini ya bersama ketemu dengan teman-teman semua. Artinya kita melihat apabila ada gamenya ada potensi, ya kan. Tapi kita juga tanya planningnya seperti apa, ya kan. How to make the game also success, karena baik lagi kan bahwa main produknya itu kan gamesnya, ya harusnya gamesnya itu sendiri harus bisa sukses dulu, ya dan ya film ini sebenarnya harusnya untuk mengekspan lebih besar lagi. Makanya terima kasih acara IGDX seperti hari ini ya, menurut saya amat luar biasa karena ya kan mengkonek semua elemen industri untuk berkembang. Ya itu.
Ko punten, tapi di sebelah ada studio yang kepengen diadaptasi gamenya menjadi movie.
Siapa?
Di ballroom sebelah nanti. Oke, but because apa ya, teman-teman dari studio game sekarang tuh udah mulai aware kalau oh ternyata game gue tuh bisa loh dijadiin yang lain, gak cuma berakhir jadi game aja gitu, bisa dijadiin merchandise, bisa dijadiin kayak konser ya Nanda ya, konser musik atau soundtrack album atau sejenisnya gitu. Pertanyaannya, ini pertanyaan terakhir kali ya, karena waktu kita udah tinggal 5 menit lagi. Apakah fans itu penting, satu, dan gimana cara kalian untuk memindahkan atau bukan ya, menggeser atau merubah pemain game menjadi fans? Silakan dari Nanda dulu.
Kalau aku mungkin sedikit sama dengan statementku yang awal tadi, yaitu mempersempit market. Udah benar-benar sampai ke titik, ini jelas yang bakal main gitu loh. Mungkin paling gampang ketika kita developer ya, kita nyari aja referensi game kita apa sih. Kalau gameku otomatis Yakuza kita aja. Jadi target marketku otomatis ya pemain yang suka Yakuza, simpel gitu. Nah itu kayak dan mungkin kalau gameku kayak ada special case di mana emang nggak ada game alternatifnya Yakuza. Jadi kita kayak ngambil potensi kayak ya slot itulah buat ngisi si package ini jadi sebuah game alternatifnya Yakuza. Jadi ya mau nyari apa lagi selain game kita, gampangnya gitu. Ditambah dengan kalau si game Yakuza kan tentang game bapak-bapak gitu kan ceritanya. Sedangkan Troublemaker atau Parkacot tentang game bocah, kayak gitu. Jadi mungkin ya mempersempit market sih kalau kita, karena ketika mereka emang udah attach sama game kita dan nggak ada alternatif kayak apa namanya alternatif game lain gitu, ya balik ke kita gitu aja.
Gimana kalau tiba-tiba ada kayak bukan troublemaker, ada gamecom saingan nih, ada gamecom KW bikin game yang sama, gimana kalian rebutan fansnya?
Rebutan fans mungkin lebih ke masalah inovasi atau masalah ekspansi kayak gitu ya, kayak ya be better lah, kayak gini aja dari troublemaker pertama ke yang kedua itu udah jelas kan lebih ekspansinya lebih jelas, lebih gede lagi dan juga secara kualitas, cara kayak dari sisi gameplay emang udah jauh lebih better, makanya ya itu yang harus kita lakukan sebagai developer kan, bikin game yang lebih baik daripada sebelumnya. Cuman balik lagi ya kita harus mempersempit market dulu kalau menurutku.
Also community management ya?
Ya itu makanya makin sempit si komunitas kita ya makin tanda kutip lebih gampang buat nge-manage ya kan. Kita nggak perlu keluar-keluar kemana-mana atau gimana ya kita ngurus saja itu yang kecil ketika mereka. Nah ditambah karena audiens kita itu teenagers, gini kenapa teenagers, jadi aku tuh kayak numbuhin bibit-bibit supaya mereka jadi pemain loyalku di masa depan. Makanya kita buru-buru nih buat nyicil gamenya, next sequel, habis itu film, habis itu game, habis itu next lagi. Sampai mereka nanti ketika emang udah berumur, udah ya tanda kutip udah lebih berduit sebagainya, mereka bakal jadi pemain loyal kita.
Hidden
gitu.
agenda, oke.
Ya itu.
Oke, how about
So
Arya?
in terms of like how to, from our target market, gain more fans, right? I think I'm of the opinion that I believe strongly in co-creation with our target market, right? In terms of, for example, even in our first game, there's a bunch of our loyal fans and customers that we added into our game, right? But that's only for those that came to our booths or participated in our events, etc. And I'm of the opinion that I think there is a huge potential in terms of the next generation of community management to increase more co-creation with your target market, right? Because that creates way more advocacy, way more a stronger community and a stronger brand love, I suppose, right? So I guess co-creation would be my answer.
Okay, co-creation and then community management. And how about, from the Lito side, from the publisher side, is the number of the followers from each IP or each studio, it matters to you?
Of course, tapi maksudnya gak ada, there is no like standard numbers ya, in this case ya, karena every games is unique, ya kan, and fan base-nya itu juga hardcore levelnya tuh totally beda ya, jadi cuma seru deh setiap kali misalnya kalau kita bilang tadi games ini yang mau dibikin ke film gitu ya, bahkan mereka baru tahu aja mau dibikin ke film. Itu udah banyak requestnya, iya kan?
Gimana tuh?
Iya, requestnya udah, oh ya nanti karakter ini kayak gini ya kan? Oh nanti ya kan suasana ini gini ya.
Request artis ya biasanya.
Iya, jadi dan buat
kesempatan
kita,
dong.
It's very important karena penting banget karena artinya kan kita benar-benar bisa langsung dapat feedback ya, apa yang mereka expect gitu. Ya, jadi tadi buat kita sih kadang-kadang ya kalau cuma number of followers sih ya susah ngomong ya, mau 1 juta, 5 juta tapi kalau nggak aktif. Yes. Ya, jadi ya biasanya kita juga diskusi dulu seperti itu. Ya kurang lebih gitu.
Oke, karena biasanya nih mohon maaf, tapi teman-teman di game studio kadang nggak punya Instagram. Jadi kayak mau nge-track kayak fansnya udah berapa, kita nggak tahu. Pemainnya udah berapa mereka tahu, tapi fans kenapa sosial media itu penting kan karena ada terjadi conversation, ya kan? Gimana apakah dalam Instagram tersebut atau sosial media yang mereka punya, mereka tuh sebenarnya interaksi antara studio sama fans. Kadang mereka cuma punya numbers tapi ternyata kosong melompong, I don't know, maybe like buying followers or something like that.
Betul, makanya itu ya cuma kita juga paham karena memang banyak game developers ya their main fokus itu untuk to build a good quality games ya kan, yang maksudnya sesuai dengan their expectation and passion. Jadi ya memang itu tugasnya kita juga sih di Lito Pictures ya, kita yang menganalisa itu juga. Karena kadang-kadang fanbase itu ya mungkin nggak di officialnya ya, tapi ya we believe lah kalau ya sekarang apapun yang kalau mereka sudah fans banget, they will build their own community ya kan.
Ya.
Nah, cuma emang ini yang agak tricky ya, kadang-kadang kita harus cari gitu kan.
Iya.
Ya,
Bahkan
ya,
ada,
kalau
nggak salah ada satu game yang community itu dibikin sama fansnya di titik yang followers itu puluhan ribu. Itu menurutku kayak, lo bukan kamu yang punya page ya, bukan saya kata orang lain.
Iya, makanya saya lihat malah banyak kadang banyak begitu ya karena mereka pengen bebas ngomongnya. Ya termasuk dijelek-jelekin. Kadang-kadang di official kan lebih worry ya.
Lebih sopan.
Ya, tapi it's very important ya.
Oke, thank you. Ini pertanyaan udah habis. Sebenarnya kalau kita mau bikin kuliah 14 minggu bisa ngomongin masalah ini, bisa banget. Hopefully nanti aku nggak sabar mungkin dari Lito Pictures atau di publisher yang lainnya atau mungkin ada spesifik dari Lito Pictures ngadain pitching untuk game-game yang mau dijadiin ke movie. Itu be like
wow, itu
lovely.
kalau ya next eventnya ada seperti itu ya kita ya very happy.
Paluat.
Gitu. Ya.
Ya, oke. Ada waktu 4 menit tersisa, mungkin ada teman-teman yang penasaran, pengen, oke, ternyata karakter driven atau world building driven game tuh ternyata menarik, bisa dijadiin movie atau jenisnya. Mungkin ada yang mau tanya ke narasumber sakti kita di depan? Oke, ada? Oke, nggak ada, yes. Oke, kalau gitu kita akan akhiri sesi ini. Thank you untuk para narasumber, thank you so much for your sharing. And kita akan ambil foto dulu ya sebelum kita cabut. Oke.
Well, it's fantastic panel discussion. Thank you for our moderator and all panelists to share about your ideas and sharing session for panel discussion today. And now we move on for the photo session. Let's see the camera, another pose. One again. Next, the photo session. Cheers, Bali. With your smile. All right. Enough. Thank you so much, our moderator and all panelists. Thank you. Well, everyone, today, 12 October 2024, IGDX Business and Conference 2024 held in Bali today, the good agenda. And of course, before we move again for the next panel discussion, because we have two again panel discussion for this special agenda, I want to get you some fun for the play game, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Are you ready for the play fun games? This is the fun games to know about your spirit, to know about your memory, about some classic game music intro, We have some classic game intro. You must, if you know about the answer of the intro music games, please raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen, for the play game today to refresh your energy, to boost your energy again for this special agenda, because we have two more again for panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to play fun games? Ready? The fun games is very easy. I think you know about the answer, the question, ladies and gentlemen. We have play the game to test your memory about some classic game music intro. Are you ready? If ready, let's play the music. Yeah. Do you know about the answer of the intro music fee? The game, you know? Hello? Alright, Pac-Man. Give big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. You get a special gift, but later. Thank you for your spirit. Now we move again for the next session or the next question. Let's hear about the intro music. Are you ready? Ready? Let's play the music intro. We play again?
Tetris.
Tetris? Alright, Tetris. Yes, the winner, the master of the music intro, fill the game. Thank you so much for your spirit and collaboration today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move again for the next session. We have some door prize for you or for all participants who come out to the stage today. Now we invite our committee to share about the door prize for today. This is from X-Boss, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. How many? 2, for the first agenda. Have you collected them yet? Yeah? Okay, 3, 1. Muhammad Faisak. Where? Muhammad Faisak, congratulations. You got door prize from Xbox. No? Okay. Now, we move again for the next. Congratulations, Iputu Gria Pujana. Where? Congratulations. Okay. Now we move again on the downstairs, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I need your help to get the sum of door prize today. Okay. Hello. Thank you for your spirit. I need to help for this door prize. Maybe you can take one.
Okay.
Okay, let's mix. Yes.
1, 2, 3. Yes, this one. Muhammad Jibril Watan.
Muhammad Jibril Watan. Congratulations. Thank you. And now, congratulations for the winner. Door prize from Xbox, Iputu Gria Pujana. Where Putu Gria Pujana? Maybe with the team? Yes, and we have for the second also Muhammad Faisak. And next also we have Muhammad Jibril Waton for the winner door prize from Xbox today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, before we move on for the next agenda, I want to ask you something, maybe in the right side area. Hello. Hello guys. Hello. This is your team? This is the first day you come in the IGDX Bootcamp Conference 2024?
Not really.
Okay, maybe you want to share your opinion about this agenda.
I think it's fun.
Maybe 3 words can describe IGDX Business and Conference 2024?
It's fun, it's a learning experience.
Yes.
And we got a lot of connection too.
Enough? By the way, where you come from?
Actually, I live here in Bali.
In Bali, right? From university?
Yes, we are still in university.
What is the university?
Primakara University.
Primakara University. Let's give a round of applause for Primakara University. Okay, next we move again for the middle area. Hello. Hi. This is your team, right? Okay, what is your name maybe? One of you? Okay.
Yes, my name is Widya Yasa.
Where you come from? University or development?
Personals. Just a personals.
Okay, this is the first day you come here in IGDX Business Conference, or before you come here again?
Maybe the first day and then the last day.
Okay, what is your opinion about the IGDX Business and Conference 2024?
I think the event is very fun, and I try a lot of games here, and then I hope the next event will be held in Bali again because I'm from Bali, so I don't need to go to other island to participate in this event. And thank you for IGDX to make this event again in 2024, and I hope this event will be exist until maybe forever.
Okay, thank you so much for your words. And 3 words describe to IGDX Business and Conference. 3 words can describe the IGDX Business and Conference.
Fun.
Fun.
Yeah. Food.
Okay.
Swag.
All right, thank you. Wow, it's very fun. And now we move on for the right side area. Maybe I want to ask one of you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. From IGDX or another country? Okay, IGDX. Maybe I want to know what is your name?
My name is Azalia.
Okay, maybe can you give an opinion about this conference?
About this conference, I learned a lot, honestly, because I'm new in this industry and I'm still learning a lot from the senior, from the another game developer and a person on publisher. So it really helped a lot for students or for us who want to pursue in this industry.
All right. 3 words describe EGDX Business and Conference.
3 words. Connecting.
Connecting, right?
Awesome.
Awesome. And last?
Again.
Again. Yeah, see you again on next year live. Thank you. Thank you so much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We move again for the next agenda today. Well, everyone, let's move on for the next session because we have a next panel discussion. But before that, as we prepare for more insightful session, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a moment for an excited milestone. We are about to witness the signing of an MOU for collaboration between the Police Investment and Trade Agency and the Associasi Game Indonesia. And I would like to invite their representative to join us on the stage. Let's give the big round of applause for Head of Foreign Trade Office, Mr. Yasset Komis. Please come to the stage. And next, we invite Board of Officer Asosiasi Game Indonesia, Bapak Cipto Adiguno. Please come out to the stage for the MOU collaboration between the Police Investment and Trade Agency and the Asosiasi Game Indonesia. And today, the special agenda, all of you as the witness the signing of MOU collaboration. All right, Bapak Cipto and Mr. Yatset, come up to the stage and ready to do signing MOU collaboration. In 3, 2, 1, please let's do signing MOU collaboration. All right, now switch to the document. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy and relax for signing MOU collaboration. Congratulations! And now, we move for the next agenda, the photo session in front of the table, right? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is very special because now we move on to the next official agenda about to witness signing of MOU for collaboration between the Police Investment and Trade Agency and the Associasi Game Indonesia. And we hope this partnership will continue smoothly with even greater collaboration and synergy. Congratulations! And good collaboration, Asosiasi Game Indonesia with the Police Investment and Trade Agency. Alright, thank you so much for Bapak Cipto Adiguno. Persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. For Mr. Yasser Kowomis, please stay on the stage to deliver your speech. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacek Kołomiec. I am the head of the Jakarta Foreign Trade Office of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Just to give you a short introduction, what is the Polish Investment and Trade Agency? It's a Polish government agency focusing on international business relations. So in short, all the affairs related to diplomacy, culture and education are under our embassy, and everything related to business is under the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. I have been running the office together with Cezary here for the last 6 years, and it has been a very exciting journey, basically a government startup that we have started in Jakarta as our office. At the end of my short speech, I'll show you a short video about our main campaign, our main project. But before we will get to that, I would like to express great thanks for the organizers of IGDX and of course Indonesian Gaming Association as an amazing partner, and we also have representative of the Indonesian embassy in Warsaw, Risky, who has helped throughout the process with facilitating the moment that we are here today. Polish gaming industry is quite amazing industry, and it is a great pleasure for me to also get exposure to all of you, fantastic people, cheerful, open, and fun. And I mean what I'm saying because our job is quite multi-sectoral. We have projects from fast-moving consumer goods, from mining, from medical projects, meeting CEOs, ambassadors, diplomats, and being here today, yesterday, and on the first day, it has really been a wonderful thing. Polish gaming industry, Poland is actually one of the biggest exporters of games globally, so it's an amazing position, and I am pretty sure, looking at what's going on in Indonesia, that Indonesia is straight heading this way because the potential is amazing. Poland employs around 15,000 people in the gaming industry. That's huge. The value of the corporations from the gaming industry has exceeded 11 billion euro, which is very, very significant. But one number that is quite unique, that 25% of people employed in the gaming sector is female. And that was interesting because in the morning here, when the awards were given to the representatives of the gaming industry, it was also, mostly male. So we have been wondering, we have been talking with the association, perhaps empowering women in the gaming industry and unleashing their creative potential could be something that we could do together. So that's some fruit for thoughts and for the future collaboration. About gaming industry, I will pause here. My experience in gaming started with Atari, Commodore, then the first PC, of course, the first games, River Ride, Civilization, first StarCraft. I also used to play, obviously, Counter-Strike, but it has been a while since I played games for the last time. But thanks to this amazing collaboration that we have with the Indonesian Gaming Association, I'm sure magic can happen, and it has already happened. We had Minister Sandi Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Industry of Indonesia, visit Poland just 2 months ago, actually visiting some of the great companies that we have here today with us from Poland. So we are very much looking forward for the next steps of the collaboration in the gaming industry between Poland and Indonesia. And where it could take us, I would like to show you in practice what do we do at the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, because it has also been quite a challenge. I would be surprised, or let me ask you, has any of you ever been to Poland? If you could raise your hand. Not too many, right? So obviously it has been a great challenge. We are lucky the flag is upside down, right? White and red, red and white. So it's a very nice icebreaker. But to build business on that and build relations was not that easy. So we came up with a very big promotion campaign, actually one of the largest that any country has been doing in Indonesia. I'm sometimes surprised myself how big did it grow. And by this event, by our participation in IGDX, we inaugurate the 5th edition of Poland Festival, which is a very, very comprehensive event. So it's a great pleasure for us to add gaming industry also to what have been doing. So if I could ask now to play this very short 3 minutes video explaining what is Poland Festival. And since now you know that the gaming sector is of our primary interest, we could all fantasize a bit where will we together go in the next 1 to 3 or 4 years, and how much closer Poland and Indonesia can get. So if I could please have the video played.
In the heart of Indonesia, a vibrant celebration unfolds, the Poland Festival, an extraordinary annual program illuminating the spirit of Polish business and culture in Indonesia and ASEAN. Launched by the Polish Investment and Trade Agency in 2019, the Poland Festival, a holistic annual program, has evolved over the years into the largest campaign promoting Poland's business, culture, and technology in the region. From its humble beginnings as a 5-day exhibition in Jakarta showcasing 20 companies from the FMCG and IT sectors, the festival, organized in collaboration with the Embassy of Poland in Jakarta and over 20 partners, has grown into 30 days extravaganza. Today it boasts over 60 events and reaches over 70 million Indonesians across 7 agglomerations. With the number of visitors skyrocketing from 12,000 in 2019 to over 360,000 in 2023, the festival has become a magnet for middle-class Indonesian customers seeking business opportunities and cultural enrichment. The Poland Festival is a fusion of business, culture, and education, a melting pot of exhibitions, online and offline promotions, forums, and networking events. From B2B and B2G meetings to government-level engagements, it catalyzes trade and investment between ASEAN and Central Eastern Europe. Over the years, the festival has facilitated a remarkable increase in number of executed business deals, from 3 in 2019 to 47 in 2023. It has also boosted 22 new FMCG brands to the Indonesian market, with average sales per SKU experiencing a staggering 380% growth since its inception. For Polish and Indonesian businesses alike, the Poland Festival offers an unparalleled opportunity to forge partnerships, participate in conferences, and explore investment avenues. Its impact has reverberated internationally, with a 10-fold increase in press coverage of Poland in the Indonesian media. Increasing business performance of each year's edition is measured by an increase in the B2B and B2G meetings, from 21 in 2019 to 124 in 2023, as well as press reports and publications about the festival, the number of which has increased 10-fold since the first edition. Going forward, Poland Festival in 2030 aspires to be a leading platform connecting people in business in Poland and EU with Indonesia and ASEAN towards cutting-edge innovations, mutually beneficial cooperations, and green development. Together we create tomorrow. Join us for the next edition of Poland Festival.
Thank you very much. So the next edition of Poland Festival is happening now. This event is the inauguration of it. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. As you could see, we are quite serious about the business. There were events with Panorama Tours, with Kapalapi on board. The event on Car Free Day in Jakarta, we handed an original T-shirt of Robert Lewandowski to the representatives, the most famous Polish football player, to the representatives of DKI Jakarta. So we are quite creative, we are quite engaged, and gaming is now the sector of our main priority. So please stay tuned for more and for more beautiful fruits coming from our cooperation with the Indonesian Gaming Association, to which ending I would like to express my sincere thanks for being here. Thank you very much.
Right, everyone, let's give big round of applause for Mr. Jacek Komis for your speech for special agenda today. Thank you so much, Mr. Jacek Komis, as head of Foreign Trade Office. And also we hope for the collaboration make a good impact and synergy for Police Investment and Trade Agency and the Associasi Game Indonesia. Once again, thank you, Mr. Jacek Komis, as head of Foreign Trade Office. Let's give a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for this memorable event with special occasion. All right, and we invite again for all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the foyer area. Please come in the ballroom area because we have the next panel discussion. We have 2 more panel discussion, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we move for the panel, The Art of Tastefully Integrating Cultural Element in Games. We will discuss the importance of culture in games and how it can impact their success. Our moderator for the session is Jan Schroeder, as Director of Industry and Member Relation at IGEA. Jan has played a vital role in promoting the Australian game industry since 2019, including leads Australia present at Gamescom and IGEA mentorship program. Without further ado, we invite for the all panelists and the moderator today, Jan Schroeder. Please come up to the stage.
All right. It is on. All right, well, look, welcome to the Art of Tastefully Integrating Cultural Elements in Games panel. My name is Jens. I work as Director of Industry Member Relations at AGEA. If you've never dealt with AGEA, and most of you probably haven't, we're the Australian peak industry body for the video games industry. And as such, represent the first parties, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, the publishers in Australia, but also Australian game developers. That's primarily where my role comes in. I act as a linchpin between our association and our game development members to see how we can best support them. So, joining me today on this panel are Jun Chen, who is the Global Expansion Lead at Xbox for Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. His team supports game developers, studios, publishers, communities, and the ecosystem across these regions and helps bring Southeast Asian-made games to the Xbox platform. He's also currently the Singapore Games Association Vice Chair and co-founder of the Southeast Asia Game Dev Collective, a group dedicated to breaking down barriers to information and opportunities for all developers in Southeast Asia. A 15-year industry veteran, Jun Chen is deeply passionate about advocacy and for underrepresented groups and communities and runs the SEA Game Dev newsletter, which you should all subscribe to. So do that now, there'll be a quiz. We'll stop at the door. Okay, good. Just making sure. We also have with us today Eka Pramodita Muharam, who is a prominent game developer and co-founder of Mojiken Studio, an indie game development company based in Surabaya here in Indonesia. He is best known for his role as the producer of the critically acclaimed game A Space for the Unbound, which explores themes of mental health and personal growth through a touching narrative set in a small Indonesian town. The game has been praised for its deep storytelling and cultural authenticity, and has been nominated for the Game for Impact category at the Game Awards in 2023. Wow. Eka's journey in the games industry began as a 2D artist, and he has since grown into a key figure in Indonesia's indie game scene. His work emphasizes the importance of personal and cultural stories, making its games relatable to a global audience. Under his leadership, Mojiken Studio has gained international recognition, and the studio's acquisition by Toga Productions marks a significant milestone in his career. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. And last, but certainly not least, we have Casper, the Environment Art Director at CD Projekt Red, working in the game development industry for over 12 years. He worked on such minor titles as Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, Cyberpunk 2077, The Witcher, Wild Hunt, the expansion pack, Blood and Wine. And before joining CD Projekt Red, he collaborated with The Farm 51 and such titles as Deadfall Adventures, Painkiller HD, or Get Even. As a passionate gamer with a big love for sci-fi, he loves to create interesting, unique, and believable worlds, and in his free time, spends a lot of time with movies, books, comics, and all the other mediums that are feeding his need for creativity. So, you know, when I was approached for this panel, I thought just talking about the definition of culture and what constitutes tasteful is, you know, can easily take up an hour. So let's see what we can do. Let's give it a go. So look, Eka, let's start with you. As mentioned, the Space for the Unbound explores themes of mental health and personal growth set in a small Indonesian town in the 90s. So how did you go about integrating Indonesian culture into your game to, you know, essentially celebrate the place where it was made at? But also, how did you use it to make it more relatable?
So, I think can I get my presentation ready? Can I just click it? Oh, okay, nice. Wait, back. Okay, so I've prepared some kind of like presentation because I'm more into like visuals. So I need some visuals to help me, you know, like to present. Okay, so how we integrate Indonesian culture into the game of A Space for the Unbound. So first of all, spoiler alert, if you haven't like finished the game, please do finish the game first. But yeah, it's already out.
Shall we take a break?
No. Okay, just some alert. Okay, so first of all, I have to, you know, like present you about the purpose on why do we, you know, like make this game in the first place. So first of all, it is an effort to document our own hometown, Surabaya. So that's like the first one that is the purpose that we make this game in the first place. So, and also we want to tell stories about our own personal experiences growing up in Surabaya. And also we want to make it to make the game as a time capsule for us of a time when we grew up in late 90s and, you know, like early 2000s. So the challenge that we face is how to make it relatable to global audiences. So this is our effort. So we try to communicate players through like relatable topics that happen around the world, such as mental health, depression, anxiety, and also social issues. Mainly, this one is, I think, we all, you know, like experience it in some way in a lot of, you know, like internationally. So I think this is something that we want to tell to a lot of people, that we also, you know, like experience this in our hometown, but not also on our hometown, but I think in Southeast Asia, this is Asian matters, right? Asian values.
and to the extent a universal human experience.
Yeah. So we also try to, you know, like package the game as a slice of life side-scrolling adventure game with nostalgic anime 16-bit pixel art style. So it's kind of like familiar if you have seen something like Makoto Shinkai's work. So yeah, that is why we choose that kind of art style, because we want to make the game as relatable as possible to the people around the world. So this is some example that we portray on our cultural, how we portray our culture into the game. So some of them are culinary, like cimol. So it's abbreviation for aci di gemol. Yeah. So it's kind of like savory, fried, very, very cheap Indonesian food that you can find on the street. And also bakso. If you go at the night, just around, you know, like in front of the hotel, you'll find bakso. So it's a very common food in Indonesian. So you should try one if you have time. Okay, and also like es legen, this is like traditional drinks from Indonesia. Yeah, and also beside culinary, we also like to, you know, like include Indonesian architecture too, like Pendopo. It's not Pendopo Studio, but it's more like Pendopo is actually like a big hall before you go into someone's houses. So it's basically, you can see it around the town in Bali also. So if you want to go into someone's house, there's like just like something like a big hall with no wall. So that's Pendopo. And also Gapura. Gapura, it's I think similar to gates. So like if you in Japan, you'll see like torii gates, something like that. In Indonesia, you'll find Gapura in each of in town. If you want to go to some kind of like area, you'll see Gapura. And it's very, very common you see in Bali too. Yeah. So Gapura is something like inspired by Hinduism actually. And also Bekupon. Bekupon is like a dove's nest basically. So it's pretty common if you go to like urban area in Indonesia, they have like Bekupon in each of their house. Yeah, exactly. And then Poskamling is just like a security post. But with, you can see like in Indonesian Poskamling, there's like kentongan. So you have to hit the kentongan if there's like an emergency or something. And also because Indonesian is like we have been colonized by Dutch and also like Portuguese and also Spain. So there are like we call it like a colonial architecture that we still like keep it on to this day. And also like we have like red roof made from clay. This is something like it's very common, I think, in a lot of like in Indonesia. But there's some kind of like funny story when we like showcase this game like in Japan actually. So there are some fans that really thankful that we include like this red roof because they say that it reminds them of like Japanese in the old days. Yeah. So there are also like local customs. If you see wedding on the street, is there any wedding like wedding on the street on your area, on your country?
No, not yet. No,
yeah,
not I'm aware
this
of.
is so Indonesian. So I think like to rent a place like this to hold a wedding ceremony is very like very pricey in Indonesia. Yeah. So some of them just like block the road to do some wedding ceremonies there.
There's some inspiration. I paid a lot of money for my wedding. I should have just. Anyway, it's a bit too late.
But yeah,
I've been married for 10 years now.
Yeah. So we do that to block the road inside the game. So you see, like if you go like a game in a lot of games just do like this invisible wall that you can
So it's a wedding war.
It's a we put like. Yeah, this is like a blocker to certain area.
Wedding is a blocker.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So, but we put like a wedding. Okay.
That's a great idea.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Also like tire repairs. I don't know if you have like tire repairs in your country, but in Indonesia it's very common. So tire repairs is because if you see, just go outside the road, there are a lot of motorcycles in Indonesia, and a lot of motorcycles always broke their tire.
Yeah.
So in Indonesia, in every like what is perempatan? Perempatan is in junction. In every junctions there are. It's common to see like a tire repairs. So what is tembel? Yeah, to fix the tire like okay, something like that. We also have music. If you know, we have like keroncong. Keroncong was basically was brought by Portuguese, actually.
That's right,
yeah. Yeah, Portuguese, and then we insert some kind of like local instrument, and then we turn it into keroncong. Yeah, we actually have like audio if we can play that, but so dangdut campur sari is actually like the evolved version of keroncong. Yeah, you just have to search it. But yeah, Anyway, so there's this like very like famous musicians called Didi Kempot, Lord Didi Kempot. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Look, I think we have a good appreciation because I'm a little bit mindful of time. My inner German is telling me to,
look, to speed it up.
But I think it gives us already a really good idea as to how I guess you observed your environment, integrated into your game and into an indie game. Whereas Casper, you've been involved in AAA production, so it's a really, dare I say, way more complex procedure. How did you go about integrating culture at, say, Cyberpunk 2077?
I think you did great in terms of explaining how much effort it is to try to represent a culture in a game, and you break it down so well. Yes, thank you, because I think Cyberpunk is this weird example is that A, we are building cultures that we are not very familiar with, at least on a general basis. B, we integrate a lot of cultures in our games. And I will not talk about Witcher because Witcher was, I would call it simpler, but for us as Poles and Slavics, it was a bit closer. But then Cyberpunk was talking about problems and cultures which are so further away from our, let's say, geography even.
And the various corporations of various backgrounds.
Exactly, right? And on top of that, which is really weird, is that we are building the world which is not our world. We're trying to inspire ourselves to build believable worlds which have believable cultures, but they have cyberpunk twist over it. So it's still, it's a layer over layer. So I think what you were saying here, and I loved it, is that first of all, of course, as I at least would hope so, every artist, every developer, every designer, we have to start with understanding the source material that we're going to be working with, right? So we have to understand the culture in general, but of course you were talking about the food, the architecture, how the people are talking, what are the common things that people are talking about. Like there's so many layers, it's incredible. So it's really hard to say what exactly to do. Like for example, what we do, we always try to get to the source in a way that if there's no, let's say, viable source, or we're not very not happy, but maybe not sure, we always try to talk to consultants, right? We are always trying to get to really the source. We as a company, we're lucky enough that we have a lot of teams which are spread across the world. We have a lot of teams, even in Asia here, that are either the community managers or helping us with publishing. So we are talking to those people as much as we can. But if there's a culture that we want to integrate in our games because we felt like it's going to be really a cool idea, but also will make sense because we want to make sure that the culture fits the lore, fits the game, and makes the story arc to work. It's not like, let's just put here and there. We're really trying to understand whether or not the culture will fit the game and make the story actually richer. And on top of that, we really try our best to make sure that the culture in general, I'm talking about that right now, in general, really would make people to feel like we really made our homework correct in a correct way, so people were going to be felt like we really respect their culture. Like for example, just one thing, like for example, Pavel Saska, my friend, when we showed the trailer for 2019, not the gameplay trailer was back then, but, and we showed Voodoo Boys, and people were just crying. Like he told me that, crying in a way that they were so happy that we really tried our best to represent that culture, and they felt like it was really done well. So that's something phenomenal, and also it's for us very important because we really want to make sure that we're going to respect the culture because it's so important thing. Well, sorry, not the thing. The culture itself is so important. Like even from, I can talk for hours about this, but even for architecture, like I love architecture. For example, right now, this is my second time in Asia. Before I was in Singapore, loved it. I'm here first time in Indonesia and Bali, love it. And there are things that there's no way I could see in movies or reading through books, right? Like for example, the simplest example, yesterday we're driving to see some sightseeing a bit. And seeing all those motorbikes on the streets, how does it work? Yes, you see this in movies, but you never know. Maybe just staged, maybe just to make it more dramatic. You never know. No, it is actually like that. So those are the small things. There's no other way. Then you have to be able to touch, to smell, to experience, right? And And this is like one small tiny step. There's so much more to it.
Yeah, so you have this multi-layer process of integrating a range of cultures. You got to treat them respectfully, you got to do your research, but then you also have the added challenge that the world needs to be consistent in itself, right? So there's got to be, it's got to be an authentic world that treats culture respectfully, but that also needs to be internally consistent. And, you know, and June, you brought up the point when we sort of, you know, had a chat in preparation for this panel about the sometimes friction between consumer desire versus developer intent, and you know, how we consider what's right for the game versus what's right for, well, the commercial outcome. Can you sort of talk to that friction a bit?
All right, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for letting me on stage with two incredible creative people here who have built incredible worlds for the games that they made. It's really, really quite exciting to speak about a topic like this. You know, in my position at Xbox, I get the absolute pleasure of seeing games from across Southeast Asia where I get to sample basically all the different cultures for all the different games. And sometimes developers will come to me with incredible ideas where the culture is front and center and they want to make sure that that is the first thing that people see as they incorporate into their games. Maybe it's a action adventure game where it's based on the mythological folklore, and sometimes it's more subtle, you know, such as a game like A Space of the Unbound or Until Then from the Philippines, where it's really about the quiet meditation and reflection on life as we know it in a part of Southeast Asia. And I think the core fundamental thing is that the developers understand that they need to make commercially sustainable products so in order for them to continue building their studios into the future. And so the dramatic tension there for artists is to make sure that the games are engaging, but also tell a story that is authentic to them. The one thing I will say is that a lot of the time today, we are so concerned with culture as a visual and engagement component in the games as a tangible means. But I also think about culture in the way that we are thinking about the creative labor of video games and how we are producing video games en masse as a community from Southeast Asia to the rest of the world. You know, the way we collaborate in making games, both in studios and interrelated to other studios and across the region, that is beautifully a culture that's unique to Southeast Asia. One quick example, basically, when I'm here in Indonesia and hearing about all the different games that are being made, there are teams that are sharing team members for different projects. You know, Agate is happy to share some of their team members to work on other passion projects. I know Niji Games is working on a ton of different things. And that's really incredibly beautiful because while this country, you know, is growing and increasing their cross-sharing knowledge, they're also sharing talent. Yeah. And that is something that's incredibly unique and culturally unique to this part of this world and how we must push forward for sharing our culture with the rest of the world.
Well said, thank you. One thing that we talked about, right, is the sometimes subtle influences of our upbringing. So Casper, you told me that some people said Night City feels European. And I don't know, maybe it's because they have public transport and Americans, you know, just can't comprehend. But, you know, in all seriousness, I guess it may be a reflection also of those subtle cultural biases that we have. Can you sort of talk about that and maybe the need to reflect on those?
Yeah, it's a funny thing because everyone, well, not everyone, but very often I hear that Night City is actually pretty great city in terms of how engaging it is. And yes, we tried our best to inspire ourselves from cities like, you know, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and those West Coast places. But also on top of that, there's a lot of in Cyberpunk game, there's a lot of Japanese inspiration. There's like even districts like Japantown, right? So we try to mold those ideas all together, but also on top of that, yes, we are Europeans, not living in US. We have our different habits. Even we tried our best to break those habits, that some of those ideas were not that much maybe translated. But at the same time, I still would like to say that there's always a bit of creative process involved. And on top of that, what we did, we never tried to recreate any US city. We tried to build something unique and interesting. So we put like European spice on top of that. So I understand that maybe someone felt like it was too much, but like, for example, what we love about Night City, and it was our creative process and creative direction, that it's a very organic city. Like it's very, yeah, it's just organic, right? But US cities are very much grid-based, right? And from gameplay perspective, that would not be that engaging. It would be not that fun. The views will not be that interesting. So we have to find a sweet spot here and there. But I know that some people might feel it's a bit too European, and it's fine, I guess.
In some ways, though, it is your cultural contribution.
Also, yes. Yeah, this is also this creative process that goes into it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Look, in terms of, I guess, cultural bias and cultural capital, Jun, that's something you brought up, the issue of existing power structures and opportunities for game development, how they're often centralized in the Western Hemisphere, how that leads to a power imbalance, and how we need to rebalance it. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Okay, I can obviously talk about this for hours, but the very fundamental basis of this is that, you know, we are living in a world where a lot of the tastemakers currently are situated in Western, hemisphere regions, especially with all the entrenched places of power, including the distribution platforms, as well as all the awards, shows that people think very highly of. And so a lot of the time, a lot of the developers from Southeast Asia and other parts of Asia are in some ways very influenced by the need and the desire to create content that is globally appealing, and sometimes that means to an audience situated in the West. We obviously face a struggle where sometimes we're trying to create content that's relevant for our own audiences domestically, but we run into the trouble where international companies have done a very good job of, putting almost a stranglehold on a lot of the domestic audiences. And so we are almost having to fight in some ways to find the right attention for our games and making sure that we continue building a sustainable ecosystem for ourselves. So I think the need and the future lies in our own regions finding a way to collectively rebalance that power structure where we are supporting each other, telling each other about our own games, and supporting the growth of our games ecosystem.
Yeah, that's right. And we have seen examples of Asian-made games entering
That's right.
the stage, right? So
Absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, the simple truth is an event like IGDX is doing just that, where they're supporting the local development scene, bringing the overseas interest into this market, but also making sure that the locals understand the values of the games that are being made at home here.
yeah, fantastic. I always like to have a panel a bit of a key takeaway. So one of the things I would like to talk about, two of the things is, what are some common mistakes and tips and tricks to embed culture into games? And maybe, Eka, we can sort of revert back to you and, do a bit of a summary of the things that you learned in the process.
Can I have my presentation again, please? Because I already sum it up there. Okay, so there are some tips that we, summary. It's kind of like a summary that key takeaways that we got. So first of all, we want the game cohesiveness to come first. So yeah, it has to be cohesive. So you cannot just put a lot of culture in there, but if the game's not cohesive, it will not work. So we're not, it's not some kind of like a checklist about how many cultures that we can cram into the game. We're not making like Taman Mini Indonesia Indah the game, right? So yeah. So just we just have to put something that relates cohesive into the game. So and also we have to be genuine, be authentic, and be honest about that, and also be relevant. I think that's my takeaway for this. Yeah.
Casper, I saw you nodding along. Do these points also apply to a production the size of, say, Cyberpunk?
Oh, absolutely. I think this is a very good tips and tricks list how to ingest in a respectful way a culture. I think first of all, that's what you just said. It's not a checklist. Like let's see how far we can go with it. Yep. It has to make sense to the game. Like I'm gonna give an example. It will be really hard to remove Jackie or Arasaka from the base game of Cyberpunk because the whole game would fall apart. But we try to make sure that they come from, like Jackie, for example. We try to build a very deep background of the character. He is American, but he is with very strong roots from Mexico, right?
Yeah.
And we try to respect even his funeral. We really try to make it work and be respectful to how it worked in Mexico, right? So whatever it makes sense. Oh, the list is gone. It was very helpful though. So that's not a checklist. And of course, for me and personally, what I feel is the most important thing is just to make sure to do your homework right and go to the sources, understand, and make sure it's really relevant. And what you said, consistent, and on top of that, even give it back to consultants to make sure if it's waterproof.
Understand the context. It's
and as well,
embedded in,
understand
right?
the context. Yes.
All right. I mean, it's very simple. Make a fun game. Right? I mean, as derivative as that sounds, fundamentally, whether the game is led by its story or its mechanics first or its aesthetic, you know, you want to make sure that it's a game that it's engaging to an audience, unless you're making a game for yourself, which is also fundamentally fine. But you are making a game to be played, and so the element of play must be core and present, and then the idea is to create a relatable and cohesive, you know, cultural cornerstone or touchstone as part of that experience. And there's been so many great examples cited already, as well as many more that people can just check out. The ones that go to the top and are really, really successful, you know, games like Venba, you know, that really touches on the human experience about being an immigrant overseas while talking about culture and food, you know, and other games that we've cited, really are the best examples of how games have incorporated culture successfully and tastefully while also being wonderful things to play.
Yeah, I think we bring up a good point, right? You know, I mean, fun, playing an engaging game is a universal human experience, right? And, you know, hence me also saying, you know, when you talked about your game reflecting, for example, mental health challenges, that's something we can all relate to, right? That is a universal human experience. And so I guess it's then a matter of making it even more relatable by means of introducing cultural elements that speak to you because you've grown up with them and you're used to them. And, you know, I mean, you know, just from an Australian perspective, you know, I mean, the example that I've cited a couple of times here is the Australian game Unpacking, which some of you may have played. It's literally about that, right? It's about unpacking your life. You have to unpack a box, you have to take artifacts of your life and put them in a room. Now, that is a universal experience. We've all moved. We've moved out of the room we grew up as a kid. We bought a house. We have kids ourselves. It's a very emotional and deep human experience. And, you know, it may even work better than if you localize it to include or to have these artifacts reflect the local culture. But it's a, you know, the fundamental concept is relatable and fun.
Awesome.
Awesome. Look, I'm looking. I could talk I could talk about this for hours. This is super fascinating. However, looking at this timer here, we are getting chased off stage. So, look, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jun. Thank you so much, Casper. Thanks so much, Eka. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having us, and enjoy your IGDX. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's all about the panel discussion. Thank you so much for our moderator, our amazing panelists. Thank you. We move for the next agenda for the photo session. Sir, please stay on the stage for the photo session. Let's see the camera before we leave this session. Yes. Let's see the camera in formal pose. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now, once again, another pose. Cheers. 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Enough. Thank you so much for our moderator and our speaker for this special agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much, moderator and our panelists. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, are you excited for the last panel discussion? Yes, this is the last panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to hear some voice for a big round of applause again for this session. Thank you for your spirit and your participation today, ladies and gentlemen. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion. This is the last panel discussion because this is the last day of IGDX Business and Conference 2024. And as we know, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, IGDX Business and Conference 2024 is initiative Ministry of Communication and Republic of Indonesia and collaboration with Association Game Indonesia and super by Government of Indonesia. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on for the last panel discussion, I want to check your spirit again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. When I say hi, please answer hello, Please raise your hand. If I say hi, answer hello. If I say hello, please answer hi. Okay. I want to check the spirit in the right side area. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, hello, hello. Let's give big round of applause. Thank you so much. Oke, ini ramai sekali. Dari mana? Where you come from, guys? University or game developer?
Kita dari Game City Indonesia. Kita partisipan dari dan pemenang dari lomba Game City Indonesia.
Okay. Are you doing this program 3 days, right?
Yes.
Yes. Maybe can you share about your opinion about this Business and Conference 2024? Maybe you can describe this event, 3 words.
I think it's very. We got this opportunity to connect with many people that we didn't expect to meet, and it was really good.
Okay, thank you so much from Game Street, right? Okay, thank you. Let's give it a round from Game C. Right, we move on for the next. We also have in this left area. Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Good. Where you come from, maybe? You? What is your name?
My name is Novita.
Novita, where you come from?
I come from Malang.
Malang?
Yes.
Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you can share your experience in IGDX Business and Conference 2024?
Yeah, I tried a lot of games, a lot of cool games. It's definitely more games than last year. It was super fun. A lot of friendly people. Yay.
Okay, what is your wish for this event?
I'm sorry?
What your hope for this event?
Just more games. Maybe all 3 exhibition rooms just full of games. That'll be awesome. And yeah, more people actually come and try the games from Indonesia, public people. Yeah.
Okay. And last question, 3 words can describe this event.
3 words.
Fun.
Energetic.
And the last.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Novita, Malang, Indonesia, right? Yes. Thank you, Novita. All right, thank you so much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move again for the next agenda, Okay, now we move again in this area. Hello. I want to know, what is your name?
My name is Faris.
Faris, where are you come from?
I'm from Jakarta.
Jakarta, game developer or from university?
Game developer.
Okay, maybe can you tell the story about the IGDX Business and Conference until 3 days?
I'm very happy to be here, of course, playing new games, meeting new people.
Okay, alright. Again?
I think,
Okay. Maybe
so much to describe it.
You meet a lot of people, make a good idea in collaboration, right? Okay. Maybe you can describe 3 words and describe this event.
This event?
Yes.
Happy,
enjoy.
And what?
One more?
Maybe busy.
Okay, busy. Thank you so much. Are you already explore Bali? Udah explore Bali kemana aja?
maybe the beach.
Okay.
The food. Maybe.
What is your favorite food? Are you remember the name of special food in Bali?
Maybe.
Okay, next session.
Well, last night I tried vegetarian food.
Vegetarian food.
Yeah,
Ooh, amazing.
It's actually my first time trying it out. So.
Okay. Next. Another food or drink maybe in Bali? You try?
I think that's all.
Okay, that's all. Okay, maybe next session. You, what is your name?
Yeah, my name is Muhammad Multazam, also called Azam.
Azam. Azam
Yes.
from Jakarta, right?
Bekasi.
Oh, Bekasi, Jakarta, and Bekasi.
Yogyakarta.
Oh, Yogyakarta. Oh, another province in Indonesia, right? Okay, maybe you can describe how you're feeling for this event.
Yeah, so we come here to meet the publisher to talk about the games because we obviously not only developer but also a gamer ourselves. So it's fun to to talk between both gamers as a developer and publisher. It's really fun.
Right, awesome. And one word describe this event. One word, only one word. It's very difficult, right? Okay. What is the word?
I cannot say fairy, right?
Okay.
Beneficial or full of opportunities.
Okay, full of opportunities. Thank you so much, Azam and the team. Thank you. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move on the next agenda for the last panel discussion. Let's give the round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, it's amazing spirit for another country, another province in Indonesia to come here to make a good connection and collaboration synergy to IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Well, everyone, before without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the final panel discussion. This session will explore horror and chill, opportunities in popular genres among Indonesia developers. And for the session, diving into the trend of horror and relaxing game in today's market. Our moderator for the session is Dominicus Damas Putranto, CEO and Director of Glory Jam, Narrate in Peace, Hello Good Boy, and What Comes After. Dominicus brings a passion for storytelling and innovation. He is currently developing an action roguelite set in the Grim Reaper's world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dominicus Damas to the stage for the moderator today. Time is yours.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Like right now, I will be your moderator on the next session of the panel. The title is the Horror and Chill Opportunities in the Popular Genres Among the Indonesian Developers. And let me introduce you the speakers. The first one is Damian for Feardemic, like the publisher in that specializing on the publishing the strong horror narrative games like the Tales from Candleford. Please have a seat, and I will have a seat by myself. And then next we will, I think there will be a bumper for Damian, or? Are you today? Are you back?
All right. Hello, everyone.
And then second one, we have Jiren from the PQ, who publish both genres, both from the chill games and the horror games. Yeah.
Hello.
And then the last on the, we're joined by Safik for Gambir Studio, who work at both genres, the developer from Indonesia, who work on the both the chill and horror games itself. Like, so all of us will be here to give you in this session, and Now, could you please introduce yourself further so we know what's your experience in the both genre, both and chill or the horror genres before?
Let's start from the other side this
Okay.
time. Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shafiq. Currently, I'm wearing the hat as a CEO of Gambir.
Yeah.
This morning, I'm using like as a president of Indonesian Game Associations. But yeah, Gambir Studio. Maybe some of you already know that Gambir Studios are focusing creating a game based on food or something that very funny or meme games. But actually, that we are plenty of the horror games as well. And we have two mobile games focusing on horror and one game for PC. It's called The Animal's Hour. And one of our horror games also like the top paid games for Google Play in 2019. So I think that it's pretty okay.
Yeah, thank you. How about you, Jirin?
Hi, I'm Geraint Evans. I'm head of publishing at PCube. We publish a huge range of games. We've been around for about 15 years, and we're quite an eclectic publisher, I think it's fair to say. We're not really kind of tied to any one genre or any one style, so we publish a huge amount of games from Asia specifically, but also much smaller, like global indies. In terms of this talk, we have a fair bit of experience in kind of both of these kind of themes and genres. We're probably best known horror-wise for the likes of White Day and Tormented Souls. And on the kind of the chill side of things, or the cozy side of things, we're pretty well known for a couple of Indonesian games, actually, Kataria Fables and Potion Permit.
Okay.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Damien. I am CEO of Feardemic. We've been around for the last 7 years. We are a publishing label focused purely on horror games. A wide range of horror games, so we don't narrow ourselves to psychological horrors or even smaller games. We are a part of Bluebird team, which is mostly known right now for Silent Hill 2 remake. And we published throughout last couple of years more than 20 games with biggest experience in console publishing, but also PC, mobile, and just recently VR games as well. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe like all of you have worked on the other genre as well. Like, what do you think that chill or horror games like special or stand out among the other genres? If you have any experience for it, from the development side or maybe from the publishing side, maybe you can tell me.
So when it comes to the audience, the horror stands out mainly because of the emotions it brings to the players and the people. Obviously, you can immerse yourself into the shooter or the strategy game, but when it comes to the horror, it triggers the emotions that usually are off during playing a game, like being terrified, scared, and so on and so on. And when it comes to the whole market, it's actually quite a lot of games are horror games. Or as I mentioned, we publishing a wide range of horror games, so we can actually find in our portfolio puzzle games and walking sims and boomer shooters and basically all the games you can think about. And that means that there is a huge audience again that sometimes doesn't even realize it's a horror game. So.
What do you think will be the core unique, like maybe in the unique challenges or unique opportunity of both of genres? Maybe you are more experienced in the horror games, right? Like what's a unique opportunity in the genre?
Unique opportunity. I mean, I think a lot of stuff applies to this to a lot of genres. Like when you're developing a game, focus on what's gonna be a hook. A couple of times during the previous presentation, a couple of people mentioned, be sure that you know who you are making the game for, like who's your audience. And if you're making a horror game, let's say obvious horror game, it's going to be quite easy to define your audience, but at the same time, I mean, we've seen a lot of, especially walking simulators, and it's really hard to get a USP within those. So, trying to be creative about something special within your game. This is why we are, playing with the horror in the definition, because it's easier. I mean, we've seen great strategy games that are horror games, so always try to maybe think of the other way around when you're developing the game, to add the theme of the horror as well, or maybe not. It should work together definitely. So, but make sure that the game gonna stand out. Doesn't have to be because of the graphics, but it's sometimes just a hook.
Yeah, that's interesting insight. How about you, Jaren?
I mean, one of the things I think is the most interesting thing about this actual topic is, when you look at horror and chill, you would kind of think that they're, well, and they are to a certain extent on polar opposites of the scale, right? You have something that's warm and cozy, and then you have something which is kind of dark and scary, stereotypically speaking. But I think there's a certain truth that unifies like both of those themes and both of those genres, in that both of them are kind of, as human beings, we're kind of hardwired on a biological level to react to both of these themes. So, on the one hand, you might get scared, and it kind of triggers endorphins and adrenaline and cortisol in your body, right? So it's a fairly sort of easy way to trigger an emotion in a player, and we're kind of, like I said, we're sort of biologically hardwired to react to that kind of theme, right? And the same thing is true for chill. We're living in a world where you're all always connected through social media, your mind's racing, people's mental health is kind of deteriorating, and I think there is a need, I think, to feel warm and cozy and happy and mindful. So even though they're on opposite ends of the scale, they both have this kind of tangible biological reaction or need, I think. So in terms of the opportunities, how do you kind of condense that? How do you find something which is a really simple message and be able to distill that in a video game form? So I think it's really important to try and think of a single idea or a single core mechanic or a single system and try and exploit that one thing to be able to trigger that biological response.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you have what do you say, Safik, especially maybe from the development side of the two genres as a developer?
Like why we choose a horror team when we want to develop. Okay, technically this is very funny. The first time when we tried to creating a horror game, it's just because that we want to try the 3D games, but we don't know how to polish some kind of the stuff. But so yeah, since the horror is most likely like dark and light, so it doesn't have to be that perfect. Yeah, we can hide a lot of stuff, and that will for our perspective back then, it's quite easy to make people scared about things instead of make people like feel like funny or laugh for a certain genre, but to make people like scared or feel like fear about the game itself, you just have to create the ambience, because sometimes when the ghost or something is already appeared and it's okay, just it. But the journey, if you want to go there, like you have to work very closely with the music and with the sounds effect as well. But from the art team, sometimes it could be more way easier a little bit. A lot of artists will hate me by saying that, but but yeah, I mean like and of course for the horror movie, especially for the Indonesian market, and we love horror. And we have our standard for the horror itself, because we're not scared about zombie, but we do scared about like more like local ghosts and more something about the folklore and stuff like that. So yeah, that is why that there's a lot of horror game in Indonesia which bring a local content, more get the acceptance from the market right now.
Okay, so I took that as an opportunity from your side, like
yeah, very.
Do you have any challenges, especially because you like bringing some local content to the game, and what do you think about is it something that's scary in Indonesia, scary to the global too, or?
Well, yeah. horror is kind of universal as long as you can make people fear about the ambience, about the like the environment, about the game itself, and you make them feel fear about the ambience. I think that they're okay no matter what the ghost is. Or sometimes it doesn't have to be the ghost like very appearing like on the screen, but at least if you're creating like the ambience with the music more like getting more intense, and when you open the door and there's nothing on that people is already fear as well.
Okay, thank you very much for the insight from all the three. And then maybe you have all mentioned that that chill and horror game like share the similarities in the selling the experience and how we can make the immersive thing that like evoking the emotional from the player, right? Like, what do you think? Like, what's the common pitfall that maybe from the people that working on the chill or horror game like makes when they are want to share that experience to the players?
That's a good question. A lot of it is for me because we see a lot of horror games kind of come through the evaluation process on a regular basis, and in some cases it comes down to something really basic. So I've lost count of how many Steam pages I've seen, for example, where the thumbnails are all very similar and the screenshots always, so like 90% of a horror game screenshot, right, is a dark corridor, and you're looking at the thumbnails through the carousel, and you're like, I'm sure I've been here before. So that's probably one of the biggest pitfalls is to objectively look at your Steam page first of all, right, and go, how similar is this Steam page to every other horror game, right, and try and find a way to really differentiate that, right. And a lot of it might come down to something as simple as taking screenshots from a brighter area, right, or letting people see what your UI is like to be able to communicate some of the other elements of the game. And in terms of kind of communicating what your game entails, I think is don't be scared to push extremities front and center. When we were working on Tormented Souls, there's an aspect of that game which happens within the first 2 minutes, which is really divisive. And even internally, we had discussions around, is this something that we want to really show up front and center? But because it's so extreme and because it's so unusual, we decided to kind of run with it. And it really paid dividends, certainly when we got to the stage of going into a Next Fest. And it was such a defining moment within the game that every time a streamer or a YouTuber was kind of uploading their content and uploading their thumbnails, almost guaranteed, like 99.9% of those YouTube thumbnails were of this scene in question, right? And it was a really big point of difference because I think it was really surprising for people. It was kind of like, wow, did they really do that? And it really helped us stand out.
To a little bit add on top of it, especially about the Steam and showcasing your game for the first time, no matter if it's a Steam or a pitch to a publisher or someone who's gonna found your game, make sure your game stands out when it comes to visuals. Like you said, we've seen a lot of similarities between many games and how they are presented. So try to be smart and polish your marketing assets. Let's say, a screenshot or the first one. Don't forget that we play games, we buy games, and it's similar to other entertainment media that we buy with our eyes. No matter how good the narrative, the first things we're gonna notice is probably the visuals. It doesn't have to be like Unreal Engine 5 top-notch graphics. Might be artful and so on, and try to leverage that. No matter again if it's a Steam page, if it's a pitch, just remember that the uniqueness is shown on the Steam, and go through all other games that have the same tag. With survival horror. See what's common. Maybe you don't want to do the same. Don't show that dark corridor, the scary face, maybe a little bit a different angle. Maybe play with camera when you're playing your build. Release it. Try to find another shot. Because in the end, again, people are gonna notice firstly. What's the same goes for trailer. It's like for movies, first couple of seconds are the most important. Depends a little bit on the game. But if you are going to do, you know, a horror game, if you want to build the tension, you can. If there is a, you know, building a tension in your game, if you're going straight for the jump scare, you know, just play with it and try to make sure that it's visible and, you know, it's standing out from the other games.
Okay, nice one.
Okay.
How about you, Saban?
Well, technically, because I'm doing it for the local market, it's kind of bit different. But I do agree with both of you. I mean, sometimes it's really hard to promoting like a horror game because it almost looks the same.
Yes.
Like everything is just look dark, it's very gore, like blood, or maybe you put the cost on that. But in Indonesia itself, that we have a certain thing or magazine that. Magazine about the like the, you know, the afterlife thing that you burn in hell. Yes, yeah. the supernatural, and most likely that they are using the like a hand painted kind of style. So yeah, you can use that angle as well. And in Indonesia, I don't know why, but the horror movie is always related with the sexy thing, with a girl with sexes and stuff. So that is why our first horror game that we are partnership with the cosplayer. So they are being the ambassadors of the game, and of course we bring her to the game as well. So it brings like another value added of the game and makes your horror game stands out back then. So yeah, you can. There's a lot of horror games out there, and of course they are also offering the same thing. Maybe you can try like another way around, like maybe creating like a movie posters, I guess, or and timing is also really important. I mean, like, right now, like during the Halloween season, I think that will work as well.
Yeah, that's great actually. Like, what do you think about the if you please can give us advice, like what one do and one done when we are creating that kind of game, both of chill and horror games. I think that will be valuable for us, especially there are many game developer in Indonesia that actually doing the narrative and the chill and the horror game. Yeah, because yeah we know, because the opportunity is really broad, but then the market is quite saturated as well. So we think we should have the USP by the genre as well, right?
It's really tricky question. I mean, there is no simple answer to do. It's like with all the games, especially looking at our games. You know, we publish more than 20 games. Looked at them, they're so different from each other. It's like the connection of the horror definition is sometimes so, let's say, weak between them. It's really hard. But if you're making a horror game, I mean, I think I've said it. You need to have a hook, you know, the USP, but it doesn't have to be a mechanic design. It can be art style. It can be a music. It can be anything. Actually, the best is to combine all of those. But you know, if you look at our games, we have isometric survival, click and point game, you know, side scroller, and the game based on Beksinski and Geiger art style. So again, I'm gonna repeat myself, but try to find a good hook that will make people feel maybe not even scary, but you know, maybe traumatized even, you know, something like that.
Yes.
When it comes to dons, yeah, I think if you're making, you know, because there's a lot of those, like psychological work or walking sims, again, look at the games that have been already compete, but try to add something special on top of it. And there is no like simple thing not to do. Like, I mean, we can say so many things like in general for the production, for marketing, but it will be applied to, it will gonna apply to, you know, all of the genres. But maybe guys gonna have better ideas than me.
Or maybe you can share like one particular moment when you have some problem and then you got a creative idea to solve that. Maybe that will be more suitable question.
Just maybe simple, because we are making a game that it's not announced yet. I think it's gonna be based on the one of the IPs that went to public domain, and don't go too close to anything that is licensed. Like from IP perspective, I mean, there's a couple of games that are trying to get something like use something that Disney did and so on. So be careful with that. But like that's really random stuff applies to different genres.
Yeah. How about you, Jiren?
I think in terms of do's, this is going to sound kind of very broad, but I think you have to be really honest with yourself and really honest with what you're making. And just to kind of echo what we were talking about a little bit before is have in mind that kind of 5-second rule in your head, right? When you're kind of laying it out in a pitch deck or you're building your Steam page, be honest with yourself. And even if you ask your friends, colleagues, parents, whatever, does it capture you within that first 5 minutes? And what can you practically implement, both in terms of your development, in terms of your design, in order to be able to capture within that 5 seconds? So, if we look at, I suppose, two really extreme examples would be something like World of Horror or Faith: The Holy Trinity. Both of those games have like a really striking art style. In the case of World of Horror, it has this kind of like amazing 1-bit style, right? And of course. And in terms of Faith, it has this kind of really unsettling, discordant kind of color clash, and there are various elements of that game that wouldn't be out of place on a ZX Spectrum. So it's not graphically the most sophisticated, but they've really leveraged their use of color and rotoscoping and stuff in that game to, they unquestionably stand out from everything else on the market. Those two games in particular. So just be very careful. I think when you're making a horror game in Unreal and you're building the corridors and you're putting the candles in there and you're putting the old wallpaper on the walls, does this feel familiar to anybody? So just be honest with yourself through that process.
Just quickly, you mentioned World of Horror, and it reminded me another Polish game where it was in development for 4 years and it's entirely made out of the paper, and then it was transferred to Unity. But it used a paper creation, a real world and lights. It looks beautiful, music is beautiful. It's not much about the gameplay, but you look at this, it looks like a photos of real, handmade paper stuff. So that's another one. You don't have to, in games of art style, be a top notch. You can just play with it and find something special.
That's interesting. How about you, Savik?
Okay, so yeah, well, technically there is do and don'ts in particular, but maybe the don'ts is you have to make sure that you choose the right monetizations, especially when you want to create a mobile game.
Interesting.
I mean, do not put the ads when the ghost is already there. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Make sure like the UX is right, and you have to make sure that because. On the horror game that you have to create the ambience and experience for the game itself. But can you imagine that you're playing a horror game and you already get there and there's a pop-up ads? like literally it's a jump scare.
Yeah. Is that your real experience on putting that?
Pardon?
Is it your real experience on putting that and you?
Yeah, actually, when we because you know that my main core is to create the in-app purchase free-to-play kind of game, but on the horror itself, that we try to adjusting where we should put the ads, the banner, the pop-up ads, because that's how we make money as a free-to-play player, but. Unfortunately, we can't back then. So that is why that we sell the game like very, very cheap. It's only 5,000 rupiah, around like 30 cents. But you have to buy for another episode for the game. And yeah, that is why the people like it. I mean, like we don't sacrifice the user experience, but people still happy and they still get the whole experience by their playing the horror game as well. And the do's, I think that if you're you have to make a very good a narrative and perspective for the game itself, because horror is all about like something that you can trust in your head. You create the things in your head that I will be scared, even though that you don't feel anything. You're not there. you're not on the scene, but you have to make sure that people can feel like they was there.
Okay.
Very
Do you
much
have
it.
any other experience from the chill game, because you are making chill games right now, right?
Chill, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
I have to pick one. So yeah, sometimes that if we make this game over and over, we try this game that is not it's not attractive anymore, because you already know that okay, you will find this on this place, and you feel less and less attractive about the game itself. So make sure that someone else is new have to try the game.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay, but I think
Pretty
that's
much it.
yeah, really similar, but like in the other really different genre.
Yeah.
Do you have any experience on Yujiren on the chill games, maybe the wholesome something?
Yeah, well, the kind of the chill space, I think for me is it's kind of relatively new, I guess, historically industry-wise, and I think it's still kind of finding its feet a little bit. You know, when we talk about chill games, you know, you can also then start thinking about wholesome games and cozy games. So there's a lot of kind of definitions floating around, and I think it's kind of difficult to pin down, right? If you look at the wholesome direct, for example, there's a whole range of things in there. But you know, you have people who are really into wholesome games and have a really clear idea in their own mind what a wholesome game, what it means to be a wholesome game. You know, whether it's about inclusivity, you know, or whether or not it's about tackling, you know, because a wholesome game can tackle some pretty serious themes, right? So it doesn't necessarily, a wholesome game doesn't necessarily have to be cozy, right?
Yes.
So I think when you're kind of working on a game that's in that kind of space, I think finding a way to really communicate like precisely what it is you're making and for exactly who you're making it. I think it's too easy to go and go, oh, I'm making a wholesome game, but actually for a huge part of the audience, they may not consider it to be wholesome by your own definition, right? So just be very careful about, you know, what exactly is the audience that you're looking to appeal to. But more than anything, what is that kind of innate, kind of biological feeling that you're trying to communicate to the player? So be very careful in terms of your initial communication, is what I'm saying really to the audience.
Yes.
Okay, so based on experience, that wholesome is a little bit tricky, because wholesome for me probably not for you,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So you
I want
have
to say same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So technically, you have to make sure that you have the right like people to ask, or maybe a professionals, because sometimes that wholesome is about the reliability. Like you have to be relate with the story. You have to feel what's the characters feel, and you feel release after the game was end, and stuff like that. So I think that the writer is a very important part if you want to create like the wholesome, like bring the emotions, play with the emotions with the players is also really a thing if you want to make a wholesome. But for a certain topic that I think that you have to discuss with the professionals levels.
Okay.
If you want to do, like, I think that one of Helen, I guess yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I think that they're also working with the psychiatric for a certain story, because it's all about the mental health and stuff. So yeah, I think that sometimes the game designer perspective is not relevant anymore after a certain level.
Yes.
Because they're gonna be biased, and because they're reading the story over and over again, so you need a new perspective too.
So sorry,
please
I think
add.
the general rule, again, for any genre, but mostly for retail, is going to be, if you're not working with any publisher, play test the game with your family, with your friends, with friends from industry, share the game, obviously, you know, as much as you are comfortable with, or officially and don't officially do the a demo on Steam, because even you think the game, or maybe you know your game, the audience might receive it differently, and that's going to help you define your audience more and how to promote or market the game. But I think it's more or less this conversation about knowing your game, because if you're going to spend I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years developing a game, you're gonna be lost in the game. It's gonna be really tricky to, you know, step aside, take a look at the game. It's impossible if you're working on the game for so many years. So go and see how other people are playing your game, even if it's not official, friends, family. Make a notes, maybe even, you know, the same questionnaire if you have a time, couple questions, and then it will help you define your audience as well.
Okay, yeah. Actually, some question just pop up out of my head. Like, is there any interesting experience on receiving feedback from the players? Like, maybe somebody crying playing your game, or somebody traumatized because playing your game?
Obviously through a lot of reviews, but not only. We've been contacted by a lot of players just through email on our Discord channel, but even directly. I don't recall any specific, but talking about, I mean, we released one of the games based on like a Spanish folklore tale. And we've been seeing a lot of messages coming from the Spanish community, because you might think there is a huge game dev industry. It's not that developed compared to the other European countries, but they love it. Obviously, it's a work of developer who is from Spain, but as a publisher, we've been the ones that've been receiving a lot of messages as well. So, for example, you know, a lot of people gonna price. It's the same here. You know, you're making a lot of games based on locations from Indonesia, based on you know, supernatural stories from Indonesia. So it's natural you have a lot of feedback from a community from here. So it's more about the local, and obviously with horror games you're gonna see, you know, people commenting like, I shit myself and that stuff. If the game is good, obviously, and you want to see that if you're making a really hardcore horror game, and at the same time, if you're making a game that's gonna traumatize you through different high emotions, like, you know, that reminds me a story. We've seen a lot of those, and a lot of players fortunately are open to share a lot of stories and feedback, not only about the gameplay, but how they received and felt through the whole gameplay.
Yeah, I hope, yeah, there is somebody that's so traumatized in their life after playing your game, of course.
Yeah, just to go back about what was said earlier about trying to be objective. I mean, we've you know, we've done a lot of betas, and we've released a lot of demos and things like behind closed doors, and you never really know what a player is going to discover, right? You can be so, even as a, you know, even as a publisher, you know, you're playing every build that comes through, you're like analyzing it in a really fine detail, and you know, it doesn't take long for you to really lose your objectivity. And you know, I've lost count of how many betas we've done where players are like, this puzzle is like way too hard, or like there's this insane difficulty spike, and like everybody is internally like, but that part's really easy. But because it is, because we've played it so many times, right, and we know exactly what to expect. Yes. So that kind of part of development, that to be able to have you know, a community of people who you can rely on to be able to, let's say, play an early build and give you really honest feedback. And nobody is more honest than gamers, you know. So to a certain extent, I'd be a little bit wary of showing a game to a kind of industry contemporary, right? Because you know, sometimes people just want to say, oh, you know, I'm not really so sure about this game. You know, you need people to be honest. And if you have a really good community on social media or on Discord, having those people play your early builds and give you really honest, because they will be brutally honest, right? Like if you know, if they play the first 10 minutes and they think it sucks, they will tell you it sucks like straight away, right? So listen to that. Don't be so kind of proud, I guess, that you overlook some of that feedback, because like I said before, you know, we'll put a beta out there and we're super confident about something, or you know, we think there are certain aspects somebody will enjoy, and actually the information that then comes back through the kind of questionnaires and the comments that we get through Discord are like, wow, I had no idea that it was going to be taken in this way, right? Or they would find this difficult, or you know, they would really engage with this particular part. So yeah, that part of the development process is crucial, I think.
Interesting.
So yeah, from my perspective, that I was have a message on my company's Instagram that people are actually crying after they're playing one of our games, because maybe they feel like more like relatable with the stories, even though that the story is not like, oh, sad story, someone's died. Not, it is not. It's about how the girl are surviving to like opening up the new restaurants and something. But yeah, that's actually the thing that I mentioned, that it's all about people can relate with the character. It's more like touch them by heart. It's not about you have to create something extravagant to make people like cry or something. I don't think it's gonna work. No matter how hard you try, I want to make people cry, but sometimes it turns out that people doesn't cry about it. Yeah, pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much. And this maybe in the last question, like about the Indonesian market and Indonesian developer advantage in this genre. Like, do you think Indonesian is a good market for horror and chill games? And maybe from the in that particular thing that you think will be works better in Indonesia for your games?
So for the horror games, definitely. I mean, you've said that before, and I knew it from the last year. My colleague from Bluebird team came here, and he wrote me a huge email of why that it makes sense for me to come here as a publisher of horror games, and it does. I can say that after those 3 days, I've seen a lot of horror games, a lot of great horror games, and definitely, again, as you said, it's a popular theme in Indonesia, not only in games, also a lot of in movies, but based on our experience, but based on our talks and also analysis of the market, the horror in general globally is in the golden age right now. Taking a look at the games, the reception of Silent Hill 2 remake was outstanding. It's currently the best. It has the best user score from the whole franchise, which is really amazing. But take a look at Alan Wake 2 as well. Those are big games, but not only. I mean, this is why we are focused on indie premium horror games. There is a huge market for that. Again, you take a look at the movies. Blumhouse, for example, they've been producing horror games. They are now also opening a publishing label for horror games. There are a couple other horror games publishers and studios focus on that. And compared globally to Indonesia, it's still like percentage of horror games here is like bananas, like in a good way, at least for us. It's so many horror games. And it's not like a trend that happened like a couple months ago or a year ago. It's gonna last long. And we've been thinking and talking about that, why that's the case. And I think you mentioned it as well, that your connection to supernatural stuff, it's way more natural, I think. Like every country has a ghost story, but you guys have so many of them. Like, I mean, we have, stories about Baba Yaga in Poland and that stuff, but it's different than, what you are get used to here. Which is beautiful, what you need to cultivate, in my opinion, and with so many games being produced and then published, you're gonna see with every game, with every studio, with every project, better and better quality, and it's gonna just grow. So, I mean, I would say that the market, when it comes to the production from the studio, is already huge. You have so many games, and that's also because there is a huge community of horror players here, but globally as well, and it's based on our experience. No matter if it's an indie game or it's a AAA game, there's a lot of people waiting for the horror games. We've been confirmed by that, looking at our community, that they often get back to our portfolio, checking new releases, because they know that they can expect another horror game. It's gonna be different from the previous one probably, but that applies to Indonesia as well. So the thing is that to focus on how you can be different from other projects as well, and it's gonna be better and better.
Yeah, that's great actually.
Okay. Whoa. Horror market in Indonesia is just like crazy, I guess. It's crazy. I just talked with Ko Andi, Mr. Andi, and the top 10 movies in the chart in Indonesia is mostly horror, right? And I think that every street has their own horror story. Like every family has their own horror story, and every area has their own folklore that involve a horror story as well. So we still have a lot of a story to tell, actually. And people, I think that they have a thing with horror. And also it's very content friendly, especially for the content creator. The people love horror and people love to see people like playing horror game. So it's gonna be like a free marketing for the horror game developer as well.
Yes.
So I think based on that, there's a lot of people is also looking this as as a very good opportunity if they want to create a horror game. So I think for now that it's most like very marketable. You have the market here, and if you want to looking for revenue, I think the horror could be the one.
Okay, I will try maybe.
You have to.
Yeah.
I think it's a it's a really great opportunity in terms of for for Indonesian developers and the development of horror games.
Yes.
I think horror is so interesting. I think globally, and certainly when you look back at movies, there was a period where Korean horror, for example, was really popular, and people were starting to explore horror from Japan or from Thailand. And I think Indonesia has such a rich cultural heritage, even from region to region, right? The diversity is huge. And I think, if you can lean into that, I think certainly for Western markets who are looking for horror games that have a slightly different feeling or have a slightly different aesthetic or have a touching on slightly different elements of folklore that they might not be familiar with. So quite often that can provide, we've been talking about how do we make something seem different or how do we make something seem new. I think for Western audience in particular, that's one way to maybe connect with them and introduce them to a feeling or a story that they may not have encountered before in the past.
Okay. So I think that was the last questions. Maybe each of you want to give the last message for the audience here about this topic, maybe. Please do.
On this topic,
yes.
a parting message. I think. Fundamentally, I think, and you probably would have heard this from a lot of panels. Number one, make the best game you possibly can. That is that's the most important thing, right?
Yes.
And try not to kind of overstretch yourself. Try and kind of slim things down to a single kind of key idea or a key message that you want to do. Probably one of the biggest mistakes I see is overstretching in terms of development, trying to do too much, losing sight of what that core message is or what that core idea is or what that core story is. So, the simpler you can make it, the easier it is to make a good game because your resources are not stretched. So, try and keep things simple. Try and have a very clear message you want to communicate, and obviously make sure it's the best game you can possibly make.
Yeah.
Again, generally applies to all the genres, but as a developer, as you know, so the first one from me is going to be not so cheering, but remember the stories like Stardew Valley. They're really rare, they're really praised, but there are few developers that have been working on a single game being successful. I mean, we've heard about them a lot, but it's one of the thousands and thousands, but that doesn't make that your game is not going to be successful. So make games, play games, fail, make a game, play games, fail, make a game, succeed, and learn from your mistakes. And as a community, remember that you have people around your country, because that's how usually the industry in every country is formed. Talk to each other, play each other games, and exchange the feedback.
For me, that no matter what the genre is, I think that's the most important things that you have to make games and release it. Because the most horror thing is just to having your APK on your drive, not releasing it. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. I took that as personal aspect for me too, actually. Thank you very much. And I think that's the end of this session. Thank you for everyone that joining us, and maybe you can feel free to contact each of them, right, after this session. Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Jiren, and thank you, Safik.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you.
All right, a great session, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for the last panel session. Now we move on to the next agenda to take a picture together with we invite our photographer to take a moment together. All right, thank you for amazing speaker and moderator. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Another pose. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Okay, another pose maybe. Together, here together. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. All right, enough. Thank you so much, guys. Our amazing speaker and moderator, the moderator Dominicus Damas Putranto, CEO and Director of Glory Jam, and thank you for amazing speaker for today's agenda. That's all, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the last panel discussion, and thank you so much for your participation today. But before that, we move again for the next agenda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All right, everyone. Now we move again for the next session. Before that, we would like to say thank you so much for the support, for your participation. So all speaker, yes, for the moderator and partner for the support this event. And also we move for the next agenda. We're moving into the moment you have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, the awarding night of Game Seed and the Indonesia Game Awards. Tonight, we celebrate the incredible talent and achievement in our gaming community. Well, everyone, to kick off this special night, I would like to hand the stage over to our representative from Game Seed to begin the award ceremony. Let's give big round welcome to representative from Game Seed. Enjoy the performance.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, konbanwa, selamat malam semua. My name is Calvin Mona Sandeang, and tonight I will be your MC. So, what is Game Seed? So, Game Seed is the biggest game development competition in Indonesia with mission to nurture and empower the next generation of game developer in Indonesia. So this event is organized by Indonesian Game Associations and Indie Games Group Indonesia and supported by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. So our event is sponsored by Tencent and Garena. Now, without further ado, let's watch a brief recap of Game Seed 2024. And now, it is my pleasure to present you the winning games from Game Seed 2024. So, let us begin by inviting the winners in the student categories. In the third place, Ethercoin team with Maru and the Bear. In the second place, apa hayo team with Powdemic. And finally, in the first place, Ridden Dev with Farm by Day, Fight by Night. So next, we will invite the winners in the public category. In the third place, Nightshade with Last Gardener of Babylon. In the second place, From Home Studio with 4Char. And in the first place, Bobocon Studio with Glenn Rosa. I would like to respectfully invite the sponsors to the stage. Mr. Yi Le Lau, Head of Public Affairs Asia Pacific from Tencent. Mr. Hans Kurniadi Saleh, Country Head of Garena Indonesia. Mr. Neil Hilman, Deputy for Digital Economy and Creative Products from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy Indonesia. Please come forward. What a beautiful trophy. But there is more. We would like to give 100 million rupiah to the winners. I kindly invite the following organizer to the stage. Mr. Syafiq Hussein, President of Indonesian Game Associations. Mr. Fadil Nur Afif, Program Lead of Indie Games Group Indonesia. And Mr. Wafi Harawa, Chairman of the Gamesy 2024 Committee. Okay. Up next, we will award the certificates to our winners. I kindly invite the Gamesy 2024 judges to join us on the stage. First, Mr. Christian Utomo Tobing from Star Wars Games. Next, Mr. Eka Pramudita dari Moljike. And last but not least, our judge who originated from Bali, Mr. Yodi Pramudito from Tamatin Entertainment. And at this very moment, I would like to kindly invite everyone on this stage to join us for a group photo session. Ini foto session bentar. Ya.
Pak Boni, Pak Luat diundang biar sekalian.
Ya. Pak Doni dan Pak Luat mohon harap maju ke panggung. Pak Iman Santosa. So as we come to the end of this remarkable evening, I extend my deepest thanks to the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology Indonesia and the IGDX organizer. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your participation and support. I am Calvin Mona Sandehang. Let's meet again next year.
All right, congratulations to all the awardee. Let's take photo session again, right? Once again, another pose. Please stay on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. We move again for the next photo session. Another pose. We kindly invite again for another photo session. All right, let's see the camera. We invite again another pose. More happy, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Free pose. Once again, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Wow, it's a fantastic awarding tonight. Congratulations once again for all the awards. Thank you so much. And please be seated. And this is the special agenda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, because we move again for the next session. And please prepare to yourself to watch the next agenda. We have the second awarding tonight, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is the special day, IGDX Business and Conference 2024. We make a good idea connection and relation for today. And now, prepare yourself to see the special agenda with the second awarding we have here in IGDX Business and Conference 2024. Nuon Gemda Pitch Battle Arena 2024. Happy watching. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we congratulate the winner, let's see the trailer of the participant of Nuon Gemda Pitch Battle Arena Award. Enjoy the video.
For the ultimate survival challenge where bullet heaven meets base building in Zoomageddon. Chaotically cute! Take control of Oyen the cat, armed with a destructive super pistol. Blast away everything in your path.
いつも両親のことを聞いてると話をそらそうとしてる。何かを隠しているのだろうか。
Embark on a challenging journey. Become a scroll bearer who carries scroll of prophecies to all corners of the continent. Build your character.
Alright, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that's about all the participants of the Nuon Game Dev Pitch Battle Arena Award. And are you ready for the next session? Are you ready? Right, let's give you a round of applause. Thank you so much for your spirit. And now, without further ado, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate to the winner of Best Speech, Best Project, Jury Choice. Congratulations for Anti-Meta Studio. Let's come out to the stage. Congratulations for Arsa Nesia. And for the next, we have Cliffbite Game. Congratulations for the winner. We invite to come up to the stage for all the winner. Once again, we invite for the winner, Best Speech, Best Project, Jury Choice, representative of Anti-Meta Studio, representative of Arsa Nesia, Cliffbite Game. Please come out to the stage. Alright, let's make a good position today. Because now you are guys the winner for this competition, Noon Game Dev Pitch Battle Arena 2024. And without further ado, we warmly invite Mr. Aris Sudewo, Mr. Imron, Mr. Ardan as the jury to the stage to congratulate the winner of Noon Game Dev Pitch Battle Arena Award 2024. Alright, we invite for all judges to give us the special award for the winner this competition. For the verse, we invite the best team, Anti-Meta Studio, Arsa Nesia, Cliffbite Game. For the first, Anti-Meta Studio. Alright. Next, the photo session. And we kindly invite the VIP guests. Please come out to the stage for the VIP guests, Bapak Boni. We kindly invite Bapak Boni Pujianto, Bapak Hoki Situngkir, dan seluruh jajaran yang sudah hadir pada pagi hari ini ya. Dengan semangat yang begitu luar biasa. Sekali lagi kami mengundang untuk jajaran tentunya VIP yang hadir pada malam hari ini untuk bisa naik ke atas panggung, berfoto bersama sekali lagi. Alright, we invite to take a photo session together. Bapak Boni, ya, ada juga tentunya Mr. Hansaleh, Country Head of Garena Indonesia. Dan seluruh tamu VIP yang hadir pada malam hari ini. Let's take a picture together with another pose in 1, 2, 3. Once again.
Ini apa? Back.
Wave at the camera. Alright.
Ini, not sure. Tapi kayaknya tadi udah.
Enough?
Boleh.
Thank you so much and congratulations for the winner. Best Speech, Best Project and Jury Choice. Congratulations again for Anti-Meta Studio, Arsa Nesia, Cliffbite Game. Congratulations. And please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move again for the next session because we have another awardee for this session. Thank you so much for the VIP guests to attend this event. And now, let's move on for the next agenda to continue this celebration. Please join me in welcoming the representative from the Indonesia Game Award to the stage. Let's give big round of applause. Representative from the Indonesia Game Awards. Time is yours.
Oh, cek, tes. Udah nyala? Selamat malam semuanya. Yes. Tidak terasa ya, kita udah ada di penghujung IGDX. Kayaknya baru kemarin ya. Kayaknya baru kemarin semuanya nyampe Bali, ngebayangin pantai. Bahkan kayaknya rata-rata nih muka-mukanya nggak sempat ke pantai kayaknya. Gitu ya. Ya. Oh, hitam. Waduh, nggak ikutan. Jadi kita malam ini mau merayakan pencapaian industri game di Indonesia. So, sebelumnya perkenalkan, namaku Brian, mewakili tim Indonesia Game Awards. Senang sekali rasanya tahun ini kita kembali lagi di IGDX. Dan tentunya mungkin tak kenal maka tak sayang ya. Sedikit perkenalan lagi, sedikit mengingatkan juga mengenai Indonesia Game Awards. Basically Indonesia Game Awards merupakan sebuah penghargaan di mana kita mau mengapresiasi kemajuan atau pertumbuhan industri game di Indonesia. Harapannya sih tentunya ini bisa memacu semangat para pelaku industri game, baik itu game developer, artis, semuanya yang terlibat industri game di Indonesia untuk lebih semangat lagi memacu kreativitasnya. Aku mungkin masuk ke beberapa pemenang dari Indonesia Game Awards di 2 tahun ke belakang. Jadi di sini teman-teman bisa melihat nih, ada banyak sekali karya-karya game anak bangsa yang sudah mendapatkan award dan tentunya sudah bisa dibilang mendapatkan recognition bukan hanya di industri game di Indonesia tapi juga secara global. Dan tahun ini Indonesia Game Awards kembali dengan 6 kategori. Di sini ada Best Visual Art, lalu ada Best Audio atau Soundtrack, kemudian ada Best Narrative, and then ada Most Anticipated, ada Honorary Awards, dan yang terakhir tentunya Game of the Year. Dan untuk para juri yang terlibat di tahun ini, kami sudah berkolaborasi dengan ke-7 juri yang kami rasa sudah secara konsisten mendukung pertumbuhan industri game di Indonesia. Para juri ini telah melakukan penilaian atas game-game yang masuk ke dalam nominasi dan penilaian tersebut dinilai dari berbagai aspek. Dan tentunya para nominasi di Indonesia Game Awards itu telah memenuhi 2 syarat utama, yaitu adalah 1, game yang masuk ke dalam nominasi adalah game yang dirilis antara bulan Oktober 2023 hingga September 2024. Dan yang kedua adalah game harus dibuat oleh developer atau studio game dari Indonesia. Dan setelah diskusi yang ketat, berikut ini adalah para nominasi yang masuk ke dalam Indonesia Game Awards 2024. Yap. Barusan teman-teman udah melihat itu semua adalah para nominasi yang masuk ke dalam daftar nominasi Indonesia Game Awards 2024. Dan tanpa berlama-lama lagi, kita langsung masuk ya ke kategori pertama, dan yaitu adalah Best Visual Art. Sambil menunggu. Untuk Best Visual Art, sebetulnya penghargaan ini kita berikan kepada game dengan visual yang memanjakan mata para pemain. Dan untuk para nominasinya, penghargaan ini jatuh kepada Coral Island dari Stairway Game. I'd like to invite Coral Island representative to come to the stage, and also Daniel Robson, chief editor from IGN Japan, to come to the stage. Hi, hello. Yeah, hi. Halo, Komre. Tuh, sorry. Ada mic mikrofon ya, untuk pemenang. Silakan, mungkin ada sepatah dua patah kata dari Coral Island.
On behalf of everyone in Stairway, we are so grateful and thankful for this, especially our friend in the art team. Everyone has done an excellent job to show this, to show our excellent, rich and culturally vibrant Indonesia, and we're so happy that we just won this. So thank you so much, and thank you everyone in Stairway. This is for you guys. Thank you.
Ya, selamat sekali lagi buat Coral Island yang telah memenangkan Best Visual. Dan masuk ke dalam kategori berikutnya, yaitu adalah Best Audio atau Soundtrack, yang kami percaya memberikan pengalaman baru dalam bermain games dan tentunya meningkatkan pengalaman yang lebih imersif lagi dalam bermain. Dan kategori Best Audio atau Soundtrack, pemenangnya adalah Dreadham dari Digital Happiness. Silakan, saya mengundang tim Digital Happiness untuk naik ke atas panggung. Ya. Dan saya juga ingin mengundang Hans dari Country Head Garena Indonesia untuk memberikan award-nya.
Thank you, kan nyangka gue bakal menang aja tiba-tiba. Berisik ya semuanya ya. Thank you so much for this one. You know, I didn't expect to win the audio and soundtrack award because apparently you guys love the music so much. Thank you. Thank you. I dedicate this award to the one who made the soundtrack. So to Disa Kamajaya, to Munar, Moka, everyone who make our music possible in all of our games. Thank you so much. Also dedicated to Omimon. You should come up here instead of me. Makasih banget untuk teman-teman di DH, Fadi, Budi, Zikra, Udin, too many to count. It will be like a half an hour if I said all the names, you know. So, thank you so much. And also to Mas Aris, to all of our publishers, Mas Aris, to Scott Miller, our publisher, also buat Agate juga, Mbak Sheni, dan semuanya yang mendukung. Dan lu semua yang udah support, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oke, congrats sekali lagi buat Dreadhound dari Digital Happiness. Dan mungkin kita langsung masuk ke dalam kategori berikutnya, yaitu adalah Best Narrative, yang merupakan game dengan cerita yang paling menarik. Dan tentunya dengan cerita yang disampaikan dengan menarik, membuat kita terhanyut dengan karakter dan alur cerita yang tidak terlupakan. Dan pemenangnya untuk Best Narrative di Indonesia Game Awards 2024 adalah My Lovely Empress dari Game Changer Studio. Saya mengundang perwakilan dari Game Changer Studio untuk naik ke atas panggung. Dan saya juga ingin mengundang Pak Luat Siombing selaku program koordinator IGDX untuk menyerahkan award. Silakan.
Thank you so much for this award. I'm really shocked actually. And actually I'm shaking right now. Because, and my English is kind of a bad. Yosi, can you help me? So this is Yosi, our senior artist too. I'm the art director, and again, thank you so much too. Still shaking. My face is shaking.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much, and I just want to present this to for our team in the Game Changer Studio, especially to Budiris, our big mom, the greatest, That also, because it's the narrative, I also want to give this to our narrative lead, Isaac and Bintang, and also all the previous one, and Nyasu, those and all those that have supported us working in this game. It's a great work that we have went through a long journey. It's a big honor to us. So, thank you so much. Also the publisher as well, that have helped us to make My Lovely Empress, Neon Doctrine, and all of it in the publishing team. It's a great honor to work with you too. And thank you very much for this award. Thank you.
Oke. Congrats sekali lagi buat teman-teman dari Game Changer. Dan sebelum masuk ke kategori berikutnya, untuk Indonesia Game Awards tahun ini kami menghadirkan sesuatu yang baru sejalan dengan misi kami untuk mendukung industri game di Indonesia. Jadi di tahun ini kami kedatangan trailer perdana dari beberapa game di Indonesia. Jadi sebelum kita ke kategori berikutnya, silakan disaksikan.
Anak-anak itu sudah jadi milikku sekarang. Sekarang kamu mau apa? Memangnya kamu berangkat?
Ya, jangan lupa di wishlist di Steam, ada Pamali sama Elimora. Dan mungkin langsung aja kali ya kita masuk ke dalam kategori berikutnya. Yaitu adalah Most Anticipated Game. Jadi ini adalah game yang dinanti-nantikan oleh banyak gamers. Dan tentu saja cukup menarik ya melihat, tadi ada beberapa trailer yang teman-teman sudah lihat. Dan sangat sulit tahun ini untuk menentukan siapa yang jadi pemenangnya. Dan pemenang untuk Most Anticipated Game untuk Indonesia Game Awards 2024 jatuh kepada Agni Village of Calamity dari Separuh Interaktif. Silakan Ardan naik ke stage. Dan saya mau mengundang Bapak Neil Elhimam selaku Deputi Bidang Ekonomi, Digital, dan Produk Kreatif Kemenparekraf untuk memberikan award. Congrats, Pak.
Yeah, thank you everyone for this. Thank you Nuan, Indigo, everyone who support the game, the media. We try our best to deliver this masterpiece and push the Southeast Asian horror to the next level. Thank you everyone.
Sekarang kita memiliki penghargaan yang sangat spesial di malam hari ini, yaitu adalah Honorary Awards. Buat yang belum tahu, mungkin Honorary Awards adalah penghargaan yang diberikan kepada seseorang yang memberikan kontribusi positif untuk kemajuan industri game di Indonesia. Dan penerima Honorary Award tahun ini akan diberikan kepada sosok yang merupakan seorang akademisi yang telah berjasa melahirkan talenta-talenta baru di industri game di Indonesia. Dan Honorary Award pada edisi Indonesia Game Awards tahun ini diberikan kepada almarhum Bapak Muhammad Safrudin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Rizky Yuniar Hakun. Saya sekarang sebagai koordinator program studi Sarjana Terapan Teknologi Game di kampus Politeknik Elektronika Negeri Surabaya. Selama saya berinteraksi dengan Pak Saf selama kurang lebih 13 tahun. Beliau adalah orang yang baik, humble, kemudian suka berbagi pengalaman, baik itu pengalaman industri maupun pengalaman terkait dengan belajar mengajar ya. Beliau juga salah satu pendiri dari prodi kami, yaitu beliau sudah dua kali berturut-turut sebagai koordinator program studi kami sejak tahun 2013 sampai dengan tahun 2020. Ya. Saat beliau berkontribusi sebagai koordinator program studi, banyak sekali hal yang dilakukan. Yang diantaranya beliau banyak sekali membuka jalan bagi kami, dosen maupun bagi mahasiswa ataupun prodi, untuk bisa masuk ke dalam industri game dengan cara mengadakan beberapa kegiatan, dengan mengadakan pertemuan dengan industri game, sehingga kami memiliki jalan untuk bisa masuk ke industri game itu. Kemudian selain itu beliau juga pada saat mengajar sebagai dosen maupun sebagai koordinator program studi banyak sekali kontribusinya terhadap mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang ada di sini. Beliau suka sekali memberikan share-share pengalaman pribadi terkait dengan industri game kepada mahasiswa, membina kepada mahasiswa, sehingga beberapa mahasiswa yang dibimbing oleh beliau beberapa memiliki talent yang baik, dan beberapa juga setelah mereka lulus mereka sudah masuk langsung ke dalam beberapa industri game, salah satunya adalah Agate dan Toge. Tak luput pula dalam beberapa tahun belakangan ini sebelum beliau meninggal sejak tahun 2021 akhir, beliau masuk sebagai salah satu anggota perumus SKKNI pengembangan video game, di mana beliau adalah salah satu dari tim pengembang dari salah satu skema, yaitu game designer. Alhamdulillah kontribusi beliau telah diakui, dan alhamdulillah pada saat ini sudah disahkan terkait dengan dokumen SKKNI terkait dengan pengembangan game. Terima kasih kepada pelaku industri game Indonesia yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada kami, khususnya pada beliau, untuk bisa berkontribusi besar dalam pengembangan industri game Indonesia. Tak lupa pula juga kami berikan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya atas apresiasi yang telah diberikan oleh pelaku industri game kepada beliau. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Kaulan, selaku anak kandung dan juga perwakilan keluarga dari almarhum Bapak Muhammad Safrudin. Saya memanggil beliau Abah. Abah bagi saya adalah sosok yang berdedikasi tinggi, sangat pekerja keras, dan juga orang yang humoris. Tentunya beliau jugalah yang menjadi motivasi utama saya, terutama dalam dunia pendidikan. Dengan passion beliau, saya melihat Abah dalam 3 tahun terakhir ini aktif mengurus SKKNI dalam bidang game. Atas hal itu, kami sekeluarga mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya atas kesempatan yang diberikan kepada beliau untuk berkontribusi. Semoga SKKNI ini bermanfaat untuk menumbuhkan talenta-talenta Indonesia di bidang game. Dan kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pelaku industri game Indonesia atas apresiasi dan juga penghargaan yang telah diberikan kepada beliau. Cukup sekian dari kami. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sukses industri game Indonesia.
Saya turut mengundang Ibu Artiarini Kusuma selaku dosen dari Game Tech Pants untuk naik ke stage sebagai perwakilan untuk menerima penghargaan. Dan saya juga turut mengundang Syafiq Hussein selaku Ketua Umum Asosiasi Game Indonesia untuk menyerahkan penghargaan ini.
Baik, selamat malam Bapak Ibu semua. Saya mewakili teman-teman dari program studi teknologi game mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah membantu program studi teknologi game sampai dikenal dari saat ini. Sepatah dua patah kata ingin saya sampaikan terima kasih untuk penghargaan yang telah diberikan kepada almarhum. Dedikasi dan kontribusi yang telah Bapak Safrodin berikan sangat luar biasa, terutama di dalam industri game. Beliau yang membuka jalan program studi teknologi game ini dikenal oleh banyak orang. Penghargaan ini bukan hanya sebuah pengakuan, tetapi juga simbol dari jejak yang telah Bapak Safrodin tinggalkan di dalam hidup kami. Walaupun beliau telah tiada, tetapi semangat dan inspirasi yang beliau berikan akan terus hidup di dalam hati kami. Kami berkomitmen untuk terus melanjutkan perjuangan dari Bapak Safrodin dan menjaga nilai-nilai yang beliau ajarkan. Sekali lagi terima kasih. Terima kasih untuk semuanya. Dan selamat malam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, sekali lagi dari Indonesia Game Awards turut menyampaikan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya atas kontribusi almarhum dari Pak Asa. Sebelum menuju ke puncak penghargaan Indonesia Game Awards 2024 pada malam ini, sebelumnya ada satu lagi trailer yang sudah kami siapkan. Silakan disaksikan. Yap, jangan lupa di wishlist Mert Island di Steam. Dan akhirnya kita tiba di penghargaan terbesar di malam ini, yaitu adalah Game of the Year. Tahun ini ada 5 nominasi game yang masuk dalam kategori Game of the Year. Pertama ada Coral Island, kedua My Lovely Empress, ketiga Epic Conquest 2, lalu ada Dadu dan Knights versus Giants. Bisa dibilang tahun ini kami mencoba untuk mengemas ini menjadi sesuatu yang surprise buat semuanya karena kami tidak mengumumkan para nominasi ini di luaran. Jadi ini eksklusif hanya untuk teman-teman yang datang di sini. Dan penghargaan Game of the Year Indonesia Games Awards 2024. Ada yang bisa tebak kira-kira siapa? Ya, beda-beda ya, ada beda-beda. Dan Game of the Year untuk Indonesia Game Awards 2024 diberikan kepada Selamat Coral Island dari Turbo Games. Saya turut mengundang kembali perwakilan dari Coral Island untuk naik ke atas panggung. Dan saya izin untuk mengundang Bapak Boni Pujianto selaku Direktur Ekonomi Digital Kominfo untuk memberikan penghargaan Game of the Year. Izin
yeah, because this is a surprise, we're like also surprised. Once again, this is like for the team, for all Starry Games team that already like work super hard every day, making these games like the best it can be. We also thank our players who like always support the games, even giving us a lot of feedback, showing their love for the game, and this is for the team and this is for our community. So yeah, thank you so much everyone for loving Coral Island so much.
Thank you so much.
Ya, mungkin boleh stay dulu teman-teman dari Coral Island, Pak Boni silakan. Dan saya ingin mengundang kepada seluruh penerima award dan juga para pemberi award untuk naik ke atas stage sekali lagi untuk berfoto bersama. Ya. Untuk para penerima award juga silakan naik, silakan dibawa trofinya kembali untuk berfoto. Thank you, Fane. Terima kasih. Siapa? Oh iya.
Oh iya.
Ya, dengan diumumkannya Game of the Year Indonesia Game Awards 2024, maka berakhir sudah Indonesia Game Awards untuk tahun ini. Dan sekali lagi selamat untuk para pemenang malam hari ini, dan tentu saja kepada semua nominasi selamat. Dan sebetulnya ini selamat buat semuanya yang di ruangan ini, karena berkat kalianlah industri game Indonesia bisa sejauh ini. Dan sebelum saya tutup, setelah ini jangan kemana-mana dulu karena masih ada satu trailer eksklusif yang tayang perdana di Indonesia Game Awards. Dan kalau begitu, saya Brian mewakili tim Indonesia Game Awards, pamit undur diri, sampai jumpa di Indonesia Game Awards tahun depan. Terima kasih semuanya, selamat malam, stay awesome. Terima kasih.
Alright.
Apa sih? Random banget. Seberapa banyak kacung yang lu kirim? Bakal terus gua habisin.
Semua kata-kata itu berkaitan sama mahasiswa.
Iya, Ran. Maaf.
Gue cuma gak mau lu kenapa-kenapa, Nal.
Lu ngapa sih? Sadar. Aku bukan tidak bisa bersimpati. Tapi aku realistis dalam melihat peluang. Apaan kayak gini?
Jordan!
Gua udah terlalu capek. Lu abis di tangan gua. Cepetan maju sini lu kon.
Pose, ayo buruan ke panggung.
Sabar, lagi ganteng ini posenya.
Alright, it's fantastic struggle, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations for the all winner Indonesian Game Award 2024. Let's give big round of applause again for this session. Right, thank you so much for your spirit. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this special event, we are privileged to hear closing remarks from a leader who play a vital role in advancing our digital economy. Without further ado, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Direktur Ekonomi Digital Kementerian Komunikasi dan Informatika Republik Indonesia, Bapak Boni Pujianto, to deliver his closing remark. Time is yours.
Amazing, isn't it? Wow. Teman-teman sekalian, simply we have to make it better and bigger next year. Oke? Terima kasih atas kehadirannya untuk 3 hari yang fenomenal ini. Jangan lupa tahun depan kita nggak tahu lokasinya di mana. Nanti kita select ya. Ada votingnya mungkin. Tapi kita mengharapkan kita tidak hanya menjadi jagoan di Indonesia saja, tapi kita juga nanti menguasai pasar ASEAN. Jadi teman-teman sekalian, siap-siap. Prepare your time, your effort, and we go to the next level. Thank you, see you next year.
Alright, thank you so much Bapak Boni. Thank you for a special remark as the closing remark for a special session, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope we can get a new insight, collaboration, networking, and inspiration to carry forward. A big thank you for our speaker, participant, moderator, and partner to support this event. And ladies and gentlemen, let's keep pushing boundaries together and building on what we have shared here. Safe travel and everyone, and we can't wait to see you again at IGDX Business and Conference next year. I'm Risma Devi saying here on. Thank you. See you again on IGDX next year. Thank you so much.